I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. Your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight, love tonight, and the love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right, treat you right, treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight, and the love tonight, and the love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right, treat you right, treat you right. I've been thinking about your
to make a fool out of me. I was lost in the idea of it all. Too many years I've been suffering here, burning down right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be oblivion. I dream I was making love to a whole new life. Learned my lesson once, I'll skip the reminder of what's left for me. If I turn around, you let me
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's all good.
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Ladies and gentlemen, our road to Atlanta begins at day 2 here in the Americas. We are back with it. My name is Get the Bag Mark, and I'm here today with Vincent to welcome you all back to the Intel Extreme Masters. Vinny, I know you got to watch some games with Paladin last night. I with Why Not. It was a crazy first day that we had here at the closed qualifiers.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I feel like there was a lot of expectations, and we basically saw none of those continue on, with the exception of Passion UA. Like the fashion in which Wildcard were playing yesterday didn't exactly inspire confidence. SportsBet able to take a free victory. Fisher College making it deep in the upper bracket than some may have thought. I just love to see these different upsets and the potential for them continue forward now that we're looking at the lower bracket today.
Yeah, 100%. And that means we're going to be, as you would put it, in the lower bracket, sending one of these teams home. We can take a look at all of our matchups that we got going on here on the schedule today. Obviously, starting off this stream, this is going to be where Voca are going to be taking on SportsBetExpert. That's talking about the lower bracket. What we got going on first, though, all technically kicking off at the same time. Or actually, I believe it's Passion and Wildcard just up in about 3 hours to fight it out for that grand final spot. I know we were expecting to see Passion there, but Wildcard, you're absolutely right. I mean, Wildcard in 3 maps versus Voca is really the series that's catching my eye. I think that was an exciting one right off the rip, and honestly, taking steps to impress. I know it's been a rocky road for Voca recently, as we're going to talk about in a moment, but, you know, satisfactory performance from that Fisher College roster as well. I feel like it's going to be a really close game between them and Boss here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'm hopeful to kind of see that. It's going to be, I think, myself and Apple's getting a chance to peek at that one a little later on. Yeah, there you go. And then after that is going to be the Passion and Wildcard game. Yeah, lots of excitement, lots of positive to talk about on that one. But it is where we start here. We got SBE up against Voca. And listen, to be honest with you, I feel like I've gotten to see more of SportsBet in the last week than I have ever seen. Well, it's not even a feeling; it's the truth. And it's been an interesting experience. I think the reality is that this team has a pretty interesting ceiling, but they also have a pretty rough floor currently. We'll get more into that. But up against a team like Voca, on paper, even with all the struggles, I know we'll talk more details. You just got to think Voca are the very heavy favorites coming into this one.
Yeah, 100%. It really feels like this is where like the ecosystem of NA should sort of show its nature near the end of the tournament like this, where SBE has impressed. We get a quick look at those vetoes. SBE has been permabanning that Anubis ever since it has came into the pool. Not one that they've faced into yet, but it was one that Voca also had a little bit of trouble versus Marsborn on, so I don't think they're going to be too disappointed there. A Voca permaban of Inferno, no surprise there. It's going to be SBE reaching into a Dust. That will be very interesting. A classic Snav Ancient that you could have seen right up next. I think they would have rather stashed that nuke potentially for a third. In fact, Voca decide that they would have rather had that Mirage. That's where you can potentially, you know, see that series versus Boss and get a little bit worried as to where SBE are going to be pushing on that nuke. But I think for Voca and Co, this is even scenes where they could take it in 2-0. If you're getting DS swinging out, if you're getting a great energy game out of Shane and Infinite, I think they could take this easily and show up in the form that, honestly, you want to see them hit a stride for to get a great run going into today.
Yeah, this veto tells me one thing in particular, and that's that Voca aren't at all concerned about SportsBetExpert because they have played to their strengths, not paying attention or caring whatsoever about the potential strengths for SportsBet. Because this is a series that basically is SportsBetExpert's pull, right? Mirage, Ancient, and Dust 2 are their entire map pool, and we saw a little bit of possibility on Nuke there. That's kind of been an outside shout, but realistically hasn't been all that great. Overpass has been pretty bad, and so the fact that they get 3 maps that they're really comfortable on, at minimum, is going to give them more of a chance than they probably would have had previously. But that just to me tells me how confident Voca are that they are the team in this series that is ready to roll. So I'm thinking that Voca kind of come out swinging. That's kind of where I stand as it is. For SportsBet, though, listen, I think that there's been some question marks about, like, what are the win conditions for this team, and maybe some bumps in the road too in that. And usually it's about Freshie, it's about SML, and I think SML, he's had a game or two that's been good, but as a whole in this event hasn't really been the level that he's been showing at lower level competition. So it's him that I'm looking to see step up. And unfortunately, Steel has had some nightmare games as well. So, I don't need anything crazy from my in-game leader, but I do need something a little bit more than it was really ugly, like a maybe 3-16 type performance that I saw yesterday up against Passion, but still.
Yeah, that's understandable there. Excited to maybe yap a little bit about Passion today. The news getting a little bit crazy yesterday, Vinny. We're hearing the rumor mill. I would like to come to, honestly, up to bat for Steel and SML for a second. Yesterday versus Boss, they were actually impressing a whole lot. Steel, particularly, was popping up with a couple of multi-kills where I feel like, he has the biggest chip on his shoulder in that aspect. It's kind of the cliche. We're expecting, the in-game leader that's old, but also the guy that was, he's only 36. It's not that old, but a guy that was spending the last year on the analyst desk for the Intel Extreme Masters, right? You weren't expecting maybe too much out of him mechanically, but SML actually was taking over that Nuke at times and setting up that Mirage to be a really good place where, it was SML in the pack, finding those frags to really get things going. That's what was so impressive about it. But it was really a slow start for SBE that they got going in that series too. And it was one that, look, I've seen that before. You were saying that, like, we've seen a lot of SBE this week, before this week when we got to see SBE, it's been in really ugly losses when they've been in, more important competitions than just like ESEA Advanced, right? So when they went down about like 5-1 in that Mirage, I was going, well, this is probably going to be a really good game for Boss, just able to kind of, really chuck them out without much worry. It was Steel & Co. that actually had that second gear, which I wasn't even aware that they were really saving. And being able to present it there, able to take their map pick a Mirage, right? I think that was, the main cusp of that all the way to the end. I think says a lot, potentially in a series like this today. If Voca are going to keep playing on shaky ground, it's really confusing. One day Voca will take Marsborn all the way to the top of a series in a long 3 mapper, and then the next day kind of have some troubles where you would potentially expect them to come out on top of a wild card. I know that series went a little bit later and you got to take a little bit better of a look on that than I did. What did you make about that wild card performance yesterday? Because I feel like from where we're meeting our expectation, not even knowing who the caller is for that team, they're improving slowly.
Yeah, I think it's slowly, really slowly. And unfortunately for me, I think that Voca, the problem has been with Voca for a while that they just have a crazy high ceiling with like a lot of potential because of the firepower they have, but their floor is also really low for how much firepower they have. That's the scary part, and that's why there's been these like shaky moments. But let's be real, this Voca team has only been losing to like top North American competition. They're losing to NRG, to M80. They've been attending LAN events, and the reality is that they're not a team that often drops to a team of the caliber that Sportsbet is. So I really think we're going to have to see a big difference in guys like SML today compared to like that Passion game. It's got to be more like what he was showing on Boss.
Also looking to MCAW as well, who I feel like is always never really taking over the scoreboard, not in positions to do so, but his impact, I feel like, means so much for the infrastructure of this SBE team. He was the piece they brought back after leaving Trojan out after the most embarrassing loss this organization has taken. And that was also to maintain the VRS core. SBE looks to pass along and now move up to that site. And right on top of it, it's Dia that is at least going to ring in for Voca with those pistols at a quick 4v4. A P250 in the hands of OG Wizard and the rest of Voca outside having to rotate in.
Oh, but a big
gosh.
hole from Freshy. That's essentially going to stall this out. Shouldn't be able to break back through from that point on, especially if Freshy doesn't go down, which he won't.
Orson can tap it back, but I'm officially calling this pistol taken. It was a great series that we got to look and see SBE going so far. Took 75% of those pistols versus Boss yesterday, 2 for 2 on the second map where it was most importantly on that nuke. Pressure was really on there. Me and Tony kept our expectations low. It was a really close first half. Couple of pistol rounds and the momentum into those games. I think it's the energy. I think it's getting a bit of momentum for a team like SportsBetExpert, where all of your individuals can hit some sort of personal mark where they're taking over the games, right? Looking to get that quality out of OG Wizard's day on a Dust 2, a good place to show it. Carson already on the slide and long, managing to provide 1 kill, but it's Voca's pistols that pull up with precision.
Dia's still here in mid, so this isn't free. Evan weathers the storm of a tag, and he has some backup at least. Only now are they going to get that smoke down. Under threat is the B bomb site. Shane, the one there, but they won't go on this. SBE, they put so many resources into trying to force their way into mid, and they just leave it alone.
Yeah, this is why you see a lot of in-game leaders decide to kind of take it up slowly middle, wait for those force fights. It's really easily to get caught up with it like that at long. Infinite, he's just awkwardly boosted on top of the box, and now it's time for him to brawl. Off of that timing, got to see that tick from the fight back to long, even gonna take it a step further. These SMGs are gonna eat up SBE. Start of this Dust 2 already tipped on its head.
Yeah, this is a quick reaction, a quick return to form there for Voca. Dia does a great job. It's a big fight at long that SportsBet don't really initially have an answer to. I feel like, unfortunately, left out in the lurch. Didn't have a lot of backup in that location over at long. Nonetheless, more problems for Dia, at least. Can't cross the headshot. OG Wizard. This is, I think, the most exciting part of this matchup. That Dia OG Wizard head-to-head.
Honestly, a great thing to get that back in. So many times, I know we were talking about the history of it. We were watching SBE on CCT a couple days ago, talking about that OG Wizard LAG squad from 2023-24. So many matchups that you got to see these guys meeting up on LAN or Elevate, Badass Gaming, whatever it was. There was plenty of history there, plenty of reps. SBE to take that next couple of steps out long.
Yeah, have cat control.
Quite quiet.
There's no more utility to actually get cat control. It's just this one flash. So as that smoke on cat starts to fade, Voca primed and ready. You got Snav close. Infinite readying the flashbang as well. He's going to have to use that for long. A good decision from Voca just to punch into catwalk instead of waiting on site.
Going to investigate into the Portuguese player who comes out swinging. SML with a single headshot, and you can't upset the entire line. But Evan also in a great place to stand up. Gets to get one free deagle shot, head turned. Actually recover a rifle. 18 seconds left. Can't just stay and stick with this. Carson to attempt to clutch. Evan has just made his way to the bomb site, but having to just go ahead and dice between him and OG Wizard, who just removes your head with that scout. We're just going back and forth on this dang table, Vinny. SBE return that round right back.
I mean, that round really is about OG Wizard. A triple kill total, but he gets another tag that really helps allow that A site to get Demolished a little bit of a weird moment from Snab. I could have sworn he saw SML's shoulder, but doesn't react to it. And so ends up paying the heavy price. Thankfully, Infinite available to trade, and it's not enough that Infinite can do. Speaking of Infinite, he's going to be the one who wields an op in round 3 or round 4. Kind of wild.
Interesting sign. And he does stand with it. Looking sturdy for that opening kill. He's even on a bomb site with Dia. That's just an awkward thing to see.
Yeah. Maybe he had a spawn that he was working, though. I don't know. That doesn't make a lot of sense from where he got the kill. So regardless. SBE play from a deficit. Full cat take inbound. They've got lots of utility this round.
Sticking with it. Infinite might have to go a little bit further on this op. Just saw eyes on a player crossing towards the catwalk, but now they got to make their way back up. Dia holding with his rifle. Steel has just found the tail end of this play. Freshy responsible for just prying out Dia, but now the Opper has gone to the bomb site. Carson has found Freshy trying to slip through and find that advantage in a sneaky way. Carson also collecting onto Steel, destroying this play with his FAMAS. SML, that's the frag he needed, opening up upper tunnels, but the race is on, and I'm afraid Carson is here right where he needs to be. A third on that FAMAS. OG Wizard gonna come out flailing with the pistol, and Infinite will cover.
That's an incredible round from Carson. I mean, he is the pivot point. There is no question whether they are going to win or lose that round if Carson goes down. They are losing that, no doubt. But he provides coverage for Infinite, who is rotated back up to A site proper. That's the kill down in CT. His pivot back, though, onto the player coming in through double door is massive. And he even arrives on the scene, gets a smoke down with 18 seconds left to make those last 2 kills free and easy. We are going to continue to move back and forth. Nobody taking control just yet of this Dust 2.
We're on SPE, make it double time. Snav and Dia. Double it up on Cat. They're push active. And that's go back where it belongs.
Yeah, this is looking like we might be seeing an end to the Forest by War. So Evan, he's found a huge opening. It was. He still got Shane on B, but the commitment. The smoke into CT is crazy.
And he gets shot in the back for this sense of where Evan Koss stands. Stab with the spam, and he'll finally land it. Had to roll the dice right there. Or take the fights up B. They took the easier avenue, but it was a 2v4. That was never, ever going to go right.
Yeah, I don't know if they took the easier avenue. It really did feel like B was the right move. Only had one player there. Obviously, don't know to what extent that's the case, but... And this is something that I feel like I've noticed now after watching a few series from SportsBet. I think I'm becoming a little bit more critical of. It is their buying habits. Really aggressive purchasing decisions in general being made by Steel. And in this round, I mean, he's just forced to scout. No armor or anything. And I don't know. It just seems like such a gamble.
Drop a couple bodies on this scout. I mean, particularly Dia right here, who does see him, goes right back towards upper tunnels. Excuse me. It's just Steel. And you would need to make up your value on this with an ace. Like, I really don't understand it myself, but go off.
Yeah, I don't think it's about like monetary
down. Sheesh.
Gain, but more denying the opposition. It just doesn't add up, though. Either way, nice tag. Nade might do him in. Yeah, it will. SML gets knocked down. Lop shot, and then a nade to finish it off.
They crouch this scout up cat. Come on, crack one of these, Head Steel. Give the people something to get excited about. We'll go disappointing into 3 different hands down the line. It's not a luscious legacy. Long range snap on that Galil will tap you away. No take against this Voca roster. They get out flawlessly.
It's a good cleanup. Voca, a lot of stumbling blocks early on Dust 2, but they are correcting the record. Now the gun round up next. Steel not going to have one of those thanks to his investment. Missile armor with some utility. Few missing pieces in the utility belts for SportsBet. That's another thing that I have noticed. This is a team that really relies on their firepower. You know, plan B, plan C, that's not usually in the cards.
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely a great way of illustrating it for those that haven't gotten a chance to watch SBE. A lot of their rounds are just suffocated by their individuals, their star plays. Right, when you get OG Wizard on an insane game, you know how we can take it over. But you still got to be able to roll, play your default, play proper Counter-Strike, and end up running equations that are eventually going to net you profits. Infinite bottles them back up from Cat. This is just Voca standing sturdy at the moment. You may have not seen... Oh, please use that HE on Freshie.
I'd say they're worried about mid to B.
Well. In the corner for it. Dia will just duck that first frag and get right out. 1 kill's enough. Evan caught onto Shane. That will stab Voca in their chances for a minute because they clean it up on the B site. It's no longer going to be delayed up cat. They got to get this bomb down. In fact, it's becoming a little bit overdue. Finally gets punched in.
I mean, Voca have handled the extremity player. That Evan Lurk goes down. And now they're really stuck. Oh, big fight from Infinite. That is the first domino to fall.
Trying to get that on the long corner. SML does stand strongly for a double kill. Portuguese player would have to take the distance, but Carson does with them. He actually takes more damage. Smoke onto the bomb. Dia to elevate. Carson, 5-second stick on the defuse. Dia with the first frag and the last. Here for Voca on the defense.
I mean, a valiant effort. That's SML. That's the guy that we've been kind of highlighting that we want to see step up, that we know is capable of, you know, he's a rookie coming into this. Talking about, you know, first time at these type of events this season, that is. That's a double kill that nearly pulled that back from a 2v4 disadvantage. Instead, though, Voca, they correct it. Get themselves a victory, and it's no joke. Dia's op. See Carson a little bit more aggressive. It's what he loves to do.
Listen at the proper place for it. Just absolutely lasers SML out of lower. It's going to have to go back and forth before this even gets put in the flames. They find that at 4v4. SBE at least gets to hold on to a kill after 30 seconds. That's something we haven't said a whole lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a man advantage, but it does thin the herd. Evan on the B extremity, still not going to be able to succeed. Shane catches a couple of bullets his way. Going mid to B is dangerous with Dia in the way.
It's down. Dia's got that in the freshie. Which either takes a couple of confident steps to get this trade, or there's no competition even for it. Second half of that mid to B play. We're just going to keep him honest for it. Shane will come back up to the window to see that nobody is actually pushing out middle to B. Infinite to confer otherwise. Both fighting, and they're both disappointed. Infinite with a huge grab, and it may be the triple stab. It absolutely is. Revved up to a 12-4 start. At least Voca got their start today.
It's a good example of where I feel like Sportsbet's T side is just so meandering. There's no long-term vision for where they want to be, right? They start out in a more default look that is understandable, but then they're half committed to fighting mid to B without everybody there, without a trade or anything like that. The long attack is so late. Steel's nowhere close to be able to actually play off of his players on catwalk. It's just disparate. It's so separated, and that's what confuses me about SBE.
Another started to lower. This time Dia, he's got to disappear, but he's chasing players on both sides. Freshie will provide another shot onto Infinite. Revenge on the player who just had that terrifying triple kill. And it's Carson starting to step up to bat, take a swing on this op. Just a quick miss. Steel was up in-game leading for Undone the last time he was seriously competing in North America. You can pull up with this op.
Seriously is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fair. Feels like Voca tossing that AWP all over the place. Started out with the double op. Carson. Dia. They might have the right read here. Op in OG Wizard's hands, and that's the guy you want. It's Snav, who's left on the A side alone.
Waiting for it and just gone by the first check of OG Wizard's op. Shane and Carson are going to be walking this way towards CT. Still a smoke here. Still no nades to their name. Feet getting shot off. They got to take it a couple more steps from the focal point forward to make this an even realistic retake. Just from the spot they're in. Shane is hoping and praying for anything, but nothing getting answered. In fact, there's a lot of utility here. That's on to Carson to engineer this. Gone with the utility man. Evan is protecting at all costs. Got OG right behind him. Shane can't exactly divide these players apart, so he's got to reach further than that. And he gets that first frag. A flash up to OG Wizard, and now he's just got to keep him occupied. Shane taps on the bomb once. I think OG has just seen it up on his attempt to get up. Enough space to get out. He may meet up again in the middle bomb. It will go off. OG Wizard, the only survivor.
I mean, a heroic round from SportsBetExpert. OG Wizard recovered op is his domain. He takes it and thrives in it. Holds off the 1v3 that could have been all for Shane. And yet still, Voca have plenty of money to buy. Honestly, they're just getting a little bit overzealous in that round. They're double lopping into an eco and pushing lower with no support. I mean, Dio was destined for death when that's the setup, when that is the backdrop to your opening move on an anti-eco. SBE playing scared of the op, and I understand why. Dia, a terrifying force on the other side. He's on Cat. They get mollied off. They'll force him back. This push it long is kind of wild. It's Infinite in long door, and the bomb's right outside of it.
He's being stared down by Freshie. It's just the fate that we're going to have to pay attention to. If Infinite decides to go ahead and push, might be at a moment where the heads are turned. In fact, Freshie actually calls OG Wizard back, considering this long position. Managed to find Infinite. That's a good finger to lift before they even biff further into this A site. It's Dia back on that long corner line. Snap onto Evancaw at lower middle. That's going to provide some pressure that wasn't already there.
Oh, big nade. Unfortunately, Snav, he's the one who throw it. He can't survive any longer. It's just got to be this Dia op. And the fact that he gets one is honestly brilliant. But it's not enough. Simel's providing the cutoff.
It's been crazy against OG Wizard. Down to a 1 versus 2 now for Carson. Started as a 1v3. I mean, he's just beaming up long. This is so quick by Carson. And Steel makes a mistake. That's a massive gap. And now SML, he has 31 HP to his name. And Carson practically been a reaper in this game so far. Gotta wonder if SML fears him. Yet to even check. This isn't fear, this is focus. He's playing the time, playing his chance, and now he swings far. Couldn't quite spot Carson all the way atop the pyramid. It is Carson that points the way to 7.
Another 1v3 clutch attempt, this time succeeds for Voca. Beautifully done by Carson. And I really, these are the moments where it's awful to have to point this out, because I feel like the potential with Steel on this team is so high, but he's really struggling sometimes to get back into that correct mindset. Caught out multiple times, and this is another one of those. Just, worried about repositioning instead of playing off his teammate. Steel caught in that transition by Carson, and that's what tees off the 1v3 punch.
Absolutely right. He's having one of those really disappointing games that you were talking about in the pre-show. Managed to, skirt by my eye test yesterday and even impress at times, but definitely had a worse day versus Passion UA. Just a few hours later.
What is
and
this?
Look at this boost that's being cooked up. If OG Wizard is actually able to get an angle, you might find Shane, and does. The triple man engineered boost. Stiff arming, further out B. Will it even matter? Carson in an off angle of his zone. Will they be expecting it? Nails that first shot. And with Carson on his move out of the fire, he will at least be free from this first responsibility of tunnels, because OG Wizard been dealt with. He has to get Mr. Evan Kaw out. He does easily.
That's an example of the moments where Carson on NRG just really wasn't doing what he did right there. Just so capable in a very difficult scenario. His responsibilities are endless, but his possibilities are the same. Maneuvering, adjusting, buying time, and being a thorn in the side of SBE. CT succeed again. That's another buy. Force, in fact, as via an infinite dunk, 2 back-to-back nades on Steel's head.
Cover of this FlyQuest smoke up at
Wild.
long, but infinite. He wants to play with them 4-3'd. Shane to backpedal. Not a lot needed of Shane so far, with 2 of his teammates nearly combining for 30 frags. SBE making their way up to the back of this site. Ramp able tiptoe. This is their last round of their T half. As now they're just sending their bodies through it like a wrecking ball through this smoke. And OG Wizard, he can't help but look to pick up the pieces. They're so far away, however.
This bomb, too, dropped out in the open. At least Carson gonna be burned. But trying to recover this bomb is so difficult. Both these CTs are in spawn. No more utility. The T side, they've just got to do this raw.
So patient. Voca aren't the ones to demand much right now, because they've got everything given to them. Patiently waiting for the bomb. Patiently waiting for somebody on SBE to make a decision. Here it is. Finally, the focal point of the fight. Hard to figure this out. And now they're high out of the bomb site, at least with the device. And Shane just chasing them up with it, but the final flick, it results in a fury of a scoreline. It is 9-3 coming out to the first half.
Yeah, it's back-to-back 3-9 score lines here at the IEM Atlantic qualifiers. That's where they ended Overpass yesterday, the final map against Passion UA. Snav with a big opener already. Sprint out long, and it's everybody here for Voca. There's no canceling this. Wow. Yeah. Do you? No, I don't. Why does Modesty explain why he does that? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's cool that they like reached out and were like, hey, you know, we'd like this, and I really do think that that's fun that they've received the support that they need. It's yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, I think that's kind of one of the cool storylines about SML. I think that, like I've been highlighting, there's a lot of pressure on this guy, but I feel like we really know what he's capable of. You and I get the privilege to cover like collegiate Counter Strike. It's a little bit of my baby. It's been like 5 years for me getting to cover that. And SML's a guy that like doesn't have a lot of team experience, but we've watched him play on his collegiate team for the last year, and he's been like the piece in many ways, bringing them to multiple grand finals last semester. So huge opportunity. Speaking of, Evan grabbing one of those, stealing away one from Long, but SML's trade comes in. It's only going to be the singular. Never mind. He's lined up a double. Gotta be. Like I said, this being their map pick, but in general, they have a really good map pool for this series, SportsBet. So as the underdog, you've got a dream outcome after the veto is completed to get your 3 best maps in a row. But I think that just stands to show what Voca is made up of on those maps. Not exactly an ideal buy from them. Really limited utility belts, especially. 3 rifles to try and maneuver their way around this one. Ooh. So far from this, I hate it. Yeah, but Voca had the advantage of being up the whole time, pretty much. SBE, they don't have that advantage, and for that reason, it's why I'm so surprised that they didn't go for this. Obviously, so separated. To lose Evan on the exit, going to be even more painful. The big ticket items, of course, OG Wizard and Freshy's AK. Freshy not going to be checked. He'll stick around behind double door. And so at least 3 of the 4 survive to round 17. But it just does feel as if individually that decision isn't bad. But what it means is that you're betting big on winning 8 rounds in a row now for SportsBetExpert.
Unfortunately, another really slow game out of Evan Kaw. Called a couple of those straight. Had a really good nuke performance yesterday. But it sort of seems like he's getting the worst end of a lot of these. Maybe in terms of scapegoatage too. Like, kind of seeing him on the scoreboard, but also knowing what he does at the anchor spots. I mean, honestly, watching him, he hasn't played too poorly during this Dust 2, during this absolute blowout that they've experienced. Freshy getting flashed through, and an embarrassing end to a pretty grim first map in the first place. 13-4, Voca dominate SBE on their map choice.
Yeah, listen, you had a great game out of Carson. Dio was popping off early in the first half. Infinite playing at the usual level that we expect from him. It's just a hard game to win when that's the case. And just to kind of touch on the point you were making there about Evan, honestly, I don't really think he holds all that much responsibility. I mean, he's the T-side lurker there for most of that game. Right. And it's hard to be an effective T-side lurker when your entire team is just getting rolled in other spaces. it's rare that you're going to be on the T side of Dust 2 for you to initiate as the lurker. You can have a more aggressive lurk, but that's usually a rarity on that map in particular. So I don't really say it's all on him. I think a team effort of struggles, Steel struggling, Evan struggling, and Freshie in particular, I feel like wasn't at the level that we needed him. Some moments from SML, but they were too few and far between, excuse me. And that all leads to Voca when they're having a good game and SportsBet are having a bad game for the score line to be what it just was.
Yeah, 100%. It really feels like this is, unfortunately, this SBE team kind of fluttering out potentially of this tournament where we take our next couple of steps, Vincent, I feel like are going to honestly be so damning. I mean, you even see it on your screen. In fact, right now, that's where we're headed. It's onto an Ancient up next door. And in fact, where we'd probably rule actually home turf for this core of Snav, Shane, and Dia the last 3 years, right? I don't think there's any discussing around that. Discussing that second map and pulling up to a bit of a break here. The Intel Extreme Masters will resume in about 13 minutes time. Don't
Yeah, this
you
is
worry, ladies and gentlemen. We actually do have both of our casters here for our second series. We are back on our journey to Atlanta at the Intel Extreme Masters. Vincent, there's some times where a team just plays a map so much that they make it their own. This is Voca's home turf, and where Snav looks to do some of his best calling.
no doubt about it. And it's also individually, like Snav is just so capable on this map. I feel like that's another portion of it. It's also one of the best maps for Shane, and that's before you even get any deeper into the lineup of, the stars that you typically would be talking about. We haven't even touched on those. So yeah, it's a tough one out here for SportsBetExpert. And even if you're looking at Voca and you're saying, well, Vincent, actually they have 3 maps in a row that they've lost here, and also 4 of their last 5 they've lost here. Yeah, to NRG, Rave, and M80. That's not real. Like that doesn't count. You can't be comparing that. Those are non-comparable at all. And so yeah, even though SportsBetExpert, they haven't played it a lot in HLTV officials, this is kind of their probably second favorite map, I would think. I think Mirage and Dust 2 is kind of on the same, and then you got Ancient. Right. So despite that fact, they still are in a wild uphill battle against this Voca team.
Yeah, and I would really like to put some respect on those 4 out of 5 losses, right? Like, they're all above a 13-7 scoreline, most of them above a 13-9. They're very, very close. And, this is where we talk about, when I was yapping, where Voca is becoming a part of that next up movement with Boss, taking these next couple of strides into 2026. It's results like that support that sentiment, but also results like this, where they happen just completely handle their opponents that they see below their belt, into house and then into CT. But seeing the terror of Infinite first, gets to turn these corners. SML getting to turn right up with his dualies. He's gonna have to bend backwards and hit a pretty shot. For Dia, walks a couple more steps forward into Donut. Their defensive smoke just faded. That would help them. Evan Kaw, 1v2. No kit to remove. He's going to have to go completely on his own in the clutch. Manages to find Infinite and hops right on the bomb. The 10-second defuse by Evan Kaw. Saw one of these just days ago off the rip. And now 10 seconds to tick. And Dia right at the turn. Gets it at the last moment. Voca holding on to their ancient T-sided pistol.
Duh, it just feels like Evan maybe should have stuck that, actually. Got off at the last second, just trying to hope and pray, but it was so close. Voca steal it away. Some insane shooting, though, from SML. He had a nasty few shots on those dualies, and then that tag from Evan was also incredible. But all for naught. SBE not going to be able to take a pistol victory just yet. For 3 as it stands right now. They will be force buying, and I want to continue to mention it. This team loves their force buy after a loss, even on the CT side. Most teams are going to force buy after a loss no matter what on the T side, and a lot of times if they don't get a plant, they'll still save. It's every time that SBE invest, no matter what side they're on.
Just on that cue, that's really how you will sort of register the rampage that SBE is about to set their own temperature to take in the second half. It's got to go here. It's got to go here. And Refreshy looks so good in moments on those SMGs yesterday. Only able to get one. Steel and Evan going to be slipping through here. Backline. Some of these pistol shots is going long range. Started this round. Yeah, again, live in the back lines. Long range fights. Can't quite complete it onto Evan Kaw, but destroys Steel at his first sight.
Yeah, and now, Evan is just locked out. Dia, in fact, takes a fight that is a little ambitious, but against the pistol, he will succeed just nicely. SportsBet starting off on the back foot. And that is kind of been the storyline of them in this qualifier. It's been back foot. I know they had the big victory over Boss, but, for me, that's of the favorites in that opening matchup in the upper bracket. think those guys are the most in question for me. So reality is, ever since meeting up with some of the better opposition, SportsBet has struggled. It isn't a surprise necessarily, but it's the same here.
Yeah, like it's really hard for me to continue to talk and respect that boss result from yesterday if you're coming into another series versus a team that I'm directly putting on the same level, probably above boss respectfully for how long Voca has been working in this for. I think that's definitely the case. There's not much of a discussion there, but just absolutely getting blown out like this, I feel like it's a really bad sentiment to, have back-to-back for it. I'm hoping this Ancient can be a little bit different, but so far it doesn't really just seem to be the same team as yesterday. A different energy. Seeing them achieve it was good, but a close, consistent result that we're looking for even in losses is what tells you a lot. We were just talking about those ancient losses that Voca have against the top teams in NA, cutting it close. I thought you were going to see SBE take a big swing in the CT spawn there. It looks like they're going to keep Infinite coming to him. Freshie with a great double kill, though.
I don't know how he actually claimed 2 lives there. That's insane. But few more exits. There's a lot of damage being done. Shane will clean it up, but yeah, a lot of kills coming the way of SBE at the end of that round. So economically, they've kept Voca honest. But yeah, I think the storyline for SportsBet right now is like, just ups and downs, right? We see them get smashed by a Marsborn and CCT a few days ago. But before that, I mean, they're dominating Chicken Coop, right? They're playing well against Regain. They dominate Boss, but then up against Passion, it's just so clear that they're, respectfully in entirely different leagues. And I don't even think it's like A and B. It's like A and maybe even D.
Zav gets the fight that he was trying to take Steel to bait, and an ugly escape out from Cheetah there. Freshie and ugly spray onto Infinite. Favorite of map number 1. Stuns that opening fight. Slows it up a little bit on B. And then caught advantage.
Back out to this B site. Smoke's up in the way. Problem is these CTs, they're just stuck behind it, and oh, that's so devastating. Dia succeeds again. Inside of mid. Spam through the smoke. Bomb plant could be coming in, but SML playing denial.
With a whole lot of speed, could have made Snap bleed on the bomb. Dia to come and protect. Voca keep it flawless at 4-0.
Well played. SML making a good go of that thing. A valiant attempt, but it goes for naught. Eastside flying high right now off the back of Dia, 7-1. Got the Riflers, though, stepping up here for SportsBet.
Steel audibly into Cheetah at the start of the round once again, and he's gone. It's a double kill from Snav right off the rip. Evan continue to go on this trip. Actually sees a little bit further into middle. There's not too much information he can pull out. Aside from the presence of Infinite, which was prior confirmed. Freshie looks to pull the plug on him and is just domed.
SB really only have 1 speed, and that's aggressive. Finding that out. Bomb pathing back towards A. Dia's got the cutoff.
Spray down to OG Wizard. And McCall coming tiptoeing up the ramp, and won't take much time. Voca to line up each one of those frags on the aggressive extremity plays. The 1 speed you're talking about. Be their death.
Yeah, SportsBet want to keep playing at that type of pace. They've got to start winning those fights. In reality, you can't be playing so aggressive and then also losing them, because you're playing in a situation where, Freshie is playing to recover a disadvantage by pushing A there. It makes it easy to make more bad decisions if you start on that note. And it's been constant pain points from that point on. This one's gonna be simple, right up the B ramp.
See Steel taken out. Elbow long range duel taken there. This is classic Shane on the entries. Nobody can compete with him off of the block into the water. Voca seemingly on their next lap already. Freshie being chased back to down. There's no saving here when it's Carson. The crawl back, another one of these frags. Or SML. Gotta do it all against the world here to keep this A1S up. This is so ugly, but I'm loving the energy from Voca serving into today, Vincent. I mean, they're either going to have to play against Fisher or Boss, ripping out, talking about so much how I compare Voca and Boss, right? That's a rivalry. Looking to take its next couple of steps. You know, yesterday when I was casting with Tony, we had so much fun describing the web of players that had competed together in this chat. Tony even made a little bit of a flow chart comparing all the Blue Jays where Detonate and Wildcard came into just parallel through the Stanislav, Freshie, slight connection, all of that complete. Obviously here talking about Blue Jays leadership. Back over to Voca, potentially see up against one of his favorite riflers, Fruit Cup, later.
Yeah, we're gonna get a peek at that. Again, aggressive. Take into down mid. Not a great buy. I mean, basically everything invested to get this space by SBE leaves them lacking for late round. They've got it for now. Voca set to hold off for now.
Great start by Infinite. OG Wizard just doesn't seem confident to swing this, but he should. The lineup is there. Dia continuing to spam. SBE just falling into the hands of Voca. Evan continuing to go on this aggressive note, and he's going to be winning these fights. You're absolutely right. It's right behind Evan Kaw, taking this round into his own hands. Furthermore, focused on the HP, focused on Infinite on the other side of the world, and Steel will deal with it. The first round for SBE here on Ancient.
It wasn't a pretty one, but it'll get the job done. SBE find themselves in that aggressive stance I've been highlighting a lot, but they didn't have great weapons. They were really effective, though, at swinging off of one another. And, I mean, the biggest asset is Evan somehow, some way finding the bomb deep into his T-spawn. He wasn't intending to catch that. He was just going for a quick rotate. Thought that they were going to snap A there, but Voca didn't have the device. And so, he was the first round because of that.
Flash off of the lip of middle, sending SML out as their Swiss Army knife. Desert a ball and fight back. Also Steel having such a hard time here in Cave, and Snap and Shane don't let it complicate even further. The boost to get that frag, they blow up the door of house and find OG Wizard just sitting around. SML throws his hand onto the flame, and they just feel the fire of this flaming Voca project, looking to pass by them 2-0 today. It's already 7-1.
Yeah,
We're just about to be.
It also begs the question, why Steel is the Cave player? You know, that's a real premium spot on this map. I mean, you would argue the premium spot on the CT side. You know, if you're talking about the guys that you want to be at their best, you want your Cave player and your primary mid player, or maybe your rotator, depending on how you're approaching it. But the point is that, you know, this is a big deal. And Steel not quite having a great game in that space. One victory, but SBE can't convert additional ones off the back of that. Voca's economy has been kept in check. Let's just be very clear. This is recoverable on paper, but trying to break through Voca that isn't really having any weaknesses right now is tough.
If I'm even remembering correctly, anecdotally, got to see a lot of Chill Guys, Revenge Nation play on Ancient It was actually Evancod that played in that cave position from when I got to watch him. He was always more of an aggressive player. When I got to see, stunned in the side of the head right there. Cave had just straight up dunked on. And well, we actually got our wish, Vincent. We got a little bit of help in Cave. That being Steel didn't help him though.
No, not enough. Instead of just one opening pick, it's been two. Voca, all the utility deployed. No way to get back into this. Honestly, SBE will be saving. It's just really a question of, like, do they get to save? Because there's Shane walking it up on a flank. They're looking a little more interested.
Oh, man. This is just such a frustration. Can't even save. OG Wizard kept back around. Yeah, here's a couple of flashy shots likely. Can end a highlight on the save, but what help is that? This is such a dominating scoreline and destruction of SBE today. I mean, it's an 8-1 that we stare down right now. Only 4 rounds on your first map. This is really concerning. Like I said, after a great day yesterday, the best series, the best win in HLTV officials that SBE have had up to this point was against Boss yesterday. You wanted to see it continue to get better. Still time. You haven't even reached halftime here in Ancient yet. Pop up and near Steel. Show us what he's still got left in the tank. It's Evancod to reach further out with his SMG. Has managed to crawl 2 kills back into his corner.
I mean, this is the best case scenario for a trade fragging into the site when you've got these lacking weapons. Good post-plant positioning now. Separated CTs. And now all alone is SML.
This is where the young man can shine. Maybe given a little bit of an element of surprise at the pop of the nade. But unfortunately, it will just be another round sealed and sent back to the Voca camp.
Yeah, I mean, to suggest that, you know, we're not quite at halftime yet. There's still a chance. Honestly, with this scoreline though, you're running out fast. Even if you were to get the last 2 rounds here, it ain't good. And it could get worse. Gun round at least upcoming for SportsBet. The locks down the first man early. In case he's traded.
SML had to go and aggressively pivot back to get this kill. OG Wizard, quite a great pull with those 2 kills. About the first time, genuinely, SBE have wrestled out this middle control at the beginning of this defense. Start of the round. It's almost back in the rafters for Voca.
Good read,
Gonna
too.
call Infinite back. Carson Infinite, your stars from map number 1. They look to stud in this clutch. At least finding the first body. Bomb spotted. And thankfully able to stop himself before Steel.
Evan trying to get on the move. A little bit of a pause. Into Donut goes Infinite. They're trying to find a way to help his in-game leader, Evan. Got to get out there. The Voca are patient.
Almost mirroring him perfectly. Infinite. Just to read Steel's position out. It's so elementary. But Evancod, given the avenue to pull up to the clutch with everything required, a smoke and a kit and the full HP. You need more proof that SBE were meant to succeed in this game, but then it was stolen. Like they ever had a chance today. It's very disappointing to be here at a 10-1 scoreline. We know SBE has more to give than this. But you feel that pulse, and you're not picking up nothing. A lifeless feeling here at the end of the first half.
I mean, the one time they get a man advantage and they just can't convert it. That's really all you need to know about that. It's another poor purchase. And Freshly just trying to go through the elbow smoke. Just a little bit too ambitious for me.
Smell sees his head over the lip, and it is just smashed right on the corner. OG Wizard is one of my favorite talents in North America on the op. I don't think I've seen him get it up, what, more than twice today on the scope, maybe briefly on Dust 2. Been decent when asked required on the rifle, but let's see him remove out the chances in this clutch. Not when Snav is standing there as sturdy of a lead as 10 rounds. Voca get to pack away. We'll see you after this halftime break. SBE gonna take every second of it. After a really ugly first half, and unfortunately, it's a page we turn that doesn't get prettier, Vincent. They haven't won a pistol round yet in our series. Looking to see that change to give SBE a little bit of life where there's ancient left to live.
Yeah, it's not been great. It's got to be better, and there isn't much time to recover that. It's donut, it seems. We'll get a 3-2 split onto the A site.
Get ready for the back end of this. SML running up and actually finds this opening fight. Freshie on a great line as well. It is a double kill from the Portuguese player. Freshie takes it a step further, obliterates Carson in the back line. And I hope I am required to eat my words that I just said, ripping into the start of this half. It looks like SBE up big in this pistol. 2v5, got this bomb down. Snav and Shane, I'm afraid, can do their best and probably won't add up to this. Surrounded, they'll stare you down. OG Wizard and Shane!
No way!
4 frags for it! Never doubt Shane. You know he is just terminated his entire opposition. Picks up the kit, a 1v5, and Steel is probably in the only position he wouldn't expect. Steel, he's gonna start spamming that bomb. He has to stab Shane in the back after one of the most shocking clutch attempts that we've seen on the road to Atlanta.
1v5 ace clutch denied by Steel's knife. Oh, the name of the server matches the blade in his hand, and Voca will be stalled for the moment. That is such an almost a what-if scenario. SportsBet, they breathe a sigh of relief. Massive opportunity now for them to at least recover this thing. Voca, not too worried. They've got a huge bed of rounds to fall back on. Things got to be real nice and soft with how many stacked up on top. We'll be ecoing.
I love when I get that energy out of Shane. You know, there were just some times we would watch them on this Getting Info, you know, part of the project, like running it up in a group stage, playoffs of a tournament. Shane would just have some ridiculous game falling next to the talents of Snav and Dia. They're sprayed down. Steel will pull them together. Carson and Infinite will wait along. Even with the bomb on his back, a little bit labored onto the USB. SBE provide their 3rd round, and you know, for their sake, I hope they're just getting started.
Yeah, no more worries there. I feel like we're kind of getting a little bit of a vision into the SML that I've been like talking about, and I feel like I'm telling a legend right now, because in all the games you and I have had the privilege to cast, and we've not seen any of it, but you know, there's been a couple of moments in this map already, and of course that pistol round double entry that have been very much along those same pages. Got to be more than just him, though.
Gianna Carson easily returned, just pulling up with the 2-man push through a main. Infinite, I think, spots the shadow of SML, but that does not matter. Just pulverizes him. SML has been on a really great last couple of rounds coming out of the half. Shane active down the ramp. It's a 3v3 stuck in the middle of this, and he sees Steel sprinting away from the beat bomb site with the bomb on his back.
Winnable? Absolutely, and even more so now as Dia catches SML. Freshie and Steel so separated. Oh, just the shadow giving it away. So it's all up to the in-game leader. A long tenure as a player. We thought he had donned another hat, but not permanently. Looks to hold and stand tall. Keep SB alive.
Shane has this locked up in the clutch. Seeing out, throwing away the key, and keeping SBE in their cage. This is a brutal creation. One that will go and provide a total of 7 rounds for SBE, if that's the best that they have to offer here on the Intel Extreme Masters road to Atlanta, Vinny. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to make it there. Only one can.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, this is a cutthroat qualifier. The big favorites up in the way. SBE might be about to be knocked out, gone. Full mid take, Carson in front. It ain't getting better for SportsBetExpert.
1 versus 4. SBE, they did soar in this tournament. That 2-0 versus Boss was great, but maybe you burned out. Pick up their pieces, Vinny. Potentially, this is just the start that they have with Steel. But for that to be seen, walking forward with Evan back on the roster, it seems like the right move to make. SML, a very promising youngin'. And of course, we know the talents of OG Wizard and the Canadian cornerstone Freshie, as the door is shut in their face, 13-3, and back-to-back 13-4. You get that done. Voca take it 2-0 and eliminate SportsBetExpert from the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta closed qualifier.
Yeah, I think as expected, Voca winning this game, but the domination that they just put together is, I won't say entirely like unknown. We've seen that many times before, but I think that they show up in form that they really weren't in, in some of the events they've been in the past couple of weeks. And yeah, it's a scary version of Voca that just dominated Sportsbet in this match. So not at all surprising to see them eliminated. Voca move on to the lower final. That will be an interesting one. They get the winner of Fisher College and Boss that was in overtime in map number 1, but Boss able to take it there in the lower bracket. So yeah, we're getting down to the wire here, Mark. And to be honest with you, there's still plenty to offer, but Sportsbet going to have to be doing it next time.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see the next couple of steps they take. I really would like to know, really where we're going to be taking this longevity with Steel onto the roster. I think with VRS implication and all this, it's going to be a great leader to have back under them. I feel like at some points in this tournament, getting to commentate it, Vinny, when I was here with Tony yesterday, we got to sit and rip in the time machine. We were getting to commentate a series where Stanislaw is competing against Steel, right, in a head-to-head in-game leader. So, it's always a classic when you can get Steel in here, a man that you got to see pop up on Vibe. That was a tier 2 project that honestly wasn't too permanent. They got to play in a couple of online tournaments, but he did have some significant experience with Undefined and Undone, getting to team up with Sixy, everybody over there. It was a great little stint he had, but hoping that this one is here for the long run, Vinny.
Yeah, and we got ourselves a little bit of a long run before we can jump into that next one. Next up on the docket here for us on this stream is going to be the victor of that Fisher College Boss game against Voca in that lower final. So we'll be tuning in to that one, but it is going to be like an hour and a half. It's going to be a little while before we get into that, and it won't be Mark. We'll get Apples in here as well. So Mark, it's been a pleasure. Glad I could jump on and join you for at least one best of 3, my friend. But yeah, that's gonna do it from us. We'll be back in about 80 minutes. We'll see you then.
just like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss. it's crazy. We're chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our life. And I know this is what we want, 'cause this is just what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around, 'cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself promoted for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on, 'cause it's so fun and no one's upset. Sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself promoted, living my life the way I want. A surge of energy as you come into sight. Caught in the moment, I'm hypnotized. With every breath I feel the fire inside. Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, 'cause your body's side. Your love is like a wildfire. My heart's on fire as I hold you close. Your touch, it's electric, a beautiful overdose. I'm addicted to the way we move and sway. Lost in the rhythm, bodies insane. We're in days. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain. It takes me high. 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 Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain. It takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, 'cause your body's side. Your love is like a wildfire. Like a wildfire. Wildfire. Like a wildfire. Oh, like a wildfire. Lost in the moment, but caught in the flame.
chasing each other, and they let it be. Where's the shore at? Where's the shore at? Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. Your mom told me pride aside, I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Kinda miss you. Kinda miss you. Wanted to lay my hand on your shoulder for a minute there. We grew stronger. We grew stronger. Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. Your mom told me pride aside, I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. You're pulling that way into another. What's it gonna be? Don't know which of us is right, but don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight.
I've been feeling quiet away from you, but the time has done its thing, and I feel better. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna beat up, wanna treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna beat up, wanna treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna beat up, wanna treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna beat up, wanna treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide.
Thinking about your love tonight, love tonight, love tonight. Just wanna be the one to treat you right, treat you right, treat you right. Thinking about your love tonight, love tonight, love tonight. Just wanna be the one to treat you right, treat you right, treat you right.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A strong win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the Grand Finals. It's Anubis!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The road to IEM Atlanta continues plodding along here in the upper bracket. My name is Vincent, joined now by Apples as we're jumping into, really the matchup of this qualifier. When you look at the teams invited, Apples, this is what you expect. You've got Passion UA and Wildcard coming up. Welcome in, and how are you doing?
I'm doing incredible. I feel so lucky to be brought in for this matchup. Indeed, two very interesting teams on some interesting spots right now, which we'll talk about just a little bit later. But yeah, this is gonna be a banger one coming out here.
Yeah. So as you've probably been watching, but a little bit of a recap type angle. This is the upper bracket. We've seen Passion UA pretty much dominate their way through. I mean, to be fair, they're the highest
Hmm.
seed, so they got the easiest draw in round one. Followed that up after a sports bet had the upset win versus Boss with another easy win. Shouldn't have been a problem, wasn't a problem at all. Where Wildcard, it was a little bit more interesting. Fisher took them really deep, like a quad or triple overtime game in map one on that series, and
Yeah.
Voca pushed them as well in what ended up being a 2-1 series favoring Wildcard. They got through. This is a peek at the lower bracket that we're going to get to take a look a little deeper into later on. That's our third matchup, at least my third matchup here on this stream today. That'll be the winner of Boss versus Voca versus the loser of this happening later on tonight. But yeah, this has been an
Absolutely.
incredibly exciting qualifier thus far.
Oh, quite. Has been really exciting just to be watching it and watching all the streams that's been happening just in the last day. It's been an insane 36 hours of North American Counter-Strike. And these teams, they have been trying to prove it, bringing the OTs. Fisher College has been honestly the notorious ones bringing the OTs. Unfortunate not going to be able to make it to that consolidation finals. But we do have our map vetoes coming up. I like Mirage here for Wildcard. They did not play it too favorably earlier in this qualifier. But I feel like that is like their map. They can go back to it if they want just more puggy style. Overpass Passion UA, that is just their map all in all. But Anubis is where we get a little bit interesting, Vincent.
Yeah, we do. I really was a big fan of the overpass that Passion put together. I mean, Passion, they've not necessarily had like a fantastic time internationally as of recently, as we all
Yeah.
know, but Overpass is one of those maps that they actually are really good at, even internationally. So, leading into an Anubis that Wildcard have been willing to play.
Yeah.
I think that this is an opportunity for them to kind of show what they actually have on this map. Passion is has also been like okay with playing it, but they've only played one map. So I think that this, for me, at least on behalf of Wildcard, is the hope that they can get a little bit of a leg up if this series goes deep. But that's the real question: is this
Yeah.
series even going deep?
I really do hope it does, because the last time we saw Passion UA play it, it was versus NIP during Krakow. And we won't talk too heavily about Krakow. That was a little bit, we would call it, embarrassing for them, as ESL put on their Twitter. But they also haven't like explicitly banned it yet in this tournament, in this qualifier. It's always been banned against them. They've let it float, and this is the first time that it's been put into the map pool for them. And Wildcard was able to bring it out, so maybe we'll see something a little bit interesting, something new from them since that last game that they played versus NIP. But that's even if we go the full distance here.
Yeah, I think the point to be made about Passion UA, even amidst all these rumors and such, with Halzerk on the chopping block, potentially Nyx on the chopping block for the Sinzu is the rumor. Don't know how real that is, but for a team that's struggling, been struggling internationally, they have proven that they're like multiple levels above everyone else here. But Wildcard is a little bit of a different beast than the two teams they played previously. Now is another one of those testing moments for Passion. Are they going to, be able to kind of prove that once again? My gut says yes. I don't know where you stand.
I would say that my favorites would be Lying with Passion. I feel like they have a little bit more on the ticket to make it there. Obviously, we've been talking about it, and you've been talking about it the last couple of days, that they are the favorites here. Wildcard, something about them doesn't quite excite me too much quite yet. Just the way that they formed this new team around Peeping. There's a lot of question marks that you even had, that you brought up to me earlier, which I'll let you talk about, that's kind of happening around them, that I don't know, once we get onto that server, once we go, say they take Mirage, maybe they take Mirage against Passion UA, then Passion UA gets Overpass. Are they going to be able to bring it on Anubis the way that they need to, just with a couple months of practice behind their belt? It's just lots of question marks going on for them.
Yeah, and to dive a little deeper into what those are, I mean, there's this question about like who's calling. on this. Everybody's being a little cagey about it, and I don't really
Quite.
know why. Yeah, it feels like it should be an easy answer, but there's not been one. These hex/rec rolls, what exactly is going on? From the outside, it's clear, and I haven't had that many opportunities to cast this wildcard team. I actually got to cast one of their Frag Miami games, but that was so early on, it really wasn't clear. Hex definitely performing better than rec, and don't get me started on the irony of them playing together on this team after Hex replaced Rec on M80. That is insane. That had to have been like an awkward locker room conversation at like one of those first games that they played in Miami. But then you continue forward. How long is Classio going to last on this project? It's always been a question of how long, not even if he'll be there for the long term. I'm hoping that can be changed. I don't, I'm not preying on the guy's downfall, but the history is the history. And then Peeping, not quite the guy that we knew previously. So, these are a lot of questions that are stacking up for Wildcard. And as much as there hasn't been any crazy warning signs yet, they've been beating who they should be locally. This is a huge test.
Yeah. And all of that you just described kind of lays in part to just like a lot of strange emotions revolving around the team, which when you get into the server, once you're up against an opponent as tall, as high up that Passion UA is, at least on the seeding and just on VRS and everything, how is that going to go when you guys are getting beaten down? You need to mentally reset, figure out what you need to do. There's no IGL question mark that we know of, like you said. So who really is calling? Is it just a vibe calling kind of thing? Is this like just a passion project? We don't really know too much, just the results that we've been given. Hopefully we see them on stage at some point in the future so we could just see how they all look at each other and talk to each other, because honestly right now it is a lot of question marks, like you said.
Yeah, and I think to kind of dive a little deeper into that like calling point that we're talking about, on paper, I think it would make sense for, when you're talking about like more experienced pieces. Obviously MHL has like a little bit more international experience, but like, Hex and even Rec to a much lesser degree is the most experienced piece of this new look Wildcard. So for me, it would make sense. And to be fair, like the part of the reason that they brought Hex into M80 was that they wanted somebody a little bit more vocal, especially in the mid round. So like Hex can be that guy. So I'd imagine that he's probably taking a lot of those types of responsibilities. As for like who's making moves out of spawn in the CT side, could be more of a Torji exertion on Mao's type situation where your big pieces are calling their openers on the CT side. But when it comes to having like top to bottom clear and concise game plan, that's what I think can be concerning for Wildcard right now, especially against a group like Passion, where there is maybe quite a few questions about Passion UA, but one of them is not at all about their in-game leadership in JT.
Something that I'm going to theorize about here that I've heard about in the past that has happened on previous tier 2 teams and like female teams and stuff in the past is that they would kind of collaborative IGL. They would have different IGLs depending on what map it was, because of the comfortability one certain player had on one depending on the other one. And we may end up seeing that now that we have a little bit more of a broader map pool that Wildcard is going to have to be playing with, at least in this series, and if they make it to the final after this. But still, that kind of goes to show that there's not that much planning on the back of it. I don't know. It's a lot of question marks, and right now that is just a theory, but it's just a theory.
A game theory, one might say, mayhaps.
Game theory.
I'm right there with you. But for Passion, listen, they've come out here and really showed that they're multiple levels above anyone else they've played at this point. Like I had the privilege of casting the game that they played in the upper bracket just ahead of this against SportsBet, and like as simple things like just consistently having everyone blind who was taking fights, it's like that level of small things that were going so perfectly for Passion, or not even going perfectly, we're set up perfectly. That's more accurate. So as we jump into this Mirage, we've got a look into what Wildcard can do, assembled over towards this B bomb site. It's a 4-1 setup, only one lurker. That's Peeping, or excuse me, It's Hexed outside of a execute coming.
Smoke thrown down. Nick X is trying to hide backside, able to get one. Halzert gonna help out with the crossfire, and these taps are going quick. MHL left alone on site. X trying to run up on Cat just to help him with the fight, but the timing is not there. Grim finding one. X 1v4 all alone. Everyone's looking at him. Not much you can shoot there.
Clean sweep out there for Passion UA. Wildcard. Not a lot that you could have gotten done there. Nick's right on target. Some really actually flashy flicks on the heads from his USP. And as you were highlighting, Hex comes in, but it's a little too late. There's just not a lot that he can be setting up there when everyone has been killed on the inbound. Wildcard not going to be investing much of anything. In fact, it's just 2 flashbangers. That's the whole goal. Maybe they can get a bomb plant on B because that's where they're headed. There's not a B player on site, though, to be fair. JT's getting there, but is he going to be fast enough? I think so.
He's running. He's running. Yeah. Just in time. Did get blinded, but is able to finish a kill onto Hex. Nick's trying to help him out here. It's one block kill coming through, and the T's are thinning out, Peeping left alone on an island, and it looks very similar to the first round, but we had rifles.
Rifles up next, and no bomb plant means that it's going to actually be a few more Galeals than they were hoping. Pretty wide array of utility, actually, that Wildcard have been able to pick up. Talking about rifling, though, Classia, definitely one of those guys to watch out for. Hexed has been really good. I think Peeping quite capable, and of course, MHL's op has been a big portion of this. We saw a peek of what MHL's op could be when he was stepping in when the whole Fuzi situation was going down last year. It's Grim. Find that opening frag. That's a space over on A that Grim was really effective at in the game I watched yesterday.
Trying to battle for this mid space. The smoke about to get cleared. Ooh, Rex gonna just shoot right through. Saw that util. Them down for the count, and looks like trying to watch their back once they try to squeeze up Cat. Taking space here. Wildcard to take a chance to breathe. Make sure that they haven't been lurked down. That apartments hasn't been pushed through. JT looking for something in mid. Really just a
They're full clearing mid right now.
Yeah. Ooh,
JT.
Nice catch.
Caught. Grim was clearing lower mid as well, but MHL, he's already made the adjustment. Nick's in a prime position to have some impact, but they are clawing their way back up Cat. In the meantime, smoke in as well. Wildcard get the bomb down, but they won't survive for long. Him making his great escape. Another big fight. That was fantastic, but Grim still left alive. Only 2 HP.
Oh,
Won't be able to close that one out. Rec connects and gets Wildcard into the mix.
I mean, you said the word. You said the word clawing, and that is exactly how that round felt. It felt very like, we are going to get into the site. We are going to get on B, and they were able to get that. Grim definitely trying to fight his way back into it. Just was not quick enough at the end. Wildcard were able to steal that round out from them. Changing the pace here just a little bit. Patience here from Wildcard. Throwing their usual utility and not rushing too much like they were the first 2 rounds. Waiting out some CT util. Grim thinking about moving in towards ramp as Wildcard does set up for an execute here. Smoke flying over. Molly in response. This could be dicey, and Nick X is sitting in Ninja just in case. Skills are on the side of Wildcard. 5-7 activates, but quickly shut down here.
Yeah, this is, fortunately for Passion, a situation where they weren't ever in position to defend against this unless they're just getting, a big multi-kill. Grim, especially, he was in the spot where he could have done something, but Wildcard have good utility and execute that. Listen, on paper isn't necessarily anything special, but Passion didn't have any other map control, so they really didn't know what was coming. JT and Kvm trying to save. Neither of them are guaranteed that. At least JT going to get an upgrade onto a Galil for now. The rest of Wildcard still hunting them down.
A little too early to get too deep into that hunt. Rifle saved over. Not too bad here for Passion. I have to decide a couple of things on the economy, though, forcing into some pistols and some utility for them. Wildcard. Good actions bringing them back to 2-2.
Wildcard.
He missed a jump.
Doing a good job. Yeah, but not that big a deal. Would have been nice. Obviously, Halzerk, would have been a fantastic position for him to be in ladder. Peeping already has beat him to that punch.
Wow,
Halzerk might just get cleared. Oh my goodness, JT doesn't clear either.
Okay.
Now they know.
Peeping just being a thorn in the side right now.
Dude, Halzerk, come on.
Someone. Ace round.
Peeping still won't be found. He's handling it all very well. Okay. Finally going to go down to Kvm, who had caught the cap push as well. Or excuse me, that was a top mid fight a few moments ago.
That would have been a completely different round if Halzerk was able to make that jump and at least maybe catch him. Then they would have had the information that he was sat there. But he just controlled that round completely. An incredible round from him.
Some anti-eco kills in the mix there, but no doubt the impact felt from Peeping. Triple kill, though he did go down for it. Passion, with them being able to save a couple of guns over the last 2 losses, they're still going to be doing well. That eco surrounding the 2 weapons, they get 2 more. Now Halzerk has an AWP. He's definitely a guy that has a lot to play for, more than just a spot in Atlanta. But the rumors being that he's the guy on the chopping block with Try. Coming in, double nade, begin the round. Actually, tag a 3rd one on off timing. Kvm eats the 3rd one. So some early damage done. The Wildcard utility.
Not too much space really taken by Wildcard right now. You have a little bit of an under lurk here happening from Rec, wanting to clear out that mid. Just give him a little bit more of some space, some room for them. Thinking about it, smokes out into window, and JT just gonna have to be the one to hold down the fort, at least with this view. Now Wildcard have found their space. Passion not wanting to get too aggressive here, but being able to find JT just through the smoke. Cat player down for a count. Halzerk about to get tested. Oh, missed shot, but it is a leg. Finds the 2nd one, and now 2 AKs for 2 kills. Halzerk and Nickx got to make it done, and he's able to find another one in the round. This jungle lurk may be a little late, but they're looking.
It's going to be perfect.
Ooh.
Halzerk right on the money. Multiple times. Able to pull that back. That was a disadvantage for Passion. They were in massive trouble. There was no world in which they win that round if it's not for Halzerk's multi. Just not a lot of utility left late for Wildcard, and that's a huge problem for them. They think they have a little bit more access, but once they realize that's not true, they don't have the utility left to actually do anything about it. But from Nyx and from Halzerk, a great recovery. Little speed change. Right in front of it. Peeping. Tries to go for an entry. And into connect where he falls flat. That is very separated from the rest of Wildcard.
Expected him to get an opening there. Now Glacia and Wreck just sitting in underpass. Another smoke coming out. Just give them another question mark. Trying to make their way into mid. Information there with the other smoke. Glacia able to find that headshot. Trying to get a little bit more space. Yeah.
Big moment from Halzerk. Swing from Cat goes wrong. Fashion. Settling back in. The question is, where do Wildcard go? Sprinting back through underpass and upper B. As unfortunately for Halzerk, they've already beat his timing, so it's all up to Nyx.
Oh, missed shot. Able to get him the kill, but now Rek knows that he's on this site. He doesn't know about Rek. The headshots, and he's able to get it. It's a little bit of some steps. We'll find their footing there.
That's good stuff out of Passion UA. Top to bottom, looking a lot more comfortable that round. They obviously start with the man advantage, but even beyond that, they need to play some recovery motion as well. Ultimately, Nyx in the driver's seat on the B-bomb site. He's had a strong start. I see Kvim looking to put some pressure on lower. Also see smoke into underpass, and it's a fight towards mid that Kvim wants to take instead. This is an anti-eco, sure, but that's why you got to be as careful as possible.
Yeah. Do not want to get overloaded by the Glocks, and Peeping able to get out with one. Eagle left alone. A heavy nade takes him down to 19. Halzerk's got his eye on it. Still don't want to get too aggressive. Don't want to take too much money out of the pool, but if I'm able to finish it out. Too much damage found by Wildcard. A little bit of space, maybe even a bomb plant would have been good, but they're still able to buy into this next one here.
One step forward, two steps back. That's kind of been the MO for Wildcard thus far. Able to break Passion's economy one time. And heavy presence down and lower. This time they've got two players, though. It's a big adjustment. Kvim gets flashed. Now they realize that there's a lot more than they signed up for.
Very aggressive mid here from Passion UA. Still want to fight that underpass. They're grouping up, but walking away, actually. I'm making me eat my words. Rek still sat there. A little bit of a distraction. Grim's already passed all the way through Palisade. They have all the information. They know where it's going to go. JT and Nick X sat here on the B-bomb site waiting for the treasures to arrive, and a nice shot. They don't clear the second. JT able to clear out two. All down to Rek and Peeping. Very separated. One of them is going to start fighting. Peeping's able to find Grim, though.
I mean, that's all the way in T-spawn, though. And 40 seconds left. Bomb down. No access. I don't really think this is a round that is getting anywhere close. Peeping, sprinting the other direction. Actually, he's going to get there just in time. Technically, he can make this move, but JT's so smart. He's already thinking about this possibility. Great work. The Passion UA, recover it. And to be honest with you, there's like top to bottom a lot of like micro moments that really were fantastic for Passion. That setup that Nyx and JT were playing in order to set JT up for a free double kill is fantastic. He sacrificing himself, essentially, Nyx that is, in order to make sure that JT does go unchecked. Good read from JT to make sure that there's no question whether or not that flank is coming through. Lovely stuff. It's another eco for Wildcard.
Ooh, rough spray there from Kaben, but it's hard when there's a lot of players staring you down. The information is there. Passion UA just going to have to figure out what they're going to do around this. Leading the force, and JT's able to find it. Not going to be able to get traded here once again. Wildcard. There's at least one trade from Rec. He's playing so displaced here, especially even just on a... Yeah, it's just a pistol round, but do damage to their economy if you can.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to have too much impact there, especially with the type of round that you're working towards, that you're working into. But nonetheless, a little bit of damage. We get out with the next round as Passion UA still in the driver's seat for the moment. See Holzerk AWP out towards mid. Another heavy mid presence round. Wildcard, they've been interested in that, but it's another push into lower. This is so disruptive. Kavem has not allowed for Wildcard to start their mid default because he's constantly fighting in underpass.
So smart. Sneak up. Oh, double look in the flash, just like you were talking about. Passion UA able to clear out ramp. That double push versus the double push. Now peeping all alone. So at least go ahead and try your luck. The bomb is down. Everyone knows where that is. I don't think they have that much information here on peeping. Has to assume that he would be around here. Util is going to get picked up, but Grim, tight on this angle, can see his shadow.
Grim having a fantastic start to this best of 3, 11-4. And I mean, to be fair, there's really not anybody who's letting down for Passion. I really feel like we're seeing that significant difference in individual capabilities right now that Passion was bringing to the previous best of 3s that they played in this qual. And so it's Wildcard who's going to need to make that next step up. 4-1 setup for Wildcard at the start of this. A lot of basics happening as well for this T side on the Wildcard angle. Just a little bit of mid utility, and now they're going to prep an A exec.
I mean, it happened, and it worked. One time. Ooh, Grim gonna get a little bit of information. Gonna have to fall back, a little bit of damage. If I'm on an op, they're double opping the CT side, and it working so far. To them finding another. Grim holding down the fort, and now JT trying to help out the resources. Rec able to make this a nice 2v3. However, Passion UA very close to this site. They want to get this done, and Nick X able to clear it out. 9-3 half. They are looking so good so far.
Very easy, strong look. We'll see you after the break.
Whatever happened to make a fool out of me? I was lost in the idea of it all. Too many years of you suffering here, burning down right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be oblivion. I dream I was making love to a whole new life. Learn my lesson once, I'll skip the reminder of what's left for me. If I turn around, you let me
The first half that didn't exactly go to plan for Wildcard. Lots of, I would just say, some basic approaches with some success into a 9-3 lead for Passion UA.
Passion able to just exploit everything that they wanted to do, especially an underpass. And oh, they're going to actually try something that they want to do. Jumping out of lower. Trades are going even. Oh, nice shot from Hex. It's 2v3. This battle for mid. And now bomb is down. JG's just going to sit and wait. His time is numbered here. Grim going to do a very, very long lurk. He has to at least distract a little bit. But the CT is able to find him. Now, all up to Grim.
Kind of knows where everybody's located, to be fair. The issue is this is just so hard to break. Or maybe it's not. There was a world we might have been living in just a second later. He could have made that 1v3 happen. To be honest, there's not been much that Grim can't do over the course of this series thus far. Wildcard delivering on a pistol round. And that's a huge asset. Also, Passion not getting a bomb plant, so They're going to be on an eco.
The CT side's a little bit more conjoined out of Wildcard than we saw on their T. 3 were stacked window early, expecting a little bit of a push here. Ooh, nice shot.
I think the upside for Wildcard is that, like, you know, the CT side is just a lot easier. You don't need to have like a strong voice necessarily. You can have multiple voices that are effective. But then also, you know, it's a situation where everybody kind of knows what they're doing. You know, there's not a lot of, you know, there's practice needed, but you can fall back on lots of reps. Next calling in for a little bit of support maybe, but it's only Kvim here.
A little bit of a push in mid. One by one getting picked off here. All Passion UA trying to just find their one. The aim punch here from MHL is insane. Not able to find the head quite yet. Nade not going to do him in either. A nice cheeky spot here for him to sit. Like, get some attention out of the gate. Well, JT tries to lurk out a Palace. Oh, it's heard. Found.
Not all that surprising, but Wildcard able to clean things up for a victory against the anti-eco. And here's where Passion, I really rated what I've seen from them here in North America. Their T sides have been really good. They're quite capable. Looking like a standard mid default early. You've got Kvim, the first out, getting all the way to Delpan and into chair. I say that. They've adjusted back towards this B side.
Ooh, quick out. Nick X trying to get one, but these B-side defenders are looking for heads. Also, he's finding one. X not getting cleared out quite in time. Stack there, doing wonders for Wildcard.
The fact that they get away with that, think about how that started. Passion actually were the ones who had a good advantage. They were very quick to that punch, and sure, man advantage found with the mid fight. Kvim went down. That doesn't matter though if you can just hold on to the bomb site. Wildcard recovering nicely. We get MHL on an op. CT side opping has been his bread and butter. So it's Passion UA that once again limited to Deagles for the majority.
Still no bomb plant for them either. It's been a very it's not been a great T side so far yet for them. I'm gonna make a little bit of a change here. At least the Deagle headshots from Kevin have been pretty nice.
Yeah, he's getting a headshot per round at this rate.
Oh.
Nice nade though.
Yeah.
Dunked onto the head of Kvim. They're tired of what he's been dishing out.
Again, dunked on.
Wildcard safe plays right now. I see a very passive towards A. Peeping and Hex going to be tag teaming this. Trying to push together. And under the 40-second mark, Passion got to start moving.
At least open it up for a little bit more of some headshots here. Quickly making that a 3v2. Now just have to figure out what site you want to go to. I've not cleared out anything on A, but Wildcard did set up a lot of space here earlier, so Klassia is ready with the MP9, grabbing a double. All down to Halzark. Didn't even pick up a weapon here. E250 has to do a lot. They're not going to give him anything. Just has to run out of time. Wildcard playing this really well.
Yeah, they got the pistol round, and following from that, they haven't really taken a break. Passion, this will be their second gun round opportunity. This time, Halzark has an op. It's a first big impact moment from Classio we've actually seen. A pistol deagle round probably could have gotten out of hand if it were not for him playing it very smart, deep under the A-bomb site. So here's Wildcard. Trying to see what they can manufacture. It's an MHL swing from Connector this time, but nobody home.
Well, that's not going to be the last of it. Heavy hitter out of the gate very early on. Wildcard trying to fight back onto the site of smokes, but Passionway, they haven't really exited onto it quite yet. Still sitting down over in a ramp. While they're trying to push up through Connector. Wreck kind of getting caught in a hard spot here, thinking that he's sandwiched between. Needs to move back. Not much space gained from Passionway.
Yeah, it's weird to go for an execute like that and then not commit at all.
Yeah.
They were waiting for the mid side of that approach, but they threw all the utility early. Now they've got basically nothing for this. It's just going to be a contact move. Firebox and triple, or really rain wall, where they're playing from now.
Using that spot that Peeping's at. Classia still being a demon on this A site. Finally shut down by Nick X. Peeping, not making a noise, not peeping out of that spot, so to say. Nick X and Halls are just waiting for the other shoe to drop for that flash, and MHL peeking out at the right moment. Long side Peeping.
Yeah, the CT side is much better. You can kind of see how much more effective Wildcard are at working together.
Yes.
Passion, they're a little bit separated a little too often, in my opinion. But even beyond that, you know, Wildcard able to maneuver off of one another's contact effectively on that A site. Classia getting hot, you know, heated up in this. Finally asked to deliver multi-kill 2 rounds in a row. Passion are once again a little broke, but at least with the loss bonus, they're going to have a pistol armor type of buy. We are in a little tech pause here by the look of things. Ooh. Well, we're back.
Right as you say that. You're cursing them. Hard to see if Wildcard's able to continue this. Maybe a little bit of a pause for Passion UA is needed. I mean, it's been how many rounds without a bomb plant on their T side, like you said. Potentially this round could be it. Punchy pistols here and a little bit of utility. Kabem disrespecting the smoke, getting some space here over on Cat, and I think he's going to be able to take a look into a very good situation for him. Great to going back and forth over on this A site, and the bomb's already down. All this space that Kaved and Nick X have made, it's all for nothing here as Wildcard has shut it down right where it starts.
It's a big moment from MHL, actually. This could overwhelm Kavem. Right in front. Wait, he's got an AK
Okay,
now.
wait,
It's getting
wait.
scary. Nyx gets away too. But MHL's off, still here on the scene. Awful close. Kavem nearly made that possible, but we're all tied up at 9. Wildcard picking into this Mirage with some confidence. Their T side giving away anything but. CT side, 6 rounds straight of victories. It's now Passion's 3rd attempt at this full purchase. Ulzerk been limited. In all honesty, everyone but Kavim been limited.
Yeah. The ops starting over on this B site now. Not sure if he's going to be met with anything quite yet. Actually could get there later in the round here.
Nix is just responsible for that area for now, but the reason for him to be pushing, it's more about mid control right this moment for Passion. On smoke, window smoke, both going at the same time. Again, the pivot point, always mid, but how to move through. You still have Wreck inside of ladder, and there's MHL's op activating. So the B site under some threat, especially as Kavem tracks down another kill.
Keeping just so good, but Halzark with his op activated, able to find the trade. Hex too good on that site. How Kavem space not gonna be good enough for it. Making all the noise that he can. Waving the flag of MHL. Just take the kill. Take the body. Make us reset. Think about what we need to be doing better because it's just not working here for Passion UA. The timings are just off. Yes, the utility is there, but sometimes the last couple rounds we've seen that the utility come out. They don't act on it. Problems are arising for them, especially on this T side.
Yeah, I really don't know why Passion pivoted back to A there. They had the B site. They got the kill on the wreck, so he's usually going to be your B anchor. And then MHL's op was there. They got that frag as well. And yet just Drim getting a lurk frag from Palace was enough to pull them back. Now they're full faking the A bomb site. Nasty nade. Hex is dropped on as well. Bomb sprinting out B.
All Wildcard moving on into it. At least that entries from Kavim are good. Wreck close coming out of market. And there we go. A little bit more of a conjoined effort here from Passion UA. Klassia and MHL left alone. Don't look like they're really fighting for it. MHL just looking for an exit, something. Waiting for the other player, Halzark, just kind of walking around that A site.
No, they're done. And they might all go down as well with this ship. There's a possibility of that. I really didn't think that was going to work so well for Passion, but here's why it did. Just enough. Wildcard get pulled on the A smokes. It's not as if they rotate off, but their attention is slightly split. And then it's Kavim. He's been the guy to create opening engagements for Passion, even on the CT side. And it's his double injury that overwhelms Wildcard. A huge surprise, as even though they started, or at least began that hold, Hex dropping 100 damage nade. We're going to see the game tied up instantly. Once again, big cash flow for Wildcard. Good for another repurchase. A little gimmick for Passion gets them over the line for the first time.
Wildcard playing this very carefully. Not overextending, just maybe a little bit over in a ramp. You can see Klassia getting very close up. I mean, JT is alone with the bomb. Grim has to be quick with this trade. He's able to get it. But quickly lurks from under. Gonna get met by Hex with this boost over on Cat. Them down for the count, and they're trying to get the trade. They do.
A fantastic refrag from Nyx. He's got one chance to hit that shot, and he nails it. Now it's the A bomb site. We're gonna head back this way, but MHL, the timing is just really weird.
He's the barrel. Oh gosh. That was almost messy. JT left alone, able to find one. Oh, almost there for the second.
And here we go. Wildcard now driving fast and straight into a map victory. Passion will have one more purchase, but this is really for the game. This buy, if Passion don't win it, they're going to be in some massive trouble. They were out of utility late. I'm glad to see Passion take a timeout, get TC on the mic, but here's the thing. Where Wildcard, they've not been having trouble with any of these hits because none of them have been all that coherent. Passion coming back in, especially with all the pieces getting into the right place. You had JT in ramp, Grim and Palace, the push up connector, and then Nyx, who pushed into in as well to window room. Like everything was looking like it was in the right spot, but there was no smokes or anything, no flashes to help coordinate that. Just they were separate. Everybody making an individual effort in the right direction, but all not together.
And in my opinion, it feels a little late for a attack timeout.
Maybe just in time. And this is the round that they need. This is the last gasp, if you will.
That's a foot on the pedal from MHL. Nick X down for the count, not going to even be able to make a mark in this one.
0-60 for this MHL op in the second half. Mid control theirs. Passion. Austin top con smoke. Again, Hexed on the docket. But this time he had help, and he doesn't have enough of it.
Oh my gosh, it's just a scrimmage. It's a match made in hell here for Passion UA. This could be a little bit of a saving grace. A 1v1 MHL and JT. Oh, a little bit of damage. Gonna find this kill first, and it's Wildcard finding match point.
Impressive brawl from Wildcard. And MHL going to the rifle. I mean, he has been the factor for the CT side of Wildcard. Passion's T side just falling on its face multiple times, tripping. Passion actually, their weaponry not at all bad. Thought they were going to be in a worse spot, but instead, they've actually got a Hallswork off, plenty of AKs.
A little tripped up there for MHL. Them taking that space given to him. Oh, Nade sees him. On the site, and I think Passion UA may be able to set up a little bit of a pinch here with a couple players coming out from ramp, but all depends on how Classy is able to get these kills. Even Trade so far peeking, hiding under. No one's gonna clear him. Able to find one, the second, almost the third. Grim gets out alive with 23 health. He has the bomb, but not much else. That's gonna
there
be
it is.
Yeah.
The first stumble for Passion UA in this qualifier. A map lost. Wildcard picking into Mirage, and they take the victory off the back of a CT side that dropped one singular round. A huge shout out to MHL as he leads the team multi-frag machine when it came to their CT op presence, but surely some of that falls on Passion UA. The struggles that they had on that T side were abounding.
And Wildcard did have a little bit of the same issues on their T side as well, but it was not to that great extent that Passion UA had, which, I mean, it comes to show this is not really one of their favorite mats to play. It does get into their pool a lot of the time, but they haven't had like great experience on it in the past like Wildcard have. So we're just going to have to see how they're able to come back from this over on Overpass. A lot more favorable of a map for them. And then potentially we'll be able to see that Anubis map come through in the third that we were excited about.
Yeah, I mean, you just think on this Mirage, right? Like the only teams that Passion are losing to in regional competition are NRG and M80. And, you know, otherwise all their losses are to, you know, really good teams, right? You know, they're losing to G2, FaZe, Liquid. You know, those are the types of Mirages that Passion UA have had previously. And so you don't think that's that big of an issue. Clearly, some of those issues still continuing here regionally. Like you said, though, Overpass coming up next. You would have thought that is a good map for Wildcard in the past, of course, but that is the old iteration. A couple of wins thus far for them, but we'll talk more about that when we return. About a 10-minute break, and we'll see what Overpass has to bring. And we're back in business for a second map, Wildcard, with what I would consider to be a little bit of an upset over on Mirage. 9-3 at the half, Passion UA ahead. But Apples, Wildcard able to take that. It's a 13-pin victory on their map pick. Very impressive, to say the least.
Very impressive. Obviously, they're from Wildcard, Passion UA, kind of crumbling on their T side, not very conjoined together. The spacing, it just, the tradings were off. Their utility just felt like it wasn't really going anywhere. And then they wouldn't have utility for later in the game. It just didn't feel like it was completely practiced the way that they needed to do against Wildcard. But excited for this next map coming up. Passion UA should be excited a little bit more too, because it's probably their favorite map in the map pool. It's going to be Overpass, one that they usually win very convincingly. Wildcard gonna have to go on over to their home turf.
Yeah, I mean, listen, for Passion, it's a 5-match win streak here on Overpass. And that includes multiple wins on international teams in Krakow, right? They beat G2 here, they beat NIP here, and then locally in the last qualifier for the Ace NA Masters tournament, they beat both M80 and Boss. M80 has a big win, considering this is definitely one of M80's premier maps as well. So yeah, it's an uphill battle here for Wildcard, but also, just to give Wildcard a little bit of a shine on this one, they have won a couple of overpasses themselves. And as much as this is just not at all the same Wildcard as we had seen previously, at least there is a history of success in the past here, even if it's not at all the same team.
And the thing is I'm going to say a little bit of an unpopular opinion. Overpass is my favorite map because it's probably, in my opinion, one of the most important maps in terms of spacing, trading, utility, having everything on your timing, being on point. And if Wildcard are able to prove that they can do that as a team, like how we saw a little bit on the second half of that Mirage, then it's going to be a little bit of a different story here for Passion UA and how they're going to fight back against that. Because how are you going to have two teams that are completely on point fighting against each other? Someone has to make a mistake, and just depends on who has a little bit more experience or a little bit more practice on this server. But my eyes are pointing towards Passion. I'm ready for Wildcard to surprise me out of the gate, but I think the Passion UA's got this one.
Yeah, it's hard to feel otherwise, to be completely honest with you, especially when you consider that like the things that were tough for Wildcard on Mirage are still going to be tough here. And I think that Passion, the reason that they struggled is some of their own issues on the T side, and those I saw in this here qualifier against a much worse competition in SportsBetExpert the other day, but they 13-3'd them, and that was off the back of a really good T side too, which presumably is where they're going to start once again. So those T side woes, I don't think they'll continue. I think you've got a Wildcard that definitely needs to show up. But here's the other upside for Wildcard. I mean, MHL was the guy for their second half, and I mean, this is exactly the type of setup that your Opera would love, right? I mean, he's definitely going to be a big factor if Wildcard can find a way to continue what is already looking like an early upset on map number 1.
Absolutely. He was the person to watch, especially on their CT side. I mean, we saw Halzer get the op activated. He did have a couple multi-kill rounds, but it wasn't to the extent that we saw MHL getting these opening picks where you just wouldn't expect it to happen. Maybe we'll see a little bit more on the Passion UA side. We saw Kavem playing incredibly well, getting that spacing that we saw Keeping do a lot on their T side, but he just needs to be able to get that space a lot more consistently, and with that space with trading involved as well. He can't just be him all alone going up, getting those first couple kills.
Indeed. Well, here we go. Wildcard CT side start as expected. We've got JT with smoke and a flash, so the T pistol probably going to keep it simple. Bomb out long. I think they saw the bomb. They did make contact, but there's chance for a pivot. Doubled in connector are Wildcard with these dualies.
Oh,
2 pairs of them.
This could be messy here. Grim, though, it's a little bit on the lower connector. Could help him out. The trades are coming through. Dooley's able to find 3. Grim does shut that down pretty quickly. Hex able to see the shadow. Not able to find that kill very quickly. 2v2. Rec did a lot of work there in connector. Let's see if it alludes to anything here for the CTs.
Fast move from MHL. He's already out connector. Big fight. Double swing. Victory for Passion UA. This should be an easy victory from here. Classy at 1v2.
Makes a defuse. Waiting for a little bit of a push from Passion UA. Grim going out. Low health. Hiding around the corner. Ooh, spots him just a little bit. Nothing landing. Grim with an incredible first round.
Very nicely done. Grim with 3. There's that Passion UA T-side spark that was never even started on Mirage. And from a recovery too, that double dually setup in connector, very effective. They get 3 for the price of 2. And even beyond that, access to the B bomb site would have been more questionable if it weren't for the fact that JT, he had the only utility. But he thankfully dropped the smoke, not the flash. So they had the heaven coverage separate these two guys.
A little bit of a flash here, peeping in a tough spot. That Molly's gonna help him out. But Hex will get that trade. Grim not gonna be standing tall. A little bit of team damage, or no? That was a little bit of a MHL on the scout. Not gonna be grabbing anything there. It's a little bit of damage on the Passion UA.
Oh, don't undersell that. That's 2 tags. It's actually a huge deal for the chances of winning this round. Stack towards A bomb site for now. Classy going searching. It's just Rec on B. And that's where Passion has... They want this B bomb site. They're going to take their time.
X may be able to catch Rec off guard, but he's going to swing in at the right time. Mac 10's going to kill it. Oh, Hex, that missed Molly is going to be very crucial, but just like that, Passion UA able to enter onto the site down to Classia. Doesn't want to pick out that. Picks up a Mac 10 instead. They could grind out a little bit of money here, but he's just caught right by the door.
What I'm talking about for Passion, where their utility is just really on point on this map. Everybody, once they start that execute, sure, the molly misses on Toxic, but it's all right because nobody's there. But the layering of those flashes is really good. Even though Hex dodges the first one, he's got a second one catching him right after that. Passion, they're sitting in control of this overpass thus far. Wildcard, Force Buy comes close, but nothing gained. From that, see a Wildcard eco. Stack on B.
Ooh. Just the timing there from Nick Eggs from the head pop up. Trades, though. 5-7's doing a lot of work here over on short. Nick Eggs trying to fight his way back, or at least regain a little bit of space. Can't breathe too hard with Classia just down your neck. Holding this angle very tightly, but it's AK versus USP. So wait for JT to make that swing. Wildcard. The Jewels are doing wonders for them on this site, all down to Halzark.
Why are they so non-committal? Passion, such a weird situation. And now Peeping goes separate. Up into heaven. Might pay off big time for him because Halzark doesn't seem to have a clue. He's just claimed the bomb. Smoke and a couple of flashes for him. All right, then.
Yeah.
An absurd round, and one that Passion are going to want back. They, like, just moseyed on out B so slowly.
Yeah.
Walked into that stack. Bit hook, line, and sinker. Peeping 3 kills on a deagle. Ugly round for Passion.
They're not happy about it, like you said. Forced buy from them. See if the short take is a little bit... Get a little bit more teeth, skin in the game here. Nick X stopped by the Somali. Util coming out, flashes onto the site, but Hex is ready for it. The trade is there. Rek holding on to the site with his bare hands, but this Mac 10 from Halzer, at least try and get this bomb down as Keeping has made his way to join the party. This is so scrappy.
Smashing from Grim.
Yeah.
They aren't going to be able to break back in easily at this point. Or not. Grim just giving a fight? Why?
Halzer's left alone. 22 health. These are cleaning their angles, but he's just sat on site. Not much you can do for getting jumped on like that. Enough time for the defuse.
Just a weird way to play that for Passion. You got the low HP player on the site, and you've got Grim, who's a lot healthier and has the better rifle. He is exposed instead of like watching for the push up through construction. But not only that, why not just bait Halzerg? He's got the low health, and if you're gonna be swinging, let it be Halzerg first. Wildcard take advantage, and Passion once again bested. Heavy Passion presence towards the A-bomb site at the beginning of the round with, you know, a few Tech 9s, a few pistol upgrades, but nothing much else.
Don't want to get overwhelmed by these pistols, expecting a little bit of an explosion, but still no utility to really aid them in that here. Anyway, just waiting for a little bit of aggression. Kvem giving them a little bit of some visuals over towards long. MHL able to take care of that right as it starts.
Just a little tangle that, I mean, Kvem, his deagle has actually been incredible, to be fair. Seen a lot of pistol play from him. Passion feels like they're just hoping that Wildcard are going to make a mistake, walk in, give a freebie. That's not happened. It's actually Grim who walks into death. Already out is Rek.
Walk into another crossfired site from Wildcard.
Plain and simple.
Make the play to go down connector with the player over in Monster without the knowledge of the door being open or closed. Unfortunate for Passion UA.
Wildcard now taking the reins of this thing, getting on up to a third round, but this is where you get Halzerg onto an AWP. Passion are back in business. Lead towards connector.
It's a good force from Peeping. Getting him out of that position, and now Halzerg has a nice angle here over on short. Not going to hit that first shot, but that's information that Passion UA can act on. Nick X with the first to frag. They're still fighting over in top connector, trying to get out over towards bathrooms.
Bad news for Passion with Peeping. So successful. There's not even a flash for that. It's just a really nice timing onto Nick X. An advantage. 4-on-3. Passion now looking to be a 2-2 split. Next in Clasia, the B defenders.
Coming over, and JT able to find that first one with that flash. Clasia does go down. This site is theirs. Bomb is going to be able to get planted. However, I would be worried about the two players that you have to defend this from. Actually,
Done.
Let me lie. Let me lie for you on broadcast for a second. They're leaving.
Yeah, I mean, there's just really no way to get back in, especially not when MHL's op is so far removed. He could go down connector, but there's just not enough time to really coordinate that correctly. So he and Peeping gonna ship this thing off, pack it up, and unbox it a different day, a different round into the next one. Limited utility Passion UA had for that execute. They used to perfection. Those flashes end up on the right spot, and the smoke as well for Heaven. Shout out JT. Both he and Grim getting an entry onto B, recovering that 3v4 disadvantage. Wildcard will still comfortably be buying. Passion tie the game right back up. Now the T side certainly less favored on this map. So if Passion can make these types of rounds competitive, can, you know, find one or two here and there, that's really all you're looking for, especially after you win a pistol round.
Victor Peak not going to be met with much here. Wildcard laying in a different spot here on this A side, just kind of more pushed up towards bathrooms, and they read that correctly. They have a couple players over from Passion UA kind of thinking about it. MHL going to be the one to shut that down, at least for now. Oh, and then another one.
I mean, MHL just getting freebies. First towards long, then towards Bath. Snap B, I guess that's the only call they really have, though the smoke is going to interrupt that. So Nyx, despite that nice shot, going to be needing a little bit more. They've got Halzark on short, and here comes the utility for the actual exec.
Blind shot here, trying to at least see if he can find. Wildcard was sat in previous rounds. Low crawl up to the site and just back and forth through the smoke. Peeping able to find one. Alzer quick with it. Let's get a little bit damage onto him, but just him and JT, MHL and Peeping close onto it over on the boardwalk. Switching to the Tech 9, MHL to devise this fight up. Able to jump down just a little bit of damage onto JT here. But he needs to make these 1v1s. He cannot let them swing on him. He goes around the other side, but JT able to find it with the Glock.
Some incredible impact fragging from JT. I know that's only his 4th kill, but all 4 of them have been really important in disadvantaged situations. That one's a 3-on-4 once again. Passion were down in the same situation last round, and JT got an entry onto B. Does it once more, but this time he's got even more where that came from. Multi-kill in defense of the bomb once it gets planted, causes attack pause. Here for Wildcard, get James RL back in business. Didn't see Wildcard really need to use these tack timeouts, though even on their first half T side, that wasn't going well. 2 rounds straight, Passion taking victories. It's going to be a less than stellar purchase. We've got 3 SMGs, Wildcard. The key is MHL having an op.
Absolutely. Got to keep that in his hands. His impact has been absolutely insane. Ooh, very close up. I love what Peeping is doing here.
Big change up. He's been in connector very consistently, and he's got Classy instead to cover this.
Such a cheeky angle here. He's going to be able to see. Ooh, swings out. Passion UA able to move back just in time, just to not get fragged. But MHL is going to be the one to look back into the barrel. Them is found, and that is a quick snap over to be up short. X hiding down here. Switch to an AK as well.
I'm gonna say there's a world that they still win this. JT and Nyx. Bomb just got planted. They're in pit, but the walls are closing in around them fast. Oh,
You're just gonna get
Thanks.
pinched here.
Yeah, dead as a doornail. We'll get Passion right back after 2-round losses. Wildcard are running this one back to back. We'll get a look back as well for this round, because I think that the different setup here for Wildcard, I really like how they change things up. Peeping obviously has to do well to get a kill out in Fountain, but the bait and switch setup that was there with Classia ready to take the contact after MHL gets the op shot off, it's something that we haven't seen from Wildcard yet in the half, and Passion gets surprised. Now it's Passion's turn to be a little bit less when it comes to their economy. Nearly broke. Able to force through 2 AKs and a Galil. This time it's a 4-1 setup for Wildcard on the B site. I see it cheating back up.
Slow stock over here. Peeping may honestly be completely disregarded. Once we have Nick X go along, Classia able to see a little bit, but this site's getting taken. Peeping now is going to be able to activate. Balls are down for the count. How they just kind of swing together here, and they do it. Does get a trade, but still, that is that long sight that you needed. Nick X activating the Deagle. 3v3, and oh, the swing outs are not working, but they are for Classia. 3 kills of the round. Nick left alone. Molly's not going to stop him from trying to get some more kills.
Well, it's been a knockdown, drag-out fight over these last 5 rounds, but Wildcard, again, winning a couple in a row, making themselves very competitive over the course of this CT side, and even better than that, breaking Passion's economy. Could have gone even better for Peeping, but even though it doesn't, the rest of the team cleans up. Again, seeing impressive showings from both Peeping and MHL. Just enough utility to maybe make a B hit possible. 2 flashes, 2 smokes.
Be difficult here, especially with that smoke coming out. I have to use those flashes to get onto that site, and MHL already shutting Grim down. Rect is holding it down on the other side of the smoke. Classia helping him out. At least 1 kill going the way of Passion UA, but just like that, everyone here set for Halzer dead in just a second. Caught looking the wrong way. Wildcard are running this.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of taking whatever Passion gives them, and even in rounds where that's not the case. Think about the rounds Passion have won this half. It is actually way uglier than it seems on paper. 6-4. They won the pistol, the follow-up, and then 2 3v4 clutches. That's it. Passion are in a little bit of trouble. I don't know that they know how much just yet.
Taking it slow now, but Peeping a little bit more aggressive here. Grim is going to be able to take him out early.
Big catch.
Yeah.
Peeping's been that guy all half long for Wildcard. The aggressive piece on A when it comes to rifling. They're just going to flash through the smoke, though. Lovely reaction from Wildcard. Absolutely phenomenal. Space on A, grab it back on B.
It's going to be a hard one to grab. That's a lot of space that they have to fight through. Saw from MHL has not peaked on over quite yet, but once they start to get going, that's going to be a hard one. Gonna clear all these angles, waiting for some util, but they're also waiting right outside Monster for them. This is like a monster house that Passion UA are about to walk into. They're even playing anti-eco. Oh my gosh, those 3 players peeking out right in time. Wreck not able to get but just one. MHL good for a trade. That's the plant here for Passion UA. Okay, that's
Huge
the
frag.
2v1 for Wildcard though. Smart from Halzerk is able to sneak around, able to patch out MHL. Classian now has to find him, knows where he's headed. Is he going to give him any information? Halzerk just teetering back and forth. Classian taking his time, being patient, knows where he sees the shadow. It just takes one more bullet. 19 health. Halzerk able to take it away from them.
Jeez, how could it possibly have been better for Palacio right there? He had the shadow advantage. He knew where he was at. He got the dink through the wood wall. There was everything possible to make that frag easy, and still Halzert breaks through a 1v2. Once again, Passion, they just by the skin of their teeth get themselves out of another clutch. We could see a tied scoreline at half. What a massive opportunity that is, considering how many gun rounds Passion have lost.
Rage-inducing round there from Wildcard. But MHL still going to be that steadfast hero here for Wildcard. 2 in a row. Gonna be the one. Just thin the numbers out a little bit more. They just don't know what to do here. It feels like they're trying to get into the site, obviously, but with what? A couple flashes. Wildcard, they have their hands on the trigger. Hands on the molly. At least Nick X a little bit, but no. It's just... It's unfortunate is what it is. 7-5 half here for Wildcard, winning it against Passion UA here in Overpass.
5 rounds to 7. And it gets worse when you realize those are made up of 2 3v4s, a pistol, an anti-eco, and a 1v2 from Halzerk. That's what Passion posted up, though, on the T side. And if you put it in just that context, Sophie, I think that's not too bad.
It's not that bad. It's definitely recoverable depending on how they play the CT side. Stacked up over in connector. Heck's gonna get a little bit of information as the rest of Wildcard's gonna be making their way up along with the bomb. It's A site almost completely empty. JT is gonna be rotating up. He's gonna get met with a lot of T players, and that's gonna be the call to rotate on over. Alder finds the first one, and they're trying to find another, but these Glocks, this punch is so good. Alder in on the trigger. Oh, Julies have entered the equation. Oh, okay, he's able to find that kill there. I'm just got to separate these T-side players. X looking at 3 different heads at once, not able to find it. A little bit more of a convincing round there from Passion UA.
Yeah, nicely handled. You got to appreciate the Halzerk insta-tap, and then JT plays for the long game, buying time for the rotators. That smoke that is actually thrown by the T's in order to try and separate the defense. It ends up working pretty nicely for Passion. And so, as much as the T side, it looked a little bit ugly, they still got the right amount of rounds, right? Like I do think 5-7 is still good on this map. And now you get the CT side. The CT side that I want to highlight, like they went 60% plus of their CT side rounds on this map, Passion. So if the numbers are suggesting that they're in trouble, let me paint a different picture.
You're an artist with your words, Vincent.
Thank you.
Paint that story. Now on to this one. After a pistol run through, Wildcard gonna be able to get a buy here. Rec, get a little bit of space down. He's gonna think better of it, matching up with his teammates on over towards B.
Oh man, just tossed the most basic of like a default utility, and look at what it's done.
Oh wow!
If this B pop happens right now, Passion are not at all ready for it.
Flash on over. That's going to get a little bit of some information here. JT not going to move from this spot, but they're not acting on that flash quite yet. Very far back. X going to throw a couple shots on over. This may be waiting a little bit too long. Just want to see where all the dominoes have to fall.
It's just been too long. I agree.
Yeah.
Or more
okay.
from Kavem.
Yep. Wow.
He gets that flash for support and comes flying back in. Even gets another kill. 4 frags for Kavem as he defends the short pipe. Passion UA. There was a moment in that round where they were in a really bad spot, but Wildcard didn't realize how bad of a spot they had him in. I don't understand why Wildcard need to, if they're going to entirely leave the rest of the map open, be so hesitant about their B hit.
Wish we knew who was calling. Because that may be the issue.
It's fair.
This could be different. Oh no, it's just another lender that they're walking straight into. Kavem making a smoothie. Beeping, at least trying to get a little bit all down to Clausia.
You got nothing.
Grind
it up.
Fruit smoothie?
I feel that would be if Passion were getting grinded up.
Okay, that's fair.
Wild
fruit smoothie.
Is that a thing?
I feel like wild fruit could be a thing.
Any fruit that's just wild? All right, fair enough. Any fruit I find on my property. I didn't play it. Wildcard. Maybe they're going to try and find a way to get back through here. That's a great boost. Obviously something you see quite often, but an adjustment. No, the nade tracks him down. No way, Grim pulling this back. From nothing to something. Wildcard. They get bested, though. Hexed. It's a big frag on the B push.
I'm just holding this angle. Wanting to get more aggressive. Gets the information on Wreck. Goes either way. Just going to fall back here for now. Passion way able to get this round back into their hands so quickly. Incredibly well done. Halzark is going to reposition himself over in playground. He may be able to catch Hex off guard and Wreck. Ooh. Able to find one, not the other, but quick trade here from Hex is what they need to get that back into their hands. Now, what is Klasia doing?
Making his move back towards B. That's the answer. Just got to clear things back out. Passion gambling towards A currently. Vim, he was the B anchor for so long in this round, but Passion, they pulled him back. He now in heaven. With the amount of utility that Wildcard have, there's going to be no way for him to have an impact unless he steps in like this.
Oh, wow. Let's see. Able to find one. Quick traded. Hex is on it now. All down to Grim. And ooh, there we go. Just so slim of a chance that he was not going to be able to hit that shot. But the clutch coming through. A little bit of a
Passion coming up consistently good in these clutch moments. Thinking about their first half, it was all clutch moments. That's the only gun rounds that they were able to win. That Halzark 1v2, the 3-on-4s back to back. They had 3-on-4s, and this time it's Grim. But it starts way ahead of just that 1v1 because Grim was the one who architected the return of that nade, throws it deep, gets the second. So Wildcard, after peeping, found the opening kill. Got knocked down immediately, all thanks to Grim.
Okay. Instant to deaths found for Wildcard. Just shooting through Monster. 20 seconds into the round. Nick X trying to get a little bit back. 2 heavy hitters off of the team. X into a little bit of a tricky spot here. Grim gonna want to go ahead and get that kill. Clear that out. This B site not completely locked down. Wildcard may want to throw a little bit over towards a site just like that. Throws a smoke, and you know what that did last a couple rounds when they threw a smoke on over. They just kind of all moved, but right now, staying still on this B, waiting for an execute.
And not happening this time, and instead it's a slow crawl for Wildcard. Nyx and Grim, no utility for them. They're just going to be playing these off angles.
Finds a first. Oh, but Grim is just too good with it. Has to fight the other player here. MHL wants to take it for him, but peeping with the other angle, able to find it. Halzark has the information. It's on this site. Oh, able to look towards the other side of the boxes here. Knows his location. Halzark has a flash. Be able to use it. Just use that off to his potential. A little bit of a dink on both. 6 health, and am I getting deja vu?
Absolutely are. Could be another one for Halzark, but it is not meant to be. Passion will fall. Finally, Wildcard get a T round, and it's thanks to peeping in a clutch. Grim nearly turned it again. A triple kill for Grim in defense of the B bomb site should have been enough. But instead of the op, Halzark goes to the pistol. Can't quite convert it. Wildcard right back in business. So they're going to need to make more of that if they want to continue. Especially as Wildcard will need at least one more victory in order to even have a chance of starting to break Passion's economy.
Triple stack here over on this B site. Team flash there for Kabem. Fortunately, blinds himself, has to reposition just to see a couple of players coming out onto the site, keeping with a nice entry, and they're in the fire and flames, but it does not matter quite yet. Got the kills. Nate could do a little bit more. It's not going to end it quite yet. JT and Halzer, this round's done and dusted.
Yeah, they're out of there. No reason to be fighting any further. That's, for the first time all half, a B-site hold that Passion get nearly nothing out of. Peeping goes down, sure, but he found an entry before that. Not only that, but some fumbling of utility. Kavim, like you said, flashing himself. A little bit uncomfortable. Seen Grim do so many good things, but it wasn't much of that in round 19. So the distance closes. Once again, Wildcard's T side starting to get rolling. Slow and steady wins the race, they say. Passion hoping that that is not going to be the case, as they were a rocket ship to begin their CT side. 5 rounds straight before they got bested.
Two very CT-sided teams with Wildcard able to break that mold right now. Finding their form. That's an interesting peek. Not seen that in a while there from MHL. Nice nade out just to get a little bit of a peek there. See if Passion is getting through, but really just waiting to see if they can get away with the double kill that they got a couple rounds ago, just shooting through Monster.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard's beginning to round 20 is just about catching aggression for Passion. Nothing was given. So now Halsrick in a tough spot.
Oh, this could be bad. We'll find the first one. Good. MHL, though. Oh, there we go. He gets legged himself, but that kill is finished. MHL out, but there's 2 more players looking down the other side, and they're going to disrespect this as much as they can.
Classy gets flashed by his teammate. Catches him. JT finally arriving on the scene with Grim in tow. Halzerk's position defended successfully versus 4 different Wildcard members. Next with a 1v4 clutch attempt, and I just don't think it's going much of anywhere.
Gun pull out. Animation. That's all he wanted. Wanted to shoot.
11-9. We could be seeing this Wildcard comeback trail end fast. Just 2 rounds they picked up. Passion, get right back on the horse, start moving. Talking about 1 more purchase.
Very heavy close up on the A. JT pushing all the way through in connector. I don't think he's going to be able to see Reg. Could get the trade, but depends on if Rec wants to give it to him. Has to hold on to this spot.
JT overlooking an easy clear. Not only that, but giving away an opening death. That's a rarity. The South African, there is a lot left here for Passion. Don't get it twisted. They're not down just yet. You've got Halzer defending this A bomb site. Got Grim right next to him. We know how incredible that duo has been. And look at where Wildcard are heading. It's not bathroom early. We've got 3 long, and
ooh,
that's crazy.
Trade.
That's insane. Grim grabs the off.
Nice flash. Just gonna keep Wildcard just back for a little bit longer, but Passion UA, you gotta squeeze in here. They have to pinch into Wildcard. They have to catch them off guard. flick is here. Nice flash. Kaven's gonna work on it, and so is Grim. 7.
15 seconds.
Oh, yeah, no time left here. Bomb down. And a no-scope from Grim.
Well, there it is. Passion. Making the CT side look really simple. They've given up 2 rounds only, and yeah, sure, those look pretty nice from Wildcard, but it hasn't been a whole lot otherwise. Step-ups from Grim. Halzerk with a couple of kills, and despite JT giving away an open death in this past round, they still recover it. A really late decision about what to buy here. Oh, not live, it would seem.
Yep.
It's like, that's crazy. Rekbot when the round started. We're just gonna get a tech pause. Or maybe not. No, we're live. Oh, that's so devastating for Wildcard. This is the way that they could lose this map.
And just full throttle over in long. Alls are going to be holding this angle in the bathrooms. Rek finds another kill, pushing out. Little bit of a reposition there. Wasn't going to be able to find him, but he's a little bit more protected here, and he's able to find one. Repositions back into A. Looks like Wildcard, they're just going to get out of there. Don't want to fight that quite yet, especially with the low amount of players that they have sat together. Classia's still getting into that fire. Sticking on over. MHL's escaping with the bomb over towards this B side, assuming that they have almost all rotated on over towards A.
Yeah, I mean, but Halzerk's already arrived. Grim was already down. Nyx hits the shot. And it's all MHL on the site. Late arrival is Clasia, but he's not got the weaponry. So it's more about MHL. Nyx and Pit. Halzerk providing coverage. And that's a big moment from MHL. Delivers. Back to a 2-on-2.
Nade could do him, man. Depends on where it lands. Not going to be quite there, but JT giving out his position here. A flash on as the bomb is planted. Has to isolate these fights to find them.
What?
Okay, just through the box, able to find it. Clasia around the corner, 15 health.
No.
Can't stand on anything to finish this off. Passion UA is going to be taking it 13-9. Incredibly well done clutch there from JT in the end.
No way, dude. No way, JT. It just tapped him through the edge of the pit wall, dude. That is insanity. I don't know how. I don't know why. But I do know that Passion UA taking this overpass expected outcome, though the fashion in which they did, it really did feel like they were one or two of those clutches going wrong away from probably that T side snowballing out of their control. But they did make the difference when they needed to. Pushed us over to an Anubis.
Absolutely. Wildcard didn't have as big of issues on their T side, or rather their CT side, that they did over on Mirage. Felt a little bit more conjoined. Just Passion UA had knowledge, knew exactly what they were doing, was reading all of the plays right before they happened. Sure, Wildcard caught them out of the gate a couple of times. There were some shots that were just kind of given that were on their favor, but Passion UA taking that, we predicted this, and you know what, we predicted it to go to a third map too. So I'm excited to see what Passion UA has in store for us here, just because Anubis, not too much information from them on this map, and obviously Wildcard, new team, new roster, new lineup, don't have much on them either.
Yeah, lots of questions that lead into our third and final map, a place in the finals here of the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta closed qualifier for the Americas. We're going to see what this looks like. Anubis when we return.
magical moment. And not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
Third map is required, and it is Anubis. We are in for a treat as we're going to take a peek at Passion UA and Wildcard's Anubis. We haven't really seen a whole lot of this map from either of them.
That's saying not that much, but like Passion UA, the last time that they played this was over in Krakow, IEM Krakow, and it was not as exciting as you could hope it to be. Now, a little bit later, a little bit longer, a bit of time in between. Hopefully, they were able to work on that, work on their defaults, work on their setups, especially on that T side with the new additions to this game that they added. That, what do you even call that? That window in mid, it's moved. It's moved. It's now a jump up spot, and I think they removed the silent drop outside of it. So there's just a whole lot new that you got to figure out here on Anubis and Wildcard. I feel like it would be difficult for a new team, a new roster to kind of go around and figure this out, but also they don't really have much to go off of because they haven't played it together yet before.
Yeah, listen. Well, they have played a couple of games. They had a game against Claymakers in the open qualifier section of this this qualifier, or I guess technically a different event. But you know, you get the point. But they also played a game against Lag. It was eventually a win, but it was a tight one. Lag pretty decent. That was in the Eagle Masters as well. So, you know, a little bit of experience here for Wildcard. I think the real question for me is the comparison is pretty wild when you're talking about like who they played previously versus Passion.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's just an entirely different concept of level.
When you're playing versus tier 2 teams, it's going to look a lot different when you're playing versus tier 1, which I guess is kind of where Passion is teetering in between right now, in between that tier 1 and tier 2. So making their mark here, if they're able to win this map, that would kind of solidify them a little bit higher than you would think. But Wildcard, I mean, they have a lot to gain here from knocking Passion out going into the final, and that's going to be a very interesting lower final that we have coming up for the consolidation if Passion does drop down. It's going to be interesting here. I'm excited. I mean, we talked about it a little bit ago, but I'm going to say a little bit about like how Passion UA, they've been floating this map for the entire qualifier. Every single game, they have not been banning it out. So they've been wanting to play this. That leads me to believe that they have worked on it, obviously, since Krakow. So having that a little bit in their back pocket, we're just gonna have to see once that pistol round starts. Once they get pushed, we'll have to see which side they start on. And I do have a question for you, Vincent.
Hit me.
Is this map still CT or T-sided?
Yeah, I mean it still is. I think to be fair, you know, I didn't actually look at what the Krakow numbers were. But they didn't, nobody played it in the playoffs, so like even those numbers I'm like suspect of, but it'll take a little bit of time to kind of see like the averages and like what actually is happening in general. But yeah, it's still T-sided, just less so. As to how less, honestly, I think it's new enough that we don't yet still know the answer to that. What I do know the answer to, though, is that, you know, this is just like what you were highlighting with regard to like how often Passion have let this slide where they floated it as a potential third. That does lead me to believe, like, you know, they wanted teams to pick into this. They wanted a little bit of practice here, and you know, maybe just some game reps in this map. So I'm right there with you. I do think that they are still significantly favored, though. I want to give Wildcard some big props because, dude, they've played way better than I expected them to in this game, top to bottom. We've seen a very impressive performance from MHL overall, and it's not been actually that great from Classy. He's usually kind of the next guy up, but Peeping's been really good. And so, you know, between Peeping and Hex, we've been seeing the rifling take over alongside the opping, especially the op on MHL's back. It's been very impressive, to say the least.
Yeah, and that insane comeback that they had on Mirage, they were able to kind of reconfigure themselves over on that CT side when they switched over after Passion UA had an incredible first start to that half. It was a 9-3 half, and they didn't let Passion UA get more than one round on their T side. Like, that was insane. And they also only let them get one bomb plant. So there was anyone to have like a very strong CT side on this one, it would be Wildcard. But even then, it's all up in the air because we've seen it so much like these last two maps that these are both very CT sided teams. And when it comes to T side, it'll kind of fall by the wayside and they have to kind of get a tech time or attack timeout, figure it out, make a little bit of a different play, and then go off of that play and catch Passion UA or Wildcard off guard, and then they're able to close that round win out.
Yeah, it's very much been that storyline throughout, and as I think we still in a tech here, just by the way, I think that for Passion, they know what's on the line. I mean, there's all the rumors and whatnot coming through where you've got potentially try to replace Hulzerk, and then the word on the street is if you saw that Senzu rumor that would maybe be to
I've been
replace
seeing
Nyx.
Senzu. Yeah,
Yeah,
I've been seeing a lot of Senzu rumors.
So I think that for Passion, that does throw a little bit of an odd curveball into their performance, like contextually for this event, because now you're talking about playing for your spot, if you will, on this team. So clearly things haven't been working. They have fallen to what, like 17th, something like that. They're getting to the point where they're right outside the bubble, or very close to it. So they've got to be careful to be able to take advantage of these qualifiers when they get the chance.
Absolutely. And when you say like play for their spot on their team, they could also be trying to play for their spot in other teams in the future. If they've already decided that they're going to be going, or if they want to be a little bit more marketable towards other orgs, other teams, other cores, rosters, players, got to make themselves count and make plays that someone looks at it, they're like, oh, that was actually really good. I do want you on my team. Or, wow, I can't believe you did that. Why are you asking?
We're back in and ready to rumble here. Wildcard starting on the T side with a Passion UA CT side beginning. Already aggression for Kvem. He's down into mid, though they might crunch onto him. No, they're just going to leave him alone. Sprint up mid for the T's. They ignore Kvem.
Oh, but he's able to get one for the count, but double entry onto this ace site. Bomb Saga get planted, at least for a little bit. Have to batten down the hatches here as they're so close. And Gamera, JT, and Halls are going to enter out into sight. JT finding one, but Hex is sharp shooting here. All down to the dualies here on Grim, and I cursed it right as I say the dualies not going to be able to activate here, but Rek does pick them up for the future.
I think it's cool that Wildcard just like fully ignored Kvem, let Peeping and the second player in Canal worry about that. Instead, they sprint to A, knowing that that's such an aggressive stance. They probably realize that the A side is less than perfectly held, especially if you have your normal 3B setup. I think that that's a really nice decision to ignore any sort of issue that Kvem could have been putting on there. We're going to see Passion with a force buy. I feel like this is not as common. They have been playing confidently. Wait for a force buy on Overpass, if I'm not mistaken.
I like it on Anubis, though. I like the force buy here, because if they are going to be able to get anything done, it's going to be resetting the T economy with this round win. However, 5 bodies they have to get through to be able to make that happen. Then very close up with the Deagle, trying to find a shot, but JT's actually got to steal it through the smoke.
That's crazy.
Right? That's their mid-aggression taken care of.
Yeah, he's happy with that one. Good stuff. Glacia, though, a little bit more and mid a little bit better. The bomb could be dropped here. Hold on a second. Hex got to be careful. Excuse me, that's MHL, but a double spray down. His rifling has actually been phenomenal.
Absolutely. Now, JT reading this correctly. It's a Deagle on site, able to land that shot. Bomb immediately picked up, though, and he's just going to run away from this situation. Could potentially pick up a rifle if it was dropped somewhere else on the map. Let Wildcard get off with this 2-0 lead.
Yeah, the T-side start, definitely a nice asset, we'll just say. This force buy could have probably gone a lot more wrong, especially if they just trade MHL. He was in a tough spot. That double, though, with the Galil. Locked down the victory for Wildcard. And it's 2-0, like you said, lead for the underdogs. It's going to be Voca waiting in the lower bracket final. Loser of this game, loser of this map, going to get a chance against them. We're moving on to the grand final.
Still, even with that force buy here from Passion, did a little bit of damage to the wild card economy. It's still going to be able to get that util that they need. Fascia just on that Mac 10 that I feel like he likes that gun. And we see him a lot with that, especially on that T side. With Anubis, you got to be quick with it.
I mean, Classy is just an aggressive player, so often he's going to be towards the front of the pack, looking to, find some entries. So that's part of the reason, not to mention the fact they force spot last round, which means armorless opponents are on the docket. Money, money, money on the mind.
Yeah. And convinced Deagle has anything to say about it. They're not even giving him the fight quite yet. Just going to go through rugs. Stalking through. And quickly setting up for this A execute is a lot of passion UA. Just going to be sticking over towards the left side of the map. Slowly see a little bit of a rotate coming in. Basically, Wildcard not giving them too much.
More than a little. They're all going to be here.
Yeah. There we go.
Insane read from Passion.
Ooh. Nice first shot there. Peeking out. And the Deagles are going to be trading half and half. AK's now onto this site. And bomb is down. MHL trapped behind this site. To be able to find any of these Passion players. They just want to show this pressure, but the double AK swing for beeping him. MHL able to clear it out for them. Save the Deagle in armor. Honestly, a good save here.
What did bro leave for? He was here like 2 seconds ago.
I don't think he was that close. I think he was like more in like CT halls.
No, he was camera. He was there.
Was he?
Yeah.
That's what you want to think.
But I think what the reality was is that they thought they were pivoting back towards B. Meaning so much resistance usually going to mean as much, but Wildcard, they stick it out. Leave Kavem in rugs to, like you said, hang on to some Kevlar and some armor, and some Deagle. Rio beginnings here. Wildcard doing quite well.
The op coming out onto Halzerk. Over on that A site. Gonna have to see where he decides to go get a peek from. That could really disrupt the round. Oh, and then we got to pause.
Some tech hiccups thus far in this final map. We've actually gotten pretty lucky, to be honest.
Yeah.
Ahead of that. I think that the most interesting like head-to-head topic of conversation that I've seen thus far in this best of three is that like on the op, MHL is kind of gapping Halzerk right now.
Absolutely.
Which is wild to think of because, not that long ago, at times last year, like 2025, I would have considered Halzerk maybe top 6, top 7 oppers like in the world, like he had that that potential at the very minimum. We didn't see that all the time, but especially like before the break, like before the Austin Major. I think that he was kind of in that conversation, and it's been a big drop off. That's part of the reason that he's unfortunately the guy it's on the chopping block right now. But MHL has just been dominating him, and it hasn't been all that many up head-to-heads, sure. And he's had some big impact, but yeah, if you just look at the number of op frags in this series, you could probably get that idea.
Setting up for a B push here. Halsik with the op. You still have a player waiting over in spawn. I think that's throwing some util in. 3 triple push out towards B. Never mind. Actually, Halser's going to think of the better of that. As Wildcard actually have a fully free mid to walk through right now. They are going to get flaked pretty quickly. MHL is going to get that entry onto the site and now just has to fight Kavem. And there we go. That's a site lockdown. The bomb's going to make its way through a main, and not much more that Pash UA have to say about it. Have to get this retake done.
To be honest, they might just pack this up,
Yeah.
Passion. There's
said
another
so
smoke
much.
potentially to get refreshed. Yeah, that's just been tossed out for camera. Yeah, I don't think there's any way to get back in here. Passion, walk away slowly, back this thing up, and Wildcard, in an absurd twist, that push on B gives them space at mid, and it's just MHL who walks through mid, clean and simple. He trades himself onto the bomb site. They only lose one. Damn impressive. 4th victory for Wildcard. Seems like we almost feels like we got baited. Passion weren't even in that round just because of the positioning. Where'd bro go?
He's here. Peeping is here.
Yeah, but
Just not really, actually.
found him.
There we go.
At least with 3 saves, Passion comfortably get another buy. Grim up close is a heavy presence. All this being heard by Passion towards the B bomb site. Basically dumping utility are the CTs in order to hold them back.
Nice need. A little bit of damage, but just gonna have to see. I want to push in here. A couple flashes flying over, but Wildcard don't even want to jam with that site, at least not for now. Want to go find some space elsewhere. And see that we do have Hex kind of make it a little bit over towards this A main, but now they have to re-clear a couple of these spaces. That's just been a little bit more time in this match.
Talking about the CTs dumping util, but actually Wildcard dumped a lot of util there too.
Yeah.
They've got basically nothing left. 1 smoke, 1 molly, 1 flash. That's all that's going to be available. One of those molly going to be meant to keep them there, but Passion, they know what's up. They are fully rotated mid, re-clearing that 2 towards A.
Nice flash out. Gonna blind a couple players. Nick X playing close to orange. Scared for this. Pig not gonna be able to land a shot. Hex and Reg getting a double, and Holzerk with a nice leg. Not a finish though. Has to get a little bit more aggressive here, but has to also wait for his teammates to join into the equation as the bomb gets planted. It's a very awkward re-enter into sight. Is able to find 2 very quickly. Grim gonna total up with that. Keeping low health. Stone towards a main. They have a little bit of information. You can see a little bit. Nice swing out from Kaven, though. Grim just sticks it.
I mean, Kavam basically owns that round. If he's not there, there's no chance. The fact that he lines them up is just an added bonus. A little bit of an overswing, I think, from MHL. He's on pillar. He already got the trade that he needed to, and then keeps on trying to fight when he doesn't have a teammate on site. So some mistakes in the process, but Passion, they really need to be praised by how much they had the read there. They fully left B. Only, I think, left 1 man there. That was Kavem. And they had 4 players, 2 re-clearing mid, 2 on the A site by the time that Wildcard actually activated for the hit. Impressive, to say the least, as Wildcard take the tack pause.
You said during that round that they kind of used a lot of that utility over towards that B side, just got disrupted for that take. Could have been a different round if they decided to just go into it. They had the flashes to be able to make it through the smokes, but still early in the game, still early in the half.
Good news for Wildcard. They have plenty to be repurchasing here. Even an MHL op involved. A lot of mid presence, and that's a huge shot. Flash was good, but Kavim gets beat.
Disrespecting the smoke. Nick X good for 2. And now all that space created by MHL is done for. Clasia has to fight this, but doesn't even say JT. This is incredibly done from Passion UA.
A little bit more aggressive from Passion. Their posture this round, they start with some mid aggression, but then they fly in as well through the window. Get peek into T steps, and it's JT to do the cleanup there. Knicks with a double spray down. Big moments from individuals. As JT will mop up a 3-piece. Put MHL on his back, and with that, Wildcard should be looking to save. I know MHL and Hex both have a little bit of money, but everyone else
Could do
is
something interesting here.
okay. Looks like it's just the conservative approach. Make sure you can keep money for MHL to have an op. I think that's the right move. We're going to see Passion grow closer to equalizing this. Kavim, another early engagement. That was a big talking point on Mirage for Kavim. He constantly was taking those opening engagements, winning them a lot. His fights in Underpass were phenomenal. Whilst the T side wasn't great, it was him on the CT side that was really untouchable.
As you know, just owning canals right now. Not much you can really walk towards. Vaping. There's not much here. Bomb on the back, and Ashu, I feel like they've met a little bit more of a flow state than we saw at the beginning.
Yeah, dropping a map here, not a big deal, but Passion,
Yeah.
they were to drop down into the lower bracket. I think that would be the, maybe not the panic stations, but certainly the concern written all over the faces of these individuals. A few AKs still kept from not the last round, but the previous for Passion's CT side. This time it's slow, or rather quiet, towards B. 4-1. It's only going to be Clasia who's looking E-box. This is meant to be an explosive hit.
Ooh, nice first shot from Rek. Traded out by Grim. Mollied in this quarter. The smoke gonna save him for now, but he's able to get out with a couple of kills before he's taken care of. Very quickly 2v2. Nick X is still on the site. He's sandwiched between these two players, and now in the molly, forced to fight. Can't do anything. Perfectly well done by Peeping, and all down to Halzer. They know exactly where he's at. They heard the op shot earlier, and he's just going to try and disrespect the smoke. Oh, he gets past. How does he get past? Does swing for it. Peeping able to finish it off. A nice 4-piece from him at one.
Yeah, first big impact round from Peeping, but I just want to know how the hell Grim gets a triple in defense of the B bomb site from back site, and they lose the round. That's got to be so annoying if you're Grim. Wildcard with a 5th victory off the back of the eco. They get back in business, and bada bing, bada boom. Here we are. What?
Whoa. Okay.
Talked about no head-to-heads. Well, how about that? Halsrick had the timing disadvantage, but he still nails the shot.
There you go, proves himself. Peeping, though, able to get a little bit more of some mid-control. Okay, quick snap there from Rek as well. They're getting some openers here in response to this Halsert kill. Making Passion UA a little bit slimmer on the sights than you could wish for CT here.
Recovery massive with Peeping and Rek. Yo, they look to go to B. Grim get flashed in. Ooh, in the jump spot. He's just seen him. They still want to go B. And it's going to be a massive mistake. Bomb dropped.
Depends on if this swing is good from both of them. If he's able to catch Grim off guard, Rek's able to get that timing. Hex is actually able to do it for him. Able to get two. Now all down to Nick X, but he sat in a nice corner for himself.
Ooh, Hex playing a very impressive game, a dangerous one for Passion. They had the right read. Despite Hexton, Rek being able to bring that back, or rather Rek and Peeping, the man disadvantage. Wildcard super committed to the B site, no matter what. Passion UA ready for it. Two players stacked up there. Halsert gets his. And more done. They're on the backside. This one's an eco.
As he does shut it down very quickly. The Tech 9 singing out. Nick X is trying to get out his life as Grim is able to back him up from the other side of mid. Now all down to Hex, and they spotted him here over on this ace side. Nick does not want to peek out. Low health. Wants to stay hidden. Hex wants to fight for this. Going all the way over into canals. Back canals. CT canals? CT water.
Sure.
It's named something different everywhere else. You get what I mean.
Beach? Sand?
Beach.
Sorry, we were just...
Beach.
I just thought we were getting different names. Yeah, I don't think he's long for this world. I like the speed change, though. If you're talking about, you know, ways to maybe make adjustments, Wildcard, that's one of them. Especially because Passion have been incredibly willing to get up in their faces in Canal. So if that's happening, there's always going to be a chance that you can catch either somebody off who's doing support utility in mid, or can just find a little bit of an open avenue with the A bomb site. Oh my gosh.
That's insane. That's an op gone. Depending on how they make their money. Oh, Nick's still able to afford it on over. I got worried for a second.
They got it back. Picked it
There
up.
we go.
But all tie up. Passion UA. Not exactly a phenomenal start to this half, but they recover it nearly immediately. Anti-eco, not necessarily clean.
Still doing what needs to get done to get those scores up on the board. And now double pushed out. A nice flash over towards this B. Lots of information gained. And now they have to make this not like other rounds. They need to make their rotates on over early, so they don't just walk up mid with nothing to look at. JT able to find one. We're in nows, it seems.
That was mid.
Mid.
JT able to catch one on the retreat. Wow, what a peek from Halsert.
Yeah, not going to be that easy this time.
And Grim evacuates as well. So JT and Grim, their initial push there into Canal, successful. MHL, last man standing. His whole team not exactly dying around him, but surrounded by death.
There's someone who can do it. It's going to be him.
Not today.
Not right now. Not this round.
Well, 1v5s, they're tough.
That was the last buy of the half as well. It's going to be a strange one. MHL just sitting on a Tech 9. Mac 10s for the rest. And it's a Galil here for Rek.
Yeah, this smells like you're going to see something a little bit quicker, maybe.
Yep.
3 Mac-10s, always wild to see. Got to get out of spawn, though, first. It's aggressive stance from Kavem that is so hard to break. He's been here pretty consistently.
Incredible space taken, and even a nade up over towards where Keeping is lurking through. This util is just so connected here for Passion. They're smelling a B hit. They're expecting a B hit here just from that smoke.
Yeah, and they're not right either. Or maybe they are. Wildcard just looking to re-clear canals in this moment. Take a peek, walk back away, and spot enough time now for Passion to return to the scene. Not on the site proper yet, but Nyx is here. Grim is close.
Grim playing anti. MHL getting way up in his face. That Mac-10, that fast action that we were looking for was granted. Now, just have to fall back. Nick Eggs, you need to just hide and wait for your team to rotate. I mean, you can't save now. There's nothing to do, but he's able to get a nice cheeky kill on Peeping out of it. Now, it's going to make the 8 main players activate a little bit more. Alzark just sitting in the smoke waiting. Oh, nice shot. That's going to be it here. 7-5 half.
Yeah, great recovery. They didn't have the right read initially, but they got there in the end for the 7-5 close at halftime. Real good CT half for Passion UA leads them to the T side, where right now they're looking forward to the grand finals. Just got to transition this advantage into a victory.
It's a good way to start it off. Julie's kill from peeping. Grim just trying to keep a little bit more pressure over towards this B site. Nice flash there. Perfect timing. JT not going to want to push in with that. MHL quick with the trigger. B site's really locked down, but Preston Wildcard's going to come in and help.
Wildcard on these pistol rounds have not necessarily had a great time over the course of the whole series, but here on Anubis, I mean, picking them both up now. And Passion UA seemed a little bit lost in the second phase of that attack. No bomb plant. So they're not going to force buy. Stick with the Glocks, but 2 smokes and a flash. That smells like a B hit.
Oh, yeah.
And yes, it is.
Wildcard stack 3 here. Couple of mid ready to drop and go into canals if needed. And it's a Class C battle.
The shutdown is what it is. Passion just getting nowhere fast as Wildcard sweep them under the rug. I'll see you later. Gun round upcoming for this Passion UA squad. Grim with a few big holds, but overall, nobody really taking over this game. I think that's the biggest difference right now between this and the previous couple of maps. Got the chicken.
He's cooked. Nade for info. Not going to be giving too much, but a nice entry for Passion. He's able to find Classia early on in the round. Oh, it looks like Passion kind of leaning a little bit closer towards this A site.
Got that kill on Nyx here, or on Classy, excuse me. Nyx getting the kill. That's what I meant to say. Peeping going searching. He's on the other side of this fight, and big moment from Peeping. He's been the aggressive rifler in the mid round here for Wildcard. And now they can stack this A site very nicely. Still stuck right on the outside, and I think that was a misthrown molly actually for Passion. I think they were meant to be clearing close, like basket, but instead they're going to walk it B.
Wreck with a nice angle here just to see. Let's see if he's able to find a little bit of a tushy there on Kabem. And now the FAMAS are just going to clean it up. AKs are now going to be picked up for that CT side, or a little bit, actually, a Galil. Money hasn't been too good for Passion quite yet, but I mean, they had a buy, had an opening pick, no decision-making really happening. Is that misutil that they decided to make it move on over towards the other site without a flash, no utility? Wildcard able to just take advantage of that situation and sweep it up, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a nice crossfire, but more than that, it's a little bit ugly to see Passion missing utility like that. Not that they would have necessarily had a certainty of victory at A, but that to be the reason that they move into the buzzsaw. Talking of stacks, Wildcard got 3 here on A.
Reed's been good. Grim at least able to get 1, and he's hopped away. And Nyx is trying to get a little bit more space, but once again, it is, now I can use this term. It's a passion fruit smoothie.
There you go. Yeah, it absolutely is. Chopped up and knocked out. Passion UA. Not exactly the dream start to this T side. It's been 4 straight out of Wildcard, and it's showing not a lot of signs of stopping. A pretty good economy that they built up over the course of these few rounds as well.
Absolutely.
Early mid utility, that's just some standard stuff in order to take that control, but nobody there to receive on the wildcard CT side. Instead, 3 towards B, presence towards E box. JT seeing nothing. The rest of
Cool that he has
wildcard.
that control though.
A main take. Nick's making that investigation, and they're going to go back to mid in the meantime.
Ping pong just looking over towards mid. I think they were able to take a look over towards Nyx and see that he was on that east side. It's just interesting from Passion. Wildcard just not really giving them anything here. And then MHL able to take that space back from JT earlier.
So willing to go to the rifle.
Yeah. Just have to fight backwards onto the site. This is such a weird round. Bomb is now finally going to get planted. 2v4 onto this deep bomb site that they were somehow able to get on. Grim lining 2 up, keeping on highway. They're just going to fight their way through it, but just like that, they line up perfectly for Passion.
I mean, Grim is a miracle worker when it comes to some of these like B-site moments. That's one of them. Simply absurd, that initial lineup. Nice spray control. I mean, Grim has been the best rifler here for Passion at times over this best of 3. And I think that even beyond that, what a huge fumble in a 2-on-4 advantage.
Yeah.
Wildcard gonna want to run that one back again. And they will try. All the guns, 5 towards B.
Hiding in smokes. Wreck able to get one blinded. It's going to be traded out very quickly, but the nade able to get it done. Now 2v3 onto this bomb site. Hex very quickly. Okay, it's a little bit of a team battle here. MHL now has to defend this site on his own, get this retake. They know where he's at, obviously. Waiting for something, someone to peek out. Give him anything. Has a kit, has a little bit of time that he can play with here. To swing at least one of them. Finds JL. Oh my God, he's so close there. Alzerk with a nice swing out.
We're back down to these clutches.
Oh my God.
It was Overpass in a nutshell. Stayed alive on the T side via these clutches and then converted even in the final round. A couple of those, even as their CT side looked really good. Passion UA. Primary position now to start recovering. Scoreline could get even deeper, but gonna have to beat Wildcard once more. These weapons, the built up money, so massive. It's 3 buy rounds for the CTs in a row.
Definitely a must win here for Wildcard. Grim playing with the idea of moving up towards mid. Wary of these smokes as the rest of Passion kind of sitting over towards A, and Wildcard, they want to push this smoke. They want to wait to see. Oh, so close. He's able to just make his way down. The box is JT mows down. Cassia is going to be on a lurk. How far-fetched is this going to be if he's able to catch a couple out here? Zerk with a nice angle for a flash, but he's able to get it. It's a quick turn on over.
Wildcard gambling with the smoke fade. They hope they're going to get away with that, but then it's nades in hand there. The second man around the corner, and JT knocks them both down. Grim and Halzerk hold off the repush from Canals. MHL, well, he's saving. Or he's trying to. The hunt is on. And he might be found here. Halzerk sacrifices his life for the information, and now the walls start closing in.
Yeah, they want to get this rifle out of his hand. Don't want them to go into anything with it.
Better decision just to leave this.
Yeah.
Two losses, already probably more than they would have liked, and it's not worth it to lose anymore. But what is worthwhile is So note that Passion just passing Wildcard once again. 4 rounds straight to start. It's been 3 losses in a row since then. Wildcard. We're going to have MHL saved rifle. They can afford a lot of investments. Their money may look low, but that's just because they have now the loss bonus to lean back on.
The speed peek. Oh, Grim is ready for it. Ready for the second. Clasia left alone, just a 5-7 in his hand, and Yuto's gonna start flying out. Oh, he turns at the right moment to catch Nick off guard. Then he gets sandwiched in the middle of it, just like that. It's over. It's 11 here for Passion, unless Hex is able to get something insane done. But I'm gonna speak. I'm gonna say no. It's a no.
I mean, Grim's that guy. Grim's been so consistent over the course of Anubis. He continues that double. And sure, we're talking about a round where Wildcard barely had anything invested, but MHL was the first up to bat with his rifle.
Yeah.
Great work, Passion. An 11th confirmed. It's one step closer to ensuring that Wildcard are just the ones to battle it out with Voca in the lower bracket.
This next round's very important for Wildcard.
Love to see them transition MHL into, a more aggressive peak with his AWP.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times where, he has been in a central location, but not always setting him up for the fights. Instead, it's going to be 5 rifles as well for Passion. Need to worry about getting the op out.
Very quickly, Canals wants to go up through E-Box. Clasia has to defend this with his life. Lots of angles have to look here as Passion want to make their way in. Barry can join. He's able to find the one onto Nick. Doesn't expect a second, but you know what? It's still going to get cleared by Pizza. That is that's insane.
Great moment from JT in the smoke, too. Lovely anticipating and then understanding as well as they're coming through. He just steps in, grabs the kill, steps right back out. Passion, lock in number 12. Wildcard will hope that Hex can escape with this gun. Again, I'm going to say he probably should be able to. It comes back to another one of these Grim entries. This time it's Kavim who has the multi, but Grim starts it off. It's Kavim who finishes it. Terrorists win. 3 chances. Passion UA to stop the bleed.
This is interesting. Triple A push.
Change up. Love it.
That's
Even
what they
getting
needed.
in there. Clasia having a little bit more passion. They've got nothing left. I mean, they've just got to go be here.
Yeah. Sitting and waiting for it. A little bit of damage through the smoke. Grim's able to find that first frag and the second. And I mean, they are trying to enter here through E-Box. Okay, there we go. Peeping in Hex. Still keeping the pressure on. Can't quite plant. Kavim left alone 1v3.
So then he got anybody to do it. I feel like Kavim is absolutely got that in his back pocket. Everybody's coming E-Box. He's just done even more damage to Peeping. This is so winnable. Kavim, he can pull this off, but Clasia, a safe pair of hands. Pull back the curtain on that clutch as Wildcard will stave off defeat for another round.
Just back to clutches here. In the name of this series, it's been a lot of clutches here on both sides. Been very, very tight score lines. Did not see a 9-3 half like we did over on Mirage at all again. Trying something different. Fort walking through mid. If they're able to get that first frag, or at least make keeping get off the angle, that could be something here. Getting aggressive throw. Being not want to take this fight quite yet.
There's a lot of chaos for Wildcard. Full mid control. Passion's hands, and now they walk it back. Pivot to somewhere else. Where? They don't know yet. It's 2 exploring B main. They've only left MHL. This is a huge responsibility. MHL was about to re-clear mid. Same true of A. Hex takes a peek inside. Nyx is hearing all of this. They're going to keep it going. Mid re-cleared. And here we go for the A-pop.
NHL does have an angle on them. Kven is going to disrupt it. Now NickX trying to do some damage control over in the A main push. Does get traded here. They know where Hexed is, but Grim is so deep over in back canals.
Post-plan positioning should be supreme. High-low setup as well. Perfectly placed. Grim gets his, Holzerk the other, and a 1v3 for Hexed. Surely not. Walk back this thing into the Kavim crosshair, and will complete the 13-10 for Passion UA. They move on to the grand finals of the IEM Atlanta qualifier as Wildcard move down to take on Voca.
Incredible regroup there from Passion UA after a little bit of a shaky start, but I mean, that T side looked incredible from them. They definitely scrimmed that, make that work for them. Wildcard just not able to measure up to the punch, and that is going to be Passion UA making their way through. So one more. That could, I mean, one more series before they qualify to the main event.
Yeah, I think that's the story for me. Moving on from this is that Passion UA, they did a little bit of stumbling here, and to be honest with you, the fact is that, like, you know, nobody was having a really incredible game, but they were still able to like struggle their way through that and on to Anubis. They also had a slow start in both halves, and they still recovered. I do think that Passion UA just showing the depth that they have in this series. So, you know, as we said, Wildcard, they weren't favored to begin with. They're going to get another chance potentially. They just got to beat Voca,
which is going to be an interesting matchup coming up next. But still, I was convinced for a minute there that Wildcard was going to be taking that over Passion UA, over the favorites of the tournament, like you said. So the fact that it got that shaky makes me a little bit worried for the next one. It depends on if we get another matchup with them versus Wildcard, or if they go against Voca. So we're just gonna have to see that once that starts in just a little bit.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Big interesting game upcoming. We got, I think, yeah, about half an hour before that is scheduled to get started. So maybe grab a snack, because we'll be back. Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta close qualifier will continue when we return.
bored of what we used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. Cause I'm scared of getting old, and I'm more tired than I'm used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. Cause it's so fun when no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive to live my life the way I want. We're creating memories when we drive our parents crazy. We're chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our life. And I know this is what we want, cause this is just what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. Cause it's so fun when no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive for living my life the way I want.
really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. He is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Anubis!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
The Intel Extreme Masters Road to Atlanta 2026, the America's Closed Qualifier continuing as we jump into the lower bracket final. My name is Vincent, joined by Apples, as has been the case for our last matchup as well. And Apples, just watch Wildcard get bested, but in a very close situation up against Passion UA. One more spot in that grand final available, and it's Voca who stand in their way.
Absolutely. I'm excited to go into this matchup with you. It's definitely going to be an interesting one because Wildcard was actually the ones to knock Voca down to the lower bracket in the first place in a 2-1 fashion, 2-1 affair. First map going to Voca, the other two going to Wildcard, a little bit of a reverse sweep there. So just going to have to see how that turns out here. But it's been a little bit of an interesting upper bracket. Passion UA not having too much of an easier time in that best of 3 that we were really expecting as them being the favorites.
Yeah, I listen. I think Wildcard did a pretty good job of keeping them on the back foot. Here and there, some issues occurring. Also, not like the best individual series from some individuals there as well for the Passion side, but nonetheless, Wildcard knocked down. It was basically Passion locking it in when they needed to. Now Voca, after a relatively free win, I'm gonna say, against Boss. They didn't really struggle. 13-8 on Nuke was a little bit closer, but then Mirage, they dominated. And so I think Voca, for me, they were the other team, right? We talked about Wildcard as the team to potentially create an upset. Well, if it wasn't Wildcard, it would be Voca. So it's fitting that they're the two teams in this lower final, where now there's one more spot in the grands for them to head into. But let's gotta discuss where Voca are at as a unit. This is a team that's got a ton of firepower, that's very capable. And in fact, to be honest with you, I feel like, we got to see that showcased in the game that I casted with Mark a little bit earlier today against SportsBetExpert. They dominated in that series, and it's continued in this lower bracket run.
Yeah, that was honestly an incredible showing for them. If you didn't see that, you should honestly go back if you're not a Voca believer. It was so heavily dominated. It just looked like they were playing 2 different kinds of Counter-Strike. SB, a little bit more puggier style, not too much leadership from Steel that we would really be wishing for here. Voca were just able to abuse it in every single step that they could. And, once they got into Ancient, it was a little bit of a GG's. But something that's interesting about this map, Vito, it's the same exact veto that they had.
Run it back.
The first matchup. Run it back.
Run it back. That's exactly what Voca are thinking. And for Wildcard, I mean, well, hell, they won last time.
Yeah. Might as well see and try your luck once again. I mean, had a little bit of time just to go and look through the VODs, maybe take your time with your team to restructure all of your situations, just to make sure that you know what you're going to be doing this time. So yes, exactly. It's going to be a good one. I'm quite excited for this matchup. They were able to take that away from Wildcard. It was a 13-7 map affair, and obviously you just saw the one Wildcard ran with Passion UA. It was a little bit difficult for Wildcard to get there, but they were still able to make it work in the end. It's going to then go to Dust 2 and then Overpass, which gonna be a replay. Wildcard's been playing a lot of the same maps today.
Yeah, they have. I mean, to be fair, your map pool is your map pool.
Yeah.
So
these 2 teams have very similar ones.
That also very true. You know, the fact though that, you know, Voca don't get a chance to go to Ancient, that's probably going to be a little sad for them. They do enjoy themselves a little bit of Ancient. Nonetheless, as we jump into this thing, it's already underway. Voca with a CT side start. Didn't get to talk too much about it, but this is a team filled with firepower. You know, individuals can pop off at any stage. A 3B setup for Voca. Wildcard, I think, running the same pistols they did against Passion.
Well, looks like Dia with the first kill, but Wreck very quickly grabbing a double, peeping, taking one of his own. That 3-piece setup, not going to be doing too much for Voca, at least not for now.
No, they get dominated. Easy entry. Just one smoke, a couple flashbangs, and they're good to go. Trying to get back in here as well. Both coming catwalk. This seems impossible.
Yeah, you can't really isolate all of this. Classier able to find the first, and very nice pistol round there from Wildcard.
Yeah, I think that Voca kind of maybe reading into that, the fact that they were going to go B, they start 3B, which not always going to be something you see. And like I was highlighting, Wildcard, I think, ran the exact same pistol against Passion, but didn't seem to work out all that well. Big chance to find success early on into this. The storyline for Mirage with Wildcard picking into it once again is just to fix what was broken last time these guys played. That was in the opening round in the upper bracket. And like we said, Wildcard able to win that matchup, but they lost their map pick here in Mirage. Close the series out in reverse sweep fashion. This will be an eco. Voca, no real investment. PU Fitty for Infinite, but that's it.
Seen crazier things happen with the USP. Wildcard not want to get anything. There we go. That's one. Snap with a couple taps.
Yeah, he ain't gonna be getting away with that. Not in the slightest. Yeah, I think takeaways for me from Wildcard in their series against Passion, I think it's kind of hard to be unhappy with how they performed, because they were competitive when they needed to be. They stepped up. There was, you know, a lot of individual capability. It felt like we didn't see a great series out of Classia in general, but like overall MHL was phenomenal. And, you know, a combination of Hex, Peeping, and Wreck were able to bring the firepower when necessary. So you can't be too unhappy about that Passion loss.
I'm excited to see the op head-to-head here with Dia and MHL, just because of how much we saw from MHL versus that Passion UA. You were talking about it. You were saying that he was kind of even shown up by Halzerk, right?
Or no, the opposite. I think MHL was kind of owning Halzerk.
Yeah, that's
most of that series. Yeah, I think Dia a very different opper than Halzerk. Very different kind of opper, a lot more explosive. So I'm right there with you. I think that's a good shout.
Got a buy round out here for Voca. Ooh, a nice nade to the smoke, but not gonna grant them any kills. Peeping very quickly, moving his way up towards Cat. He's gonna be able to connect with some other players over on that B site, but looking towards cutting off some rotates, at least for now. Trying to make a little bit more space towards apartments. Gets cut off.
Next turn to timing. Gonna sprint out. Chain in defense. He corrects that spray. Initially looked a little bit ugly. MHL, he's arrived. He's got the help. Carson from Cat, good for one. Wreck activates, but Snav trades. And with Classia last alive, there's a chance for a clutch, but it is a long way.
Still has the bomb. Still has the time. I mean, you're not going to start making chances. Might as well do it now in the lower bracket final. It's the last chance that you got to really make it. IEM Atlanta. Found a timing here. Voca has not quite moved their way on over yet. It's been 30 seconds. Okay, there we go. Infinite starting to make his way on over. And it looks like they are actually going to split up, at least for the time being.
No, I don't think they're splitting fully. I think once this bomb goes down, Infinite going to wait on Snav. Be the right call. Glacia, is he going to get all the way into Palace? Yes, he does. Fantastic. Post-plant positioning now. Snav and Infinite combined, they have, just 70 health. So, Glacia, this is turned from nearly unwinnable to very winnable quite fast. I'm already halfway ticked. Infinite's the only one with a kit.
Let's take it. Snav keeping him held in there. That's a clean out, but a nice defuse. Infinite able to get it. So right at the wrong second there for Glacia to peek on out. Snav just holding him at that angle, not letting him disturb the defuse there.
Intelligent from Snav. I mean, he knows what the win condition is, knows Infinite sticking, and Snav needs to play committed enough to convince Glacia that he is actually fighting, but not so committed that he loses the fight too soon. So with him having such low HP, it's just a matter of time. Big fight for peeping. Mid missed window smoke as well, if I'm not mistaken. It's a frustrating miss. Actually, I think it hit one of those CTs jumping out a window. And now we've double smoked window, guys.
Who's trolling here? Carson able to find a nice spot to breathe in. That Molly doesn't extend quite over. Could catch Glacia, but he's just too quick with his MAC-10. His weapon of choice here. Nice trade. Voca still can't breathe easy quite yet. 4v3, and Shane, precarious spot here, knows that Hex is there. Nice information gained on over as Infinite takes that down. They can hear the T's running through apartments.
Oh, another massive moment from peeping. Got the opening pick. Tack on another one there with the entry towards B. He's got the bomb still. The fight happening in mid as well. Shane with his low HP, he's just gonna go run away. Peeping, he's not taking any prisoners against his former teammates. I know where Shane went too.
Yeah.
It's not like this is a surprise.
Not gonna go hunting quite yet. Shane just trying to get out of here alive. A little bit of health that he has, and Wildcard snatched that little short-lived victory that Voca had right on back.
Wildcard coming in with a passion. Ooh. You've got triple kill at peeping. There's probably a lot of emotion in this one. Obviously, losing your map pick Mirage to Voca last time, want to correct that. Like I said, peeping playing against his former team after leaving for greener pastures at that time under the Stanislaw banner. It's been an adventure since then. Got GPT roster changes and all.
At Grok. Will Peeping get this kill? Who will throw the support util? Gotten like a full save here. Infinite just with a 5-7 and some armor. Sacked on over towards that A site. Little bit of information from Carson, but not too much, as Wildcard haven't made their way quite yet towards mid. Wreck, though, is going to activate over from Underpass, and
we're double smoking window again.
Yeah.
And one of them missed.
Obviously. That's why they need a double smoke, because they know one of them's gonna miss. Don't worry about it.
I'm worried about it. So
I'm worried about this, actually. I'm worried about these two crossfires here. They're not able to clear both of these sides at the same time. Maybe they get a little lucky. Snav does. Okay, that's a little bit of firepower out of the wings of Wildcard. We still don't know about Infinite, but expecting that A site is fully stacked. The bomb is already moving its way on over to B. Infinite left maybe gonna be able to pick out something.
Why does he think there's somebody Palace so much?
There's someone Palace. Is that maybe a
Bro-
miscom happening?
Bro's chasing ghosts, or yeah, most likely a miscom. Either way, that's very funny. A little tech pause in for this one. It's not been exactly a phenomenal start to 2026 for this Voca project. They ended 2025 in an all right stance, but they've been attending quite a few different events in their lead up, and I feel like it's kind of been 50-50. Not quite what they would want, but it's not all too bad. That's a little concerning, the fact that we're back here.
Hey guys, welcome back.
Yeah. Apparently some bigger problems happening in the server, it would seem. But yeah, on the Voca front, they haven't been losing to anyone concerning or anything. It's to M80, it's to NRG, and that's fine, but top 8 finish out at Miami. They were out at the Las Vegas Flomland, lost to M80 there. And then an early exit in the top 4 to NRG at the Blast Qualifier. Well, the Ace NA Masters, which ultimately is a Blast Qualifier. So, ultimately, Voca not losing, not playing badly, but not where they want to be. And this is the type of qualifier that they would love to be able to manufacture an upset in.
Absolutely. This would kind of solidify themselves just a little bit more, especially even just speaking about this qualifier itself. This is the team that dropped them down into that lower bracket. The underdog here is Voca.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, the history between Peeping and Voca. I feel like we're starting to get not so far removed from that, but it's been a year or two.
It's been a little bit.
I feel like people kind of maybe forget that the Voca core is the reason that Peeping is on Wildcard. They brought him in, and he was in the hardest roles and still shining bright in that. I think a team that's got a lot of haters in Voca, but I think Peeping brought some positive eyes in that direction when they brought him on, and that is what his overperformance in those tough roles within the Voca project, not under Voca at the time. That was Elevate and then Timberman, but you got to appreciate the irony now of Peeping on Wildcard, where Voca are the ones playing up.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are going to go to a tech pause just a little bit once we get this server all figured out. We will be right back with you for the Wildcard of Voca lower bracket final for Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta Lowe's Qualifier.
Well, a tech pause, but now we are back. At least allegedly. Get this thing back underway. Wildcard, strong start to this one. Voca just on an eco. Now they're onto their purchase. Dia, his first AWP of the map as well. He was looking towards mid. I'm going to leave that immediately. Lean towards the B-bomb site instead. It's a slow burn. Wildcard just setting themselves up to a minimum fake to mid control. They still have 2 players there, but ultimately the bomb, it's leaning the A direction.
Looking towards ramp here. Infinite may not be seeing ghosts, at least not for this round. Do have Hex up in Palace, at least for now. Team has to combine here. A couple thrown smokes over towards mid. Just keep Voca on their toes and keep eyes off of ramp. Very slowly cutting noise here. I mean, they kind of have to go with this once it starts going. 40 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, I got to watch out for Diaz off as well.
Yep. Let's move on over. Whoa,
Big opener.
Instant deletion.
There's still a flash here, potentially to push Dia off the angle, but he's missed the shot. Rare moment from Dia. And how's that nade taste, Carson?
Wow.
Takes it right on the chin.
And then, okay, an incredible lineup here for Shane. If he's able to get this 4th one, that's insane. MHL, you got to fall back onto the site, but he wants to take this fight, and he does, able to win it. Snap coming out of jungle now, up onto stairs, knows at least of 1 player. Doesn't know about Classia. Just gonna run, try and reposition, maybe get an exit over in jungle, but that's the Mac 10. Mac 10 always gonna win a year for Classia.
Dude, MHL, that was a little bit scary. Shane just about changed the game with what would have been a 2v5 recovery after Voca just got gobsmacked on the site. Wildcard execute wasn't even anything special, just a nutty swing from Peeping, and followed that up with another frag. That one onto Dia.
So
the
calm
story
too.
for Peeping, I feel like, continuing as he's had a incredible opener these first 6 rounds. Another eco ongoing for Voca.
Haven't been very aggressive yet for Voca. I mean, these pistols could have pushed mid here, but really respecting Peeping and just what he's been doing in mid so far. They're a little bit afraid of this now. Moving away from connector onto this site.
And it's another ace stack that Wildcard are going to be walking into. Issue for Voca is that even though they've got these resources in the right place, it's still only 3 guys.
Yeah.
One of those guys is Dia, who only has a USP, but there's a flash. Sort of a trap play. Unfortunately, it's going to be pulled a little too early.
What's up angle here for Infinite? May be able to take it, and he does. Very quickly traded out. Hex and Classia able to find one, and the 5-7 finds another. Dia close up, twitches on over after that kill. Molly's gonna take him out. What a scrimmage over at A ramp that was.
It was, and it really was, because Wildcard gave themselves away a little bit earlier into that execute, and so Voca, they got the rotates in by the time Wildcard were actually getting out ramp. Just a flood continued, more and more CTs arriving on the scene. Nonetheless, we're into another buy round 8. Chance to see what Voca can do. They have really struggled to get this party started. Wildcard, the calling here much more concise than it was in the T side of Mirage against Passion. They are looking for a B hit right off the bat. This is from spawn, just the spawn utility thrown.
Oh ho ho! There's the activation we were waiting for from Voca. Here with a nice 2K, and Peeping just gone straight out of the gate. Cannot even control top mid anymore. Just kind of stuck here in apartments. Classy and MHL trying to jump out onto the site, get themselves a little bit of space, but there's so many players here that you have to fight against. First frag found. Dia finds Classy as a mate, and now all alone on the site. Voca with a very convincing opening here from Dia.
Yeah, I'll listen. I do want to kind of chop that up to a little unlucky, though, because first time Dia has an op, he's just on the B bomb site. Sorry, it's not the first time he had an op, but the first time he's had an op on B is what I meant to say. And Wildcard are pulling out an early exec. I think the biggest issue with that is that he's allowed to get a second one. There's no quick distance close. Like the execute itself is a little bit suspect because of that. So I think a little bit odd. Call itself, not necessarily a bad one. The attack pause. It's James IRL to talk this thing over. And with Voca still in the back foot, but now with a little bit more to hang their hat on. It's important for Wildcard to stop this in its tracks. Don't want to let Voca regain momentum.
James is saying you're going to be the IGL for the mat. Switch an IGL mid-tack pause.
IGL roulette.
Spin the wheel. Ooh, nice nade there from Carson.
Dude, and another one that goes even deeper, takes Wreck down almost as far.
Again, very out and close here. Not going to expect Peeping here. Oh, a nice two-piece from him. A little bit of a laborious spray, but it's going to make it work. 36 health, and he's able to get that done. All the confidence in the world, and Hex is able to just finish it off. A-site execute through Khan is making it work. Carson getting met with fire in the flames. All the utility that Wildcard has on their hands that they can throw. They're making sure it's going into jungle and into this position. And MHL on the other end, the other angle. We'll just start clearing out the last two CTs here.
Keeping with entry after entry, he continues to hammer Voca round after round. Wildcard are in control. Voca tagged down. Fortunately, they had a really clean round victory. That Dia 3K, they only lost one guy in the process, so one member. And so they're going to be able to rebuy very comfortably. Wildcard.
I'll switch over to Hex here.
He's just got the spawn. Hits the leg. Carson eating a nade. That was down in Underpass. In the first 15 seconds, Voca already sustaining massive damage on both Infinite and on Carson. The inkling was for Voca to take a mid fight, but they got hit with the nade leg as well. That makes that A side a little bit more vulnerable. They just pack it up. Now they're re-clearing A. Big activity here for Voca.
Yeah, moving off this angle. It's getting a little bit safer, but Peeping and co. They're going to make their way towards mid. Just getting a little bit of space, just a bit of utility thrown. So much given over by Voca.
This is going to be a pretty cat's split. Shane's in a prime position. He's got help on the site. And it's Dia.
Hot battle going back and forth. MHL able to laser it down, but just like that, Shane able to find one, very quickly traded, and that's all the players on the B site taken care of. Wreck on the other end. On A, finding one. Trade is there.
Snav's a little bit separated from this, but he could absolutely go for it.
Ooh,
a little bit harder now. Missed the cat jump. But he has a kit. Two flashes. Classy have been handed the op.
him over here. Ooh, a little bit of damage onto Hex, trying to enter in, expecting another player onto site. Maybe what, but he does, hear the other weapon here. Triple flashed out. You cannot see anything here. Snap just wanting to get the kills, wanting to get this fight taken care of. Done and dusted. Not going to do anything here. Glacia through the wall, finding his head.
It's a pretty expensive round. Wildcard will take it with ease. The opening to that round looked a little bit easier. I really wanted Voca to continue pushing down ramp, or at least take action off the back of finding nothing in ramp. They just sat and waited within that area, and ultimately were just too late to move. Leg shot onto MHL means that Dia gets insta-killed. Here we go, Peeping again. These fast-moving plays up mid have been his bread and butter. Tap another one. The smoke gets open for him. Peeping, he ain't done yet.
Arson with a little bit of visuals here is going to get knocked back after one to kill. That's it. That's the tease on that ace site. That's it over. Economy's just not here for them to go for it. They gotta try and at least save these for the last round, but Peeping is already running towards them, and they can hear him. A little bit of a slower. He's right on the angle, and maybe could get a trade. Down to 19th health. Shane done. Maybe the M4 can get saved, but now they're all descending onto the site.
I mean, how many times have we been seeing Voca in these like nearly unwinnable or entirely unwinnable situations, or trying to save a gun? Far too many. Carson, he too can't get away. 9 rounds. I'm really stunned by the difference that we're seeing for Wildcard's T side. You walk away from that passion game and you feel like T side was ugly on so many levels. There were just so many mistakes, and you get to this one, definitely a difference in the type of game that Voca are playing versus Passion. Wildcard looks so much more confident, and it's I don't want to say entirely down to Peeping, but it's kind of entirely down to Peeping.
I mean, 16-7 so far. Always good for one. No, just a casual 8-site execute here. Infinite around the box is maybe going to be able to do a little bit of damage, but Hex is too good with these entries. Keeping, helping him out. Carson just knocked back this utility that Voca has had to deal with from Wildcard has been insane.
Just a lot of fast and simple plays, and Wildcard getting the entries every time. It'll be Hex for a trade, and it's 10-2 on the half. Wildcard dominating on their map pick. We'll see you after the break.
A surge of energy as you come into sight. Caught in the moment, I'm hypnotized. With every breath, I feel the fire inside. Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, consumed by your side. Your love is like a wildfire. My heart's on fire as I hold you close. Your touch, it's electric, a beautiful overdose. I'm addicted to the way we move and sway. Lost in the rhythm, my body's insane. We're in days. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain.
Time to go. 10-2. Sophie ain't that great. Voca in trouble, and MHL hoping to put them down fast. We'll go 1 for 1.
Ooh.
Carson and Infinite grabbing 2 in return. A sight under pressure and bomb planted.
Ooh, these are some quick shots here with a Glock. And Dia and Shane, everyone grabbing one of their own. Classy at least making his name known from Cat. Carson wants to hunt this down, at least just holding for another peek here. Ooh.
Yo.
Okay. Okay, wait. Oh, only
It's not enough time.
No, and Dia's gonna
He's getting
definitely
knifed. He's
find
getting
him.
knifed.
Ah.
I really
like a
thought
knife.
Dia was pulling out the knife because, I mean, to be fair, he could have had an op round too.
Mm-hmm.
What could have been? But instead, you're still going to be happy to see Voca take a pistol round. That'll lead a little bit more of an interesting half because at 10-2, no room for error. Wildcard, not going to give any breaks to Voca or Spy.
Doubled up in window here, Carson. Taking quick movement, and wow, lots of boosts here from Wildcard. Just trying to make sure that they are able to get to their sight positions as quickly as possible. Peeping with a lot of damage done. Has to fall back over to CT.
I feel like I never see that triple boost. That's kind of insane that Carson was clearing it so effectively.
Maybe you just see their heads sometimes.
Good news continues. Here for Voca. Access towards the A-bomb site.
Carson trying to just isolate some fights, knowing that there's a lot behind him, but I reckon Classia doing a lot. All right, would I say Classia here? The nice 2K with a picked up Galil. And a little bit of damage over to Voca's economy here. Not too much that it's gonna dampen their parade.
Yeah, I mean they're perfectly happy with that, especially when Wildcard are full buying to get 3 kills. Yeah, those are trades you're going to take every day. Keeping Classia leading the charge. It's keeping the only one with a deagle though. Most everybody saving. As expected, Voca usually on an anti-eco, I feel like would feel things out a little bit more, but they are ready to just run into B. And it's going to be very effective. Nobody's home.
I wanted to get these sites taken in these rounds 1. Getting a little bit less close or less disparaging score line. Wreck, though, can disrupt the plant, and he does. Not going to be completely clearing the site. Voca now in a little bit of trouble. With an insane kill onto Peeping, though, is going to make it a little bit easier for them as a bomb gets planted here. Hex does not want to deal with that.
If only they knew how low everybody is. That I think two people got a dink, so they sort of do know, which might be why they're just playing to contain, hoping to ensure that somebody goes down with the ship if they were to escape via catwalk. But it's nobody going cat. Instead, everybody exits through CT. That will be safe and sound for Voca.
Couple of T rounds here already for them.
That's true, but you've also got to understand that, you know, there's not yet playing against Wildcard's by. This is where the rubber meets the road with MHL getting an AWP, all the bells and whistles of utility. Arson. Okay, just like losing his gun for a moment, but don't worry, he's got it. How to spawn for an A-pop? Gonna be right into MHL's op.
This is where he can shine here. Or if Voca keeps on that fast-paced take, could be another good round for them. Just has to see as the util starts to fly on over. Classia over in sandwich. MHL able to find the first headshot. Classia helping him out with another. Player over at Apex. Could get a little bit disrupted. A little bit of damage onto MHL, but he's not able to finish that kill. That nade does, though, onto him. I don't know about Wreck, but that flash comes out. He's completely blinded. Dia. Incredibly done here. Carson, though, does want to keep this round in their contention. Doesn't quite spot their head as Wreck does pop on over to Ticket. Finishes it up with a USP kill, and Wildcard take that back in not so convincing fashion. That looked like a Voca round through and through. At least after the first two kills went to Voca's way.
Well, I'd say it looked like a wild card round that Voca somehow made their way back into. Yes. And I'll add to that, MHL, you know, some insane flicks. Also, yeah, how do you not clear CT? You get a flash and everything. That's so frustrating for Dia, who's just more worried about getting the op in his hands. That's how much of a win condition that is. Couple of SMGs. Wildcard, because of those losses, because Rec had to clutch, they aren't exactly healthy economically. Next in ladder. Doubled up in window. Though that's changing. Peeping. Now more concerned about connector. It's just spotted two players in there.
Smokes and nades coming out from both sides. Nice flash out from Reg. Carson able to get one blinded, but that's going to help MHL, at least for one. And he's left alone over at mid. Has to fall back on over to this A site where his teammate is hidden. That bomb's going to be leaving mid. Also going to be leaving Snab over in window, holding for that rotate.
Oh, they're going A.
They're going A.
Lassie is here. Oh, it's not ideal, but he's hearing them stomp all the way through. Classia now knows. So MHL can come back to cover. Obviously, Snav's still a snake in the grass within window. 20 seconds. There's not a lot of time for errors or mistakes for Voca.
They need to get that done. They need to clear these angles. They need to get this over, and that kill from MHL is going to make them hit
10
the
seconds.
pedal. Classia, oh my gosh. Almost didn't clear that. Okay, if there's one thing to learn from this map, it's to clear the angles that you don't expect them to be when you're re-entering the site or clearing CT.
Oh, brother. feel like that was one misclear away from being a
Mhm.
disaster. He just holds his trigger finger for long enough as they plant the bomb, denies it, and GG. But instead, wild card, win one round, lose the next. Can't maintain that semblance of control that they had found for a moment. We'll be back onto an eco. It's their turn to go for this A-side stack. In fact, push all the way through. Both MHL and Glacia are in spawn.
And Shane sees that. Just keeping a player around. I mean, 2 CTs for 1 T. Not exactly what you want here. It's going to be able to get a little bit of information over towards Wildcard. Expecting that they're moving their way over towards B. Rest of the troops will move in to stack that area.
And they've got the right read.
Mm-hmm. Still playing out. Ooh, able to catch one. Snav finds one. Dia helping with the other after Hex gets a nice headshot. But Peeping just staying low, staying quiet on this site. Knows that they don't like to clear. Able to find one. Gets away with it. And oh my gosh, these lurks are insane. Oh, almost terrible there for Voca.
I mean, Voca are making their way back. And slow and steady. Nothing flashy. They are making their way back. It's been, listen, a slowdown for Peeping, but how could you expect anything other than that? Classy has stepped up big time in his stead. MHL's had some moments. They don't need to find consistent, sustained success. This is just about catching one round here, another round there. They've got 2 remaining victories that they need. Pull this Mirage off.
Nervous of entering into this mid site after the smoke. Voca taking their time with it, re-smoking over towards window, and this is where I would like to see Peeping getting a little bit more aggressive, like we've seen him in other games, but still don't want to toy with the fact that Voca could just take it out of contention, at least for now.
I had so many opening attempts and victories in the first half, though. Now on the CT side, that becomes a lot more risky, especially if you don't have any setup. Still, he and Rec going to be the ones attacked in a moment. Walk through the smoke, does Carson. I feel like Wildcard, or excuse me, Voca, getting attacked on so many different angles.
Oh, yeah.
Not sure where they want to go.
Oh, nice nade to break that smoke. Dia, though, quick with the switch and with the scope. MHL able to activate a lot more this round with the op.
The world was that round. You've got 2 players in apartments doing God knows what. A player lurking out A into MHL's op, then 2 trying to probe connector, walking through a smoke no less, and Carson got that kill, so fair enough. But there's just so much happening. And what the plan was, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, gotta find a plan now, quickly. Wildcard are very close to closing out this first map victory.
I just need this one round. Again, they're going to walk into MHL's op.
Not the most amount of weaponry that you'd want, but a missed shot could open it up just a little bit onto this A site. Glacia is over on balcony, does get pushed down. Nice pop flash, but Shane is better for it. Just gotta scale through, and oh my gosh, that flash and peek from Infinite's insane. He's online. That's what you need here from Voca if you want to get this going.
Another flash.
Okay.
I mean, they clear it, but they both lose their life in the process. 3v3. And they haven't been able to claim additional weapons. Carson and Snap still just have pistols. So it's really up to Infinite.
So close to smoke. Didn't see his head over in Firebox, but Rex able to take down one. Carson switching it over for another. Time is not on their side. Oh, so close. But Hex does have a kit, able to figure it out. 13-7. Wildcard are going to be taking the first map in this series.
Yeah, I mean, the lack of weapons there in the post plant really hurting Voca. They just couldn't actually claim any additional firepower, and so ultimately got beat by the retake. 13-7. After a 10-2 half, I think Voca actually, recovering significantly there. I am impressed with that, but really the story of this map one is Peeping. Peeping taking over on the T side from Wildcard. Some dominant calls and a dominant half played out to ensure that this time Mirage doesn't go Voca's way.
Absolutely. And going into Dust 2 after this, a little bit more excited to see a little bit more of some ops coming out. We saw it a little bit towards the, I guess, the later half of that game, but I want to see MHL shine. We saw just maybe two rounds that we had a little bit of a multi-kill potential from him. But like you said, it's just been Peeping, just kind of running it for Wildcard. And if that's what they wanted to do, they built this squad around him. So honestly, it's working out so far, at least in this series.
Yeah, working out as intended with Dust 2 up next. Voca going to have to correct the record from last time as well. So we'll see what that looks like. We're going to get Dust 2 underway in about 15 minutes. We'll see you then.
It's like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain takes me higher. Almost in the heat, consumed by your side. Your love is like a wildfire. Get down dirty in the bedroom. Strip it down, fix all of your issues. Gonna know what you and I are really missing. Just come with me to start with kissing. I know it's getting hot in here. Still want you close to me. Oh baby, all I want is you to burn for me. Baby, all I want is you to burn for me.
It's Dust 2 up next as Voca pick into it. Wildcard able to steal back their Mirage. That was the head-to-head. We get a repeat of this veto from the upper bracket game Wildcard and Voca played. Wildcard making the change, able to take a victory here. They won Dust 2 last time. Now they just need it again in order to take this series in its entirety.
Yeah, Voca did seem like they had a little bit of some signs of life towards the end of that Mirage game, but once Wildcard just kind of laid it into them 10-2 in the first half, they were not going to be slowing it down anytime soon. We did see a little bit more of a comeback from Voca, but hopefully this will translate a little bit differently over onto something that is their map pick. And it's not looking too great in terms of history with these two teams because they did lose versus Wildcard. It was a 13-10 affair. Wasn't too not too dicey, but you know, it's a 13-10. That's a little bit longer of a game than you would hope if you pick into it here.
Yeah, well, and listen, I think that it is something where Voca have consistently been good on this map against every team that's not, I'll just say, top 5 in the region. You know, maybe top 6. You know, they've got losses in here to NRG on land, back to back, actually losses on land to NRG on this map. And then, you know, earlier on back in online event towards the end of last year, they lost to Rave. But, you know, other than that wildcard game, those are the only losses that Voca have on Dust 2. This is a very good map for them. And the fact that they're confident enough to pick it back into it is good. It's telling. I think the issue for me is that we really just weren't seeing the firepower on Voca light up like it should be. I mean, Infinite was really quiet. We saw some moments from Dia, but they were really few and far between. You know, it just wasn't the Voca that I'm used to seeing.
Even when it was Shane, it was like maybe twice and a half that he was able to light up. So maybe this will be a little bit different. Double holding this under push is trying to look for something down. Peeping holding that with the dualies. Getting a little bit too quick for his britches here. Getting that aggressive in mid like he likes to be. Voca played this map really incredibly well versus SBE earlier today, if I remember.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. They 13 forward them. Not even really a big issue. MHL going to take some flak and back away slowly. Make sure that he doesn't get caught on the retreat. So they're going to come back in. There's a flash on Classia, but that's actually on the B bomb site, so not going to be relevant. Peeping, the one who makes the first contact.
Yeah, want to fight through this cat play. Does get the trade. As Snav is going to be activating that long position that he has been holding just for almost half of this round, and the bomb's going to get planted. Already peeking into CT. That flash is going to be very blinding here. Low players on low HP on Classia. Just trying to see if he can find anything. Can't find the shot, or I guess the jump up. Okay, Infinite is activating here. That's what we needed from this team to push them into the game.
Yeah, a big start there on the pistol round. It's making up for it, but more building on what we saw from them in the second half of Mirage. They didn't go down so massively. 2-10 was the first half scoreline favoring Wildcard. Voca weren't down so bad. I think that they probably could have made something of Mirage. They were getting back into that game, but as Wildcard able to answer back. They've tried with these force buys before. Failures in the past, but now a different look. Got Wreck out front and a massive find with Classia's flash. Wildcard in the driver's seat.
Carson going out there alone, just trying to set the sights here to see if they can even stalk down long. Voca playing this very slowly. Wanting to retake a little bit of the space back. Can't finish the kill. Dia's gonna have to get some help from Shane. But these 5-7s are yapping over to these T-sided players. Beeping, trying to grab that AK. It's not gonna work, but that lurk from Wreck is. Infinite now just alone on an island. Has to throw a smoke down just to save himself from the scout. Wants to isolate these, but looks away just at the wrong moment. Has the information on the player, and so close that he was able to turn around, get that 180. An MHL proving he is a player to be talking about here, able to get that clutch up.
I mean, it's actually Rec that's the storyline of the round, because he's so active there on the flank. To get that kill like he did, drop a smoke, and then keep pushing. I think he ended up pushing his own smoke. A really smart heads-up play. He activates, plays safe, and it's an uncomfortable position for MHL. He's got to sprint through a smoke, just go with his pistol, and he gets away with it. Lovely stuff. Speaking of lovely, Dia. Absolutely fantastic. A beautiful headshot on his deagle. Now he's coming to Infinite saying, yo, about that scout.
Yep.
Do a switcheroo.
Right on over. Playing this slow. MHL. Taking a look over towards Cat. Could get swung on here, but that Galio good for one. The trade almost there, but Shane good for a two-piece. Now that's going to be Cat completely taken care of. All the CTs are done, and very back and forth here.
I mean, it all starting with Dia.
Yeah.
Like, surely that looks good, but then they collapse on mid, and I feel like Voca just were a little bit too prepared. They were like one step ahead. The flash comes a little late. There's just like slight missteps there for Wildcard, and hey, we're gonna see it again. A run back of this force buy. It's a little bit more spread as Voca look to take lower, appearing as if they just want to run a more normal default. The waterfall smoke there on mid door. Back to business as usual for them.
Trying to hold some pushes that Wildcard could be potentially doing. Asia is kind of holding over towards long. You could be walking into something that is pretty well set up. I mean, it's just pistols, but Wildcard have moved a lot of their resources on over towards here, unfortunately. Voca is going to get smoked out, at least just for now, as Rec gets into a little bit of a tricky situation. No damage done onto either team so far. Rec wanting to get into a little bit piece of that action.
Meanwhile, scale up count for Voca. MHL scout that's here on A. Further forward on long is Classia and Rec, or excuse me, Peeping. The 5-7 on the site. These 4 spies down to 35. Voca got to start moving. Move they will. Both smokes active. And MHL gets nothing. Now Peeping, calling for support. There's the flash. The Peeping has just received. It'll allow him to piece up one shot. Looking for more on the 5-7, but nothing is found. With that, should be around unless Hex gets a little freaky. Not so much.
Could have been a different story there. With a little bit of a different buy, but now forced into an eco again. Wildcard still struggling to find their footing here and not really getting that full buy that they've been wanting. Obviously on CT side, Voca been very slow, keeping their pace, making Wildcard play against it.
I mean, really, they were just slow last round. I think that a huge change in the pace of things, letting Wildcard, especially after Wildcard did that mid collapse the round before. I think Voca almost hoping that they would do something like that again. Anyway, a long push. There's a timing here to catch the bomb. Shane's got the bomb when he's just turned away. Oh my gosh.
Oh, and they're all there. Oh, and they're all there. A little bit of team damage is going to help them out. Hex able to find one, and yeah, it picks up the AK, but Snav is quick on checking out that flank. I mean, they are in a little bit of a pinch. The bomb is down. Peeping has to get out of this molly and connect up with his teammate. Oh, a little bit of a labored one, but he's able to find it. Infinite's been so good so far on this T side. He's gonna be able to isolate this though, as Rec gets very deep into suicide.
This crossfire just became so much harder to break apart. But Infinite, oh, he had the read, but he's turned away. Rec not taking the fight. And I don't know where Rec's going. 35 seconds. It feels like Rec might have just given away this timing. He has. Peeping on B. So Rec's going to be following in the footsteps of Infinite. Infinite can't believe that Wildcard have just let him have all this space.
Low health on peeping here on this site too. Has to be sharp with it.
There's just no
Voca
time.
flash. Yeah.
You can't clear him. Oh my gosh.
Ooh, knows where he's at. Just in the smoke. Has to back out of this and has to find the angle on it before he does. Peeping just sitting in the smoke.
Smart.
Is he on the other side of it yet? Oh, a nice flash over. Infinite finds that headshot. Has a flash of his own. Knows Rec is over by doors with that little bit of noise. Don't know if he sees him, but he does peep out. Infinite, insane clutch from him. So smartly able to take that timing.
Really intelligent. I mean, Infinite played that to perfection, and I love the way that he handled that. But let's be real. Wildcard gave him a chance to win by splitting up, playing so separate, not convening to their crossfire. They had the bomb, and they actively gave it up. Why? I just don't understand the move that the Wildcard are making right there. A very confusing way to play out that 2-on-1. Granted, they were ecoing. Granted, able to do a ton of damage, but it could have been, should have been even so much more.
Absolutely. You have a tech pause coming out. There's Wildcard a little bit of time to sit with their own thoughts. Has not really been the map that they could have wanted, at least not so far. Has been really able to run it from them, and they've just been making mistakes that just obviously been exploited by Voca. We saw it before their game versus SBE that they know how to play Dust 2. They are really, really good on this map. And once they switch over to CT side, it's going to be done and dusted. Infinite, incredible player over on Cat. The timings for their CT is just so good.
Good looks out of this Voca squad as they have been able to build a little bit of a lead. Fortunately, a tech pause on this one. I think on the Wildcard end of things, if I'm not mistaken. I think we're getting ready to jump back into this game as here we go. It's round 6 before Wildcard get their first real buy of this map. Goes down to the amount of force buys that they've been pulling off. Almost stole away an eco round. Classia?
Uh-oh.
Does Classia know he's not bought anything?
Well, he's
Or is this a HUD error?
It's
a HUD error. Yeah, definitely is. Oh, there's 2 Classias. I see what's happened.
Lots of lower space here taken by Voca. Util gonna go out just to clear this. Smoke over from... So let them go mid to B. A little bit of damage just through the smoke. Not gonna slow them down. Snap with a nice entry on. Peeping has to hold it down. The fort is able to get 2. Not expecting Shane so close on the site. That's gonna be the B site taken here.
Just trying to hunt Dia down. They heard him in lower. But he won't be allowing them to re-enter, and in fact, they just let him be. So Dia to be in a great position. Infinite catches MHL. That was at the entry of that door through the edge of the wood. And Voca, with that additional kill, Wildcard just give up the gambit, let them have that. They'll be taking a 5th round in stride.
Keeping trying his best over on that site. not enough just to calm the swarm that Voca was able to do in full mid space. Attack timeout called by a Wildcard. Very smart here, that first couple rounds. And now have to decide what they're going to be doing with their money. It's been a very strange economy for them so far with 4 spies, half buys, ecos, and now just losing their very first full gun round. 2 AKs have been brought over. Could make it a little bit easier for them, but got to decide something different here. Got to upset that Voca momentum. It's been insane for them so far.
The hard part for Wildcard is that they kind of tried a lot of their like more aggressive gimmicks, I feel like, on those 4 spies. So, and also on the eco. So for that reason, it's kind of hard for them to like dial up one of their more aggressive ideas or plays, as opposed to just like a long take or, you know, a mid take, something along those lines. It's something that Voca have been sort of prepared for. Also just ended up being like a perfect read. They get up mid to B last round with nobody fighting.
Yeah.
Gonna be peeping out mid this time. Oh, to get mid door. 2-1-2 classic. On the setup for Wildcard.
Look at her patient here. Very patient. This was something that I saw on their CT side. This is a very good characteristic to have.
Pushed up with the
Wanting to
Wildcard.
disrupt that. Yeah, hold on. Beeping is going to be able to disrupt this. Not too much, but that's still a frag in their favor. Does allow Infinite to get a little bit more messy. And you see Hex. He's already there. They didn't clear him. They even see him.
No
Okay.
way.
There
No
we go.
way.
It's gonna be
He is
the third
guy.
player. Yep.
Dude, I'm so mad if I'm Hex right now. Actually fuming. Infinite with an incredible start to this game. I mean, no one's having a bad game here for Voca, but Infinite now 11-2. He won that 1v2. Stalled them. Big moments from Infinite, top to bottom, even in the 4 spine. You've got Voca running away with this dust too.
Save denied here for MHL. Would have been nice just to bring an AK on over. We will finally see something different from Wildcard here. Just have not. We just keep hammering it. It's been a Voca masterclass here, especially on their T side.
Would love to see another Wildcard timeout actually ahead of this round, but here's that aggression. Beeping in MHL. Both in lower. Big fight. MHL gets his one. Peeping, though, going to go down. So MHL, he's in trouble. Lots of damage. He's burning, but he's also dunked a nade onto Carson in the process. Hex through the spam. Gathers one up. With Dia taking another. That's on the B extremity. Infinite. The kill on Niclasia on Cat. Leaves Hexed all alone.
Incredible trades. Staying still and waiting for that re-aggression. Everyone's firing on all cylinders here on Voca. There we go. No save. I mean, they got the opening pick. They got that aggression down and lower. Not able to capitalize that.
I mean, they just didn't have an exit strategy.
Yeah.
And when peeping, the rifler is the one to go down first. You know, MHL, sometimes you're going to play as like a sacrifice there. And then the rifle can probably get a multi, or at least have a chance to get a multi. But that's not possible when peeping's the one to initially go down. Yeah, this has gone from bad to worse for Wildcard. Claimed Mirage, but it's about to beat the cost of dust too, maybe.
Cost us some sleep too. Just a longer series. Even
Nice
when
nade.
Voca, yeah, that's a really nice name. Triple up here on Cat. That smoke's gonna go down. A little bit of damage onto Shane. Still not much that you can do. Oh my gosh, another incredible nade here. Okay. The 5-7s are starting to win it. Have to answer over to Infinite, all down to Dia, and somehow Wildcard are able through that furious, insane game, or that insane round.
I think
found a
that
second.
I think that it's the timing through the smoke there that's the most frustrating for Voca. You get
Mhm.
peeping, pushing. You've got Wreck on the other side from Cat. It's just a lot going on at once, and it's very disruptive to what Voca are trying to do. They're trying to transition into their Cat take, so they're setting up all their nades and utility when that all goes down. It's ending up quite perfect for Wildcard. Fortunately for Wreck, one victory not going to necessarily mean anything more. As Dia takes his spawn for long, catches Wreck. Wildcard might have won the last round, but they start the next at a man disadvantage.
So soon, too. Just that opener. Flash in from the CT. They want to fight this long. Lesia. A little bit alone here, but has to avenge the death of Rex somehow. Waiting for some kind of noise here from Voca, but it looks like they're backing up away. Infinite. Smells a little bit less CTs over towards that B side. The bomb's going to make its way on over.
I mean, Wildcard basically just full stacking A after losing that. It wasn't like they just sprinted to A, but when Wildcard or when Voca walk out B, Wildcard are likely just going to pack it up and save. This is going to be another round for Voca. Very likely. Insane call from Snav. He's got it right. Wildcard. They could not be more wrong.
That's that site. That's it. Here comes a 40-second save for Wildcard. Good calling here from Voca.
He has been so explosive. And obviously he's not the guy that is 14-3 or whatever, but between him, Infinite, dominant in these big moments, and then Shane, who's also quietly having a 9-3 game. It's crazy to say quietly there, but it kind of is that way. Wildcard, they don't have anyone stepping up in that same way. It's peeping sometimes, and it's been basically no one else. MHL, a shadow of himself, the guy that we've seen throughout both the last BO3 against Passion and now map 1 of this series. Shadow of themselves. Wildcard getting knocked down.
Unfortunate. Quite unfortunate here. However, with that save, a little bit of a 5, but never mind that off out of contention for Wildcard so quickly. He has been insane with these opening picks, and doesn't matter where you put him, if it's going to be mid, long, something, and Wax just getting caught there on the angle, trying to throw some utility in, just not ready for it.
BB's lighting that up. He's now under pressure. Looking to trade utility up on Catwalk, and in fact, Dia does a little bit of damage. Peeping misses the off shot. Snav takes him as there's more to be seen for the mid play. Looking like it's going to end up mid to B with Hext. He's already tagged up. He's gotten at least the single frag. So much more to be done. Wreck as well. That's the rotation from Pat. Hex reposition is beautiful. They're not going to check this. But, oh, he pulls the trigger a little too soon. Damage done to everyone as Wreck falls in the same breath. It's Classia to clutch. And he started off on the right foot.
Getting get rid of Infinite. That's what you need. kind of needs to go for this. They don't really have any rounds in this half if they want to make their T side any at all convincing. There's no knowledge on the site players. It's a little bit.
He's playing to save.
Yeah. As a kit. Waiting
Why?
for information. I gotta find one, not the other. It's not what
Shane
we wanted
letting
to
him
be
know.
here. Yeah.
Shane letting him know, and to be honest, kind of with Shane on this one. I feel like there's just not enough rounds for you to be playing a clutch like that so passively. Obviously, they don't realize how low everybody is, and it's a low percentage play, but I mean, it's right before the last round. You're buying anyway. Speaking of double lob, classy on the secondary. Like, this is the third guy we've seen wield a secondary op.
Double up on both sides, actually. Oh, wait, no. Carson's going to drop that very quickly and go pick up that AK.
And the nade in the smoke there at mid door is just too late. Infinite already passed.
Still, so far, Voca not getting that first op shot. It's pretty good. Keeping, getting a little bit close over in tons. Not going to be able to get that trade from Hex.
I think Wildcard needs something different, but an aggression up B is something they really haven't gone for at all throughout this map. In the one round that they did do that, Wildcard or Voca, they weren't actually there. They didn't see it. Not a bad call, but caught out entirely. Feels like it shouldn't be much more. It's classy up, op repositioning, but he's honestly some really unlucky timing there. Ultimately not going to matter.
Look, that's been the name of this half so far. It's just been unlucky timing for Wildcard. Voca's going to be able to kill almost all the site players just from long. Hex at least a flash through the smoke, but has no utility. Not going to be able to spray transfer to get more than one kill. MHL up for the clutch. Has to win this. Wants at least a 9-3 half. Finds the first, finds Infinite. Has a little bit of a lower player on Carson. Able to get that shot taken out. Making a lot of noise here with the 5-7. A little bit of ding. Able to finish that kill, but hold on.
No!
Hold on.
MHL! Are you serious? A 1v4 jumping no scope at the end to close the half. 9-3, and we'll be back. 9-3 at halftime. Wildcard taking a stance with the clutch at the end of the first half. Maybe it's enough to help them break back through. Need this pistol bad.
A little bit of a confidence boost, I would say. At least for MHL, where we're saying that we haven't really seen too much. Peeping just jumping down into CT, pushing them all the way back. As they take the site, they're on their back. Bomb gets planted. Now 3v3. Snav on this cat. They want to deal with him, but don't want to swing alone. Double into it. Oh, he's good for the first. He's going to get that trade. Peeping is on one right now. Has to deal with the dualies in Shane. At least just to keep this round underneath them. So much damage. Able to find the first one. 1-6 health with the dualies infinite. Has to fall back. At least try and get that. Has to stick it now.
Think he will.
He's not on it. He's not on it.
Thought he was. Not the case. Wildcard get themselves back into place with a 4th round and a much needed pistol. The issue is, Wildcard, you couldn't hang on to any sort of advantage when they had it early into the first half. I mean, thinking about the back and forth that we saw, the force by victory into the loss to follow that up, that's where you got to be a little bit concerned for Wildcard. Look at what Voca have bought. 4 SMGs and Carson with the scout. Oh my gosh. They just sprint out long. Thankfully, Rex still able to get one, and it's on the retreat. Infinite's nade catches a peek. Wildcard gonna be okay with how this just went down. 3-on-3.
Yeah, also gonna be granting himself a kill. He bought it for a reason. Infinite very close up. That flash is not gonna be good enough for him. Next gonna cancel that out. I gotta see where Snap's here. Yeah. Oh, a leg down to 1 health. MHL, that swing's gonna be hard. Now it's a battle of the scouts. Carson just sitting and waiting for Snap to get into position, and Rex able to end it. Hey, wait, Carson's still here. Never mind.
Rex with a really phenomenal round. It's both he and Hex that actually tagged 5 together. Big entry, Infinite giving it his all. It's kind of been the story of multiple halves, or halves defined by individuals, I think is the way I would put that. Because Peeping dominated the half number 1 over on Mirage. Talking about Infinite and how incredible he's been on the first half of Dust 2. Wildcard starting the long road back to a recovery, and so many flashes. Carson might be blind, but he's still able to connect the dots.
Reopener there for Voca, forcing Wildcard off to another journey, and they're getting very, very free with their positioning, moving a little bit closer to this mid door. Molly out's gonna disrupt that crossfire. Rex gotta enter into this angle very well. Oh, just misses. Dia tucked in so completely well. Gonna get a lot of information about these players moving on over to Cat onto this A site. Shane spots ahead. Oh, a nice dink onto Peeping, but it's not gonna be that final kill. That's gonna be the information for Voca to move their way on over.
I was gonna say they have no utility. Carson catches Hex. He was the only one with utility belt. They'll get the bomb down, but look at Peeping's HP. It's so very low. Rex gonna need some other additional crazy heroic move to make this work. Spots one out at long. Peeping's still alive. Time beginning to tick. Rex staying as best that he can. Peeping responsible for the Cat side of this. Rex grabs another. That's the long player, but all 3 swinging up Catwalk, and Shane will find the headshot to convert this 10th victory for Voca.
Good eco. You're bringing them to double digits. Okay, playing the CT side, even without the utility, without the weaponry that you could really appreciate. on your person. Wildcard in a tough spot here. The money's a weird utility just on a couple of players. But a little bit of some hero rifles coming out. Voca gonna take it long control very aggressively. 3 players going down. That util coming out. Wildcard not even looking towards it, just trying to get some space over towards mid. Want to keep their options open, at least for the future.
Yeah, that heavy presence initially towards A going to still be on the A side, but they leave Snav out at long. Shane. Tag team here on the B bomb site with Carson. Big moment. Shane only able to offer up the one. Carson grabs another. Great maneuvering, though. Carson ducks back out of the window so that he can still survive. Drop a nade. A little bit of coverage as that nice flashbang allows Classy an exit. 3-on-4. The post plant on B typically strong, but with this man disadvantage, you're just unsure.
Util flying out for Voca. I want to give this any easy rounds over the Wildcard. X just sitting and waiting. A little bit of a dangerous play happening over towards window and all down to Hex at a Tech 9. Almost going to hit that second shot onto Snav, but he is too quick with the maneuvering.
Yeah, Wildcard, I fear that Voca have this already sealed up, or I mean, they're a couple rounds away from that, but the feeling coming out of the Wildcard camp, it's just so dejected. It's uninspired.
Yep.
And they're once again broke. By now, maybe get a gun around. Voca are allowed to take their 12th. The 5 Deagles, always a little bit of a threat. Cannot ever fully count them out.
Have to do something special, something interesting for these to be even worth it. A little bit of damage that they can do to Voca's economy would be great, but still, they can rebuy next round. And plus, if they win the next one, it's over. It's on to the next map. At least a little bit of mid-control, making their way up towards Cat. That smoke gonna slow him, keeping down just a little bit, but not taking any cursive action. Rex gonna get caught out. Their long flank is gone, so this A site execute is gonna be a lot harder now.
I mean, execute is
Air quote.
a very
execute.
strong word. Yeah.
Deagle shoot onto site is what
Yep.
I mean.
That is the plan. See how it works. Snap. He says that plan is bad. I'll show you a better one. I'll shoot the AK. Quick, easy headshot. No Hex. Nice work. Snav activates for another. He's on for the ace, but will be stolen by Carson.
You know, he needed to pad his stats up a little bit too.
I don't know that anybody needs a pad. Everybody's doing pretty good.
Last chance for
ADR
Wildcard.
stat is broken because it just said Infinite has 47 ADR. He's 18 and 8. That cannot be right.
Anyway.
Sorry. ADHD brain.
That cat boost actually may get something, but Wildcard haven't quite pushed down into lower yet. Make their way. They're wary of it. I heard it a little bit earlier. There we go. Dia able to find the first one. A nice nade just to add insult into injury. And double up. Carson wants to get messy with it. That he shall. Michelle walking with 2 broken legs. Still can jump
Phenomenal
through that
flick.
smoke though.
Carson just hit through the wall. Wildcard might be playing a man down. An MHL might be a walking man wounded. Classy with him, his position out mid. There's still the pivot. Mid to B. But mostly just B. Shane tucking deep. 40 seconds remain, and there's another smoke in their face. Seems like they want to go through this. Lurk smoke just thrown. They could have paused, but instead walked through. Freebie onto Hex. Carson through the smoke. And HL dead to rights. Glacia is the only man left, but only for a moment. Wildcard get dominated on Voca's map pick. Dust 2 very different than last time. Voca are right back in the series.
Incredibly well done. Just a masterclass. They were able to kind of figure out that entire playthrough that they had versus Wildcard earlier in the series, or earlier in the qualifier rather, where they lost 13-10 to Wildcard. It was a little bit closer back then. Now it's just full domination, just Voca taking it all and making us go to that third map of Overpass.
With Overpass up next, I think Wildcard definitely need a little bit of a breather. We're going to do the same here. We'll be back in about 15 minutes to jump into our final map of the evening.
Pulling that way onto another. What's it gonna be? Where's your head at? Where's my head? Watch how the waves they're chasing each other, and they let it be. Where's the shore at? Where's the shore at? Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. You know you told me pride aside, I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Wanted to lay my head on your shoulder for a minute there. We grew stronger, we grew stronger. Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Don't know which of us is right, but don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight.
I've been feeling quite away from you, but the time has done its thing, and I feel better.
I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. Just wanna beat up, wanna treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna beat up, wanna treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna beat up, wanna treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna beat up, wanna treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide.
I've been thinking about your love tonight, love tonight, and love tonight. Just wanna be the one to treat you right, treat you right, treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight, love tonight, love tonight. Just wanna be the one to treat you right, treat you
Voca lead the charge into Overpass as a spot in the grand finals. The IEM Atlanta closed qualifier is up for grabs. A chance, a rematch for Wildcard, and a chance at some very juicy thoughts towards a spot for Voca. That is what we're playing for, and it's on Overpass. Sophie, we can jump right into this thing.
It's going to be a good one. We saw a lot more from Voca on that Duster than we were ever bargaining for comparatively to the past matchup. That Wildcard dropped them down into the lower bracket. They had to fight all of their way back up into this lower bracket final where they meet Wildcard once again. It's been the same maps. It's been a little bit, twisted on the head. Mirage, they were able to kind of trade their map picks and trade their map wins, and got to go back to this floater, this decider, this overpass that's really going to be the one for all the marbles.
Yeah, some history here for Voca. Obviously played it against Wildcard, lost it. It was a tight game, and I mean, I was going to say it's only been tight games against these two, but that Dust 2 kind of blew that whole concept out of the water realistically. Yeah. If you weren't even thinking that for Mirage, which ended up looking a little bit more close thanks to Voca's 5-round comeback on the second half. But nonetheless, other than that, Voca have been pretty successful here. A couple of back-to-back wins against Rave, dating back all the way to the end of last year, and then a victory against Marsborn, a tight one at the East in a Masters as well. Where, Wildcard, it's just that loss against Passion earlier today that you and I got to call. That's it. That's the only loss that they have. They played it 3 times, and of course, one of them those wins against Voca. So I do feel like you have to feel like Wildcard have the slight upper hand, maybe. But in reality, for me, Dust 2 kind of reset everything.
Yeah, I really feel like we can't really expect anything from either team depending on past performances because of what we've seen from them just tonight. It's been like less than 24 hours since their last matchup, and it's kind of blown all expectations out of their water. Voca is really showing up in form against Wildcard and really not letting them get any footing. That Dust 2 match was honestly, that was disgusting from them. That was a really, really good match from them. And to play it against Wildcard, this team that was in the upper bracket final could already be safely in the grand final that's going to be played tomorrow, but they're still making them work for it, still making this a question mark for Wildcard, which has just been the name of the game all day today. It's been question marks all over.
Yeah, I think that, and we have some answers for that. I feel like, the questions about like how the role situation is going with Hex and Rec, pretty clear. I mean, there's definitely overlap there, but both of them playing like these anchor roles on the CT side. You can also see, how consistently you're getting like peeping kind of and hexed as a secondary, like when you're talking about like some entry roles, but Rec occasionally is that guy as well. It just feels like it's kind of like who's who. And as they step into this, I won't say a fan of how Wildcard have been handling that, but I think they're doing a pretty good job. You were talking about things that were like kind of crazy, disgusting. Let's talk about that clutch that MHL had. I mean, that obviously didn't necessarily get them over across the line, but it gave them a little bit of hope. Ultimately, that hope fell on deaf ears. But I do want to kind of highlight that, if you've got individuals capable of pulling that type of maneuver off, then you're always going to be able to have a chance. And that's for me, the positive for Wildcard is that they have these guys that can just step up and in the most absurd scenarios give them a victory out of nowhere.
Absolutely. And it just comes to see if they're going to be able to put enough of that into this overpass match versus Voca. In one case, yes, it's good to have players that are like that can have that heroic kind of moment that will finally get them that third round, finally get them that win. But it just, when is that going to all condense into one 13-round victory in a row?
In a row, like
Not
all,
in a row,
all
but
at
you
one
know what I
time.
mean. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's like the stamina request, and then also requesting that from your players constantly, that they have to have and pull those types of heroics to even win a round on a losing side like that. It's hard, and it goes to show you just like how Wildcard is trying to still figure out these situations and these roles, and they have a little bit of a shaky foundation. They just got to get through it and make sure that that is something that is what's the word, sustainable.
Sustainable indeed. Isn't that a question we're all asking here in Counter-Strike? What is sustainable? But Voca with a sustained level throughout that Dust 2 looking really good. I mean, you were talking about individuals. I mean, Dia was untouchable. Obviously, Infinite had that incredible first half. He just got better and better as time went on. And that was something I mentioned for Mirage, that, that isn't something we were going to see very often. Infinite being entirely limited. That was where he was on Mirage. Dust 2, the opposite of that. And you tack on the fact that, Carson was also, or Shane, excuse me, was also playing well. There's just a lot to like about what we saw from that Voca. So as we lead into this overpass, there is plenty on the table. One team going home, the other a grand finalist, the IEM Atlanta closed qualifier.
Oh, we already have attack. You already have attack. Wanting to get this done and dusted, not too quickly. Want to make sure that they're talking on over how they're going to be running this pistol. Peeping is $16,000.
Wait, what? What? You confused me, no lie. I was like, what are you saying?
Do you understand? Oh, yeah.
No, it's fake peeping, for the record.
Fake peeping at $16,000.
Because real peeping is right above him. Yeah, I got baited last time because Classy that happened to. I got a little ahead of it. Getting some resets in here. That was the reason for the extended pre-show. We had a little tech pause. Everybody ready to get rocking and rolling, but I think we'll be getting that figured out here. Looked like Rec had to reset, but it's back. Or maybe not. Maybe I spoke a little too soon.
A little too soon.
Storyline, I feel like, of the Peeping Revenge Tour. Obviously, these teams have played a bunch of times since Peeping joined Wildcard, but I feel like that always is like an added bonus. I don't know. I assume that's the case because anytime you play former teammates, you're always wanting to kind of prove that you're backup, that you're better.
Yeah. That you didn't need them, and I guess is that what you're pointing out?
That I wasn't putting it that way.
That you're thriving over here.
Yeah, there you go.
That you're thriving without them.
That's a better way to put it, I think. Freeze time. About to close out, and here we go. Final map. Overpass of the lower bracket final. Wildcard and Voca. Ready to roll, and it's Wildcard. Gonna roll on out to this B site exec. 2 flashes, 1 smoke. A trio of CTs ready on B.
Flash coming out. Shane with first contact. Lots of damage done. These are going to be able to funnel into this site. Those taps aren't working too well for Voca. Peeping, getting a two-piece. And now, the site's theirs. Dia left all alone. Doolies, I mean, 2 guns are better than 1, but you got to point them at 5 at different players. Be able to make this work. Keeping in a very cheeky spot here as well. That's definitely not going to be clearable. But now the knowledge of where he's at is known. Gonna just mosey on out of here. Saving the Doolies. Saving the Doolies.
Easy peasy. Just the 1 kill on Carson. What is Tia coming back for? I mean, maybe he was just looking to see if they were like saving in the corner there, I think, of graffiti, but nobody was This Dooley is going to survive another round.
Yeah, maybe we'll see something cool with it. Convincing site take there from Wildcard. Force buy through from Voca. Want to at least nip this in the bud if they can. Quickly through connector. Pausing. Waiting for some CT aggression, but it's going to be Voca going to be throwing that aggression over towards outside of B, all the way through short, through tons. X is going to calm that over, and that's going to be the little bit of information to start running over towards long.
I mean, Voca on the rotate too. They immediately sprint. They know what the reaction from Wildcard is going to be, so they take initiative. Look to place all their resources at the A-bomb site. Successfully done so with only Shane sticking around on B. Wildcard on the move. Here through front path. And that smoke complicates matters significantly. Wildcard can just sit and wait this thing out, but ultimately they're going to still push through.
2 kills already found. Snab up next to plate, up next to bat. And honestly, they're just walking into Wildcard. They're giving them these kills. All this aggression going nowhere. That full buy. Not going to give them too much, except just for 1 kill.
Voca just walked into Wildcard's crosshairs one at a time. I think we're looking for further information, looking to see if Wildcard had maybe rotated down, especially because of how stacked Voca were. The problem is they started to find out, and then they just kept pushing. Voca, their own worst enemies. At that point, Wildcard going to be leaning in to what should be the freest round they've had in a while after that nightmare of a Dust 2 game.
It was like a horror house Dust 2. Don't know why they put that back in the pool. My least
Dust
favorite
2?
map. I hate Dust 2.
I think Dust 2 is a lot of fun to watch now. Not so much to play, but you know, that's just me.
I think the opposite. Crazy.
That's funny.
East site util throwing out. Voca pretty stacked here with USPs. We're in front bath. And Molly out. It's going to get a couple players out of position for this crossfire. But honestly, if they just walk into these flames, I think it's going to be working out. At least can't find that last player. Infinite going to go down. Need just to add insult to injury.
3 rounds, 1 kill total for Voca. That's that's a little bit of a stark contrast from Dust 2, where everybody was popping early and often. Wildcard not too bothered.
No, I feel like this is a cakewalk for Wildcard, at least so far, compared to their game versus Passion. It's just the difference between the different tiers of teams that we have in this this qualifier.
Yeah, that's fair. Look to beat. Next with an opening. MHL got another one, and the flash is too good. Carson only going to be offer up one on defense. I think that this is probably a save angle. Unless Snav somehow were to steal one through the smoke, but instead he's the one that gets dinked up.
Carson, the only one with like a positive cast right now.
Carson is the only one with kills. So
I said it in a nicer way, okay?
You did. You know, credit where it's due. I'm not here to be kind. I'm here to be right. Wildcard right on track. Wouldn't be an unreasonable time for Voca to take attack pause. I don't know. Have they even taken attack pause? I think they still have Simphus as their coach.
Yes. From what I remember, yes. I don't think they have taken attack. Been mostly a wild card pulling those.
Makes some sense. Wildcard just want to step up the pace a little bit towards A. Heavy presence this direction. All but Hex, who's responsible for B. And a double up in connector.
Snap could be able to catch a timing here. We don't take a look down towards connector. Wildcard being smart about it. Carson finding his third. Okay, there we go. Snap able to catch that timing onto peeping. That's a little bit more space taken from Voca. Taken from Wildcard, rather. Just as that hurdle jump starts, it comes right back down as Classia is able to find at least one. Snap's been good for it this round, though. And just kind of sandwiched across the map. Hex going on his lonesome towards B, just to see if he can find anything interesting happening in MHL. No knowledge of quite of where Snap could be, but still good for that clear, good for the kill. Now 2v2, 3v2. Simphus is
No, yeah, he's not actually, but yeah, our HUD's bugging. Apologies for that. There's a 2v3 in actuality. The time is the bigger issue. Sprint down, connector, gotta be hexed to connect this shot. He does. He might be able to get this bomb down. Infinite is on the site, isolates the first, but the bomb planted. MHL on the exit, so it's a 1v1. Dia, last man standing. MHL pulls around the site, pushes him down, and Dia cannot find his opposing opera, but with the rifle instead of the AWP Wildcard, they stay perfect.
Incredible trust there, just with your teammates from Hex. To know that you would be able to get that kill and at least get the information on the last player alive in that round. Fortunate from Dia, but maybe we'll see a little bit of a different tune coming out this round. We do have an op coming out. A little bit of a aggressive. No, they stopped. They're just hanging out over in bathrooms. Oh, they were running all the way down long.
Just a little boost, actually. I think they've left the op and Dia on the long corner there. Rotate a third man down to the B bomb site and some additional firepower. Classia not wanting to get spammed. That's what he's doing, avoiding any damage flying through the door. The fact that there's not like a full contingent of utility to take short control should tell Wildcard this is a little bit lesser of a buy, especially from a utility perspective. But MHL, a 1v1 victory last round against Dia, but this time Dia's got his number. Yup, head-to-head goes Voca's way.
Good up winner. It's going to make him play a little bit slower over towards the site. Way over towards bathroom, throwing that util out. But Carson very close alongside Snab over on this other side. Lassie is able to find the first one. Snab just right around getting the trade, but they're not prepared for Hex and Wreck inside of bathrooms. That double kill is perfect. They just got to get this retake. Mollied out, at least for now, a 2v3. Not going to be too difficult, but if they wait a little bit too long, they're getting it in their post-plant position. It's going to get a little bit harder for Voca to claw this one back, doubling up and take a look over towards long first. Infinite spots one, gets the kill, knows that Wreck is over there. Not going to be aware of peeping over and long. It's really the question. He is now able to get that first one. Down to 18 health. Time is ticking. He has a kit, but Wreck is not giving him any lick of information. That's going to be it. That's going to be the 6 for Wildcard.
That's great. Incredible moves from Wreck. He almost dunked that nade on target. That is insane. Wreck, so intelligent. Just never peeking, never giving Infinite a chance to succeed. Knowing and certain that he would not be sticking onto that bomb. 6-0. Wildcard getting revenge for that dust too, it seems.
Oh yeah.
3-map affair might end in a fizzle. Wildcard continue.
Big fight over in connector. Snap and Wreck. Bit of standoff with utility. For now, Snap want to get a little bit more information with a peek. It's too smart to really go back into that. I'm gonna need just to hold him back for now. Oh, but a B site. Trying to go out monster. Okay, peeping just able to catch that. He's able to walk all the way through bathrooms. It is gonna get traded there from Snap. 4v4.
I think that they would take the initiative there on B with that move. Great look from Klassia. He's covering that. But again, there's 3 players on the B site. Voca are ready for this. And sure, Wildcard, they got more numbers here. 4v3 on the site proper. Utility. Nice nade to separate, rather than Sindri to separate. Hex, 2 entries, and Klassia runs over the top. Snap's arrival. It's just too little too late, and even he, who had a free shot, won't be able to lock down that frag.
They cannot complete their kills. Voca, they've gotten the timing just a couple of times, but then the shots are too good from Wildcard. Hex is on something different this map. 11-2 so far.
Yeah, like I had been saying, this really has been a best of 3 about the individuals popping off on any given half. It's been everybody different, somebody stepping up, but already Wildcard, a stupendous T site. 7 rounds as is good, and they're probably going to get more. They'll only have pistols, armor. 1 SMG for Snap. Oh, could be seeing the boost here.
Done some sneaky things with these 5.7s, at least in Dust 2, and that's gonna add to the list of them. Nice kill from Shane. It's a little bit different here from Voca, but once they start taking even more, starting to pick out the pieces where Wildcard are kind of slim at. Well, they're starting to make mistakes, not looking at the correct direction or just catching them on a good timing.
Back towards B. A nice little boost. That's a creative way to get themselves back. Not quite an advantage, but just a equalizer of sorts. MHL so committed despite not being able to see 2 monster side. Should be a surprise. Snap close as well. They continue to fight. Swings keep happening. Hex adjustment perfect. Infinite grabbing another. There's a chance for this. 2-on-4 is where this started. Shane's still alive. And they hard clear it. Dia will trade, but it's the op versus the opper. MHL with the flick, but it's not quite there. Dia gets the better of his counterpart this time to put Voca in and on the map.
Really good hold there from Voca, making them very nervous to even walk out of short onto the B site. I mean, they had the read. They knew where the players were at. They knew that there was another one over towards Monster, but who could suspect Dia from Heaven in that nice AKL kill over onto Hex and making Rec play just once again alone. Or MHL, rather. Sorry.
Finally, gonna get a chance to see Voca use a tactical pause.
Woo.
Talking about that we haven't seen any of those, or at least not many of them. Simpus to step in. It's kind of weird that it's the round they win that they take the tac pause, but
Well, they have a full
still
buy
gotta,
now.
yeah, it's a good point. Actually, you got a chance to maybe do something this type of round. A different setup, early avenue of approach. It's just going to be the fountain peak for Dia. Got Snav with them, who's worried about long, and it's a great boost. Talking about little gimmicks, there's one of them.
Another one. Ooh. Another one. Infinite. Back on the horse. A little bit of util thrown out. Hex just barely surviving in the corner. Not going to get caught out quite yet. That's it. At least trying to come and help him out for this fight on over to the B site. But Voca's been pretty good at defending this, at least so far.
Oh, Wildcard have been good at taking it too. Got to keep that in mind. Multiple double entries from Hex, and he's at that 14-3 mark. And so here we go. Carson's just now leaving. Activate. Peeping. He's the one to find the entry. Now Carson comes back. But is it too little too late? No. Infinite arriving on the scene, playing inside the smoke, and he's hard to get, hard to find, harder to track down. Hexed. 1v4. Bomb on his back and 35 seconds to play with. An escape if he'd like it. But surely not. Wouldn't leave a space that he now knows everything about. Won't get across as Dia catches his head.
All right. Voca. That's a great gun round to win. Still saving 3 players. And get that economy at least built up. I think rounds, they go by so quickly, especially when it's already been 7-2, but it's not too late. Snap going for a peek here. Carson setting up a flash on over. It'll be met with peeping. Nothing quite comes of it quite yet.
Wildcard. It's been pretty rare that they set up for an execute out of spawn. Obviously not going to see that very often on a map like Overpass, just because you can't do that outside of the B site. But here comes that execute. Only 2 players here. Rotation's already on the way in the form of Snap. Great find initially for Infinite. It's even better for Shane as he tacks on another. Free smoke for Heaven. Snap just threw that smoke. Tracks down for Classia. Rec is alive and kicking, as is MHL. The edge of the smoke. Catches Carson. With the MHL now falling back away. 2v2 can get started.
This is just Hyde. Has to wait for MHL to get a little bit more left alone.
Oh my gosh.
Runs out. He's able to separate them, but has to leave. 9 health.
What an insane flick that must have been from MHL to tag Dia on the jump spot. Execute succeeds. And that's despite Voca with a pretty good hold. With Shane and Infinite get one on the inbound. Sure, trades eventually come through, but still. Dominant first halves, the crux of this series. Wildcard leading 8-2.
Gotta get a little bit more of a footing here for Voca. Moving on to T side. This round really means a lot, but it also means a lot for MHL. What a boost he gets legs in response, though.
That's even more insane from Dia.
They were both looking. They were both waiting for that.
I mean, that boost, common enough, but still anticipated. It's only a dink from Snav. Rek wouldn't have been able to get back into position fast enough thanks to that molly, but Snav doesn't survive. Trio of Voca members hopping over towards long. Unfortunately for them, as they clear that, the walls close in around the sole defender of B in Shane.
Let's pull out a couple of heroics here. He may be not too long for this world if they don't clear him, but his util raining out makes me suggest differently. X just on the other side of the wall, able to take it out. Voca so far away from this bomb site. At least he is a little bit close. He's going to disrespect the smoke, but X is looking for it.
What a pre-fire.
Yeah.
Well, time to try and save once again. Wildcard up to 9, and with Voca in position to save these guns, at least they're going to have a little something for the final round of the half. I say that. There's still like a little bit of an explorative attempt to hunt these guys down, but yeah, I was going to say, Peeping's HP not great. MHL. Ambitious. They don't have that much money. Like, they have enough, but
it's the last round.
I mean, they definitely lacking a few pieces of utility because of those searches. Not that it wouldn't have been worth it if they were to have been successful in the hunt.
I agree. Last chance to prove themselves over on the CT side. Voca been absolutely dominated by Wildcard so far. It's gonna be a very interesting long push here. Snap gonna catch a little bit of information onto Peeping, a little bit of damage. Glacia, nice flash out, but double swung. Dia takes the kill.
Yeah, I was gonna say, at this point, just gotta snap towards B. You're just seeing 2 players at long, 1 player in party. That in and of itself means a crazy aggressive A situation. Infinite, making a noise, but actually Peeping, it's caught. Carson, right in time. But there is still this insane moment from Infinite. He hasn't been seen, finally going to claim Peeping's life. Flank still formulating. Rek looking for it. Nails Infinite. Nade right on the head as well of both Voca members coming back through to Crossfire. MHL has the first and Rek knocks down the second. It's all about this wild card side. They get a 10-2 half on the T side, no less. Overpass will continue when we return. Chance for the rematch against Passion UA in the grand final. That's what Wildcard sees up ahead of him with a 10-2 half on Overpass T side. And it's a pistol round that Voca absolutely desperately require. Lots of utility for it. 2 smokes, 4 flashbangs. All for the B site.
Wildcard went with the classic 1 go fountain, 4 go B. A little bit of a rotate back up to separate it for a little bit more coverage for early rushes. Voca look like they want to set their sights on over towards this B. Cutting the noise. There we go, util coming out. 4 players on the site, and a first kill straight out the gate from Wreck. It is a slaughter. Nav and Carson, not many legs to stand on. There you go.
Long road. The Voca have in front of them. I think it just got a little shorter. And that's not because they were on the uphill swing. Wildcard maybe cutting them off at the knees because that got nowhere fast. Voca have an interesting decision here, and actually they found an interesting answer. Do they just want to, force buy till they win or lose, basically? Or do they want to at least get 1 gun round? They've opted for at least 1 gun round, which I really appreciate. I think that that's the right call.
Yes.
You get a real chance. Do yourself a favor.
I'd hard agree with that. They can take that momentum to the future if that is something they're able to do. Bomb plant here would be really great, but Wildcard have really battened down the hatches here on these sites, staring down the barrel.
You're gonna be really mad at me, but I really thought for a second that Snav had Snoopy on his gun. In reality, it's a polar bear.
Oh, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Ooh, a nice dink onto peeping, but he's gonna get some damage back, and we get 2 kills in quick succession. Clean up on aisle bathroom.
Make sure to keep those all neat and tidy, because I'll tell you this right now, Overpass is pretty neat and tidy for Wildcard. 10 rounds, 10 chances to meet Passion UA in the grands.
With no real defined IGL.
I mean, I'm sure somebody's calling.
You sure? I don't know.
I'm certain about that.
They kind of just doing they're just doing it. They're just doing the game. What a real gun round here for Voca. Snav gonna be the first one to take contact, is gonna be able to get the first entry onto MHL. It's a little bit of a connector kill. That's a big spot to have space in.
Now they have an opportunity to go wherever they would like. Wildcard splitting 2-2. I love the ambition. Peeping gets all the way up into long. That's going to allow for a crossfire on this site, and they're going to move fast. Voca ready to roll. Do they check for peeping? Actually, they've just slowed things down. So Clasia can get back onto the site. First step is peeping on for that kill, but Snap, another fantastic frag from him. Dia, another kill as well. And the double on the entry for Voca. I was gonna say might just be the end of things, but with Rec claiming best in bathroom control, Voca are not guaranteed for this.
Taking that AK and leaving.
Why throw the smoke then?
To
Maybe
make
just
them
to keep 'em
think
from-
that they were staying, to keep them on the site so they died a bomb. Because their economy sucks and they want to get rid of what they can.
No, I don't think they're gonna die to bomb, but you know, the rest of
What
that,
if they did?
Sure.
What if they did, Vincent? Huh? It's like,
I would put up
It's
my
like a
hands
lot
and
of
say you're
money.
right.
you got me.
You got me. Voca popping in for a third round, and it's off the back of some good shooting from Snav. I didn't have like a nightmare first half, like at least not numerically, but had some pretty bad misses that you and I got to watch. It's good to see him a little return to form. Realistically, though, Voca just pushing off what currently feels like the inevitable. Obviously, there's gonna be a chance at this. Never fully count Voca out.
Nice boost here for peeping. A little bit of information gained, but Voca still has to decide where they want to take this and is looking towards a B-site execute. We are triple stacked on here from Wildcard. Hexa reading this right. Moving a little bit closer.
Actually-
Going to re-smoke this.
Classia's
have
just
any
pulled
info.
away.
Yeah.
So it's actually really uncomfortable here for Rec. He's not seen anybody. Snav hasn't investigated far enough yet to even check for him. In the meantime, they're clearing front bath. Snav isn't checking. Snav isn't checking Rec at all, so Rec's got a free kill. Easy enough, full control. Hext now doesn't have to worry about short, so he can just get a look into this. Big blast from Clasia. More support coming on the way from heaven. As Shane claims one kill. Double, in fact. Trying to deny the bomb plant. Peeping can't do that. Shane is a one-man wrecking crew. Cannot be stopped. And that Molly, even more intelligent from Shane, holding them back.
Gonna let them get into a little bit more of a comfortable position. MHL trying to inch his way out, but obviously not much information on these 2T players. If the swing is right, he's able to find it. Carson up to bat, has to find it for MHL with that double kill. That's gonna be the 13-3 victory. Wildcard is going to the grand final. of the
Utter
NCL.
domination.
Mhm.
Feel like Wildcard, they never stopped, never pulled back, never stalled on that T side. And on the CT side, well, I mean, they really didn't need to get started. The pistol round did most of the work, and they closed it out. A spot in Atlanta up for grabs for Passion UA and Wildcard tomorrow. The fact remains that, you know, that was a close series. Wildcard nearly beat Passion just before this lower bracket final. So they're going to get that chance for the rematch.
That's going to be an interesting one. I mean, we just had a rematch here, expecting maybe a potential upset from Voca after that Dust 2 game. Going into Overpass, expecting something different, but Wildcard, they were able to prove that they have the stamina to play games, play a couple series a day and just make it count. Now the grand final is going to be another rematch. We have to see if it's going to be the same maps once again like it was this one.
Yeah, and listen, I think just to kind of to tag on a couple of final thoughts here about this series in particular, right? You had some of these individual performances, big time plays coming from Peeping on Mirage. Hext on the T half was unstoppable. I mean, really could not be touched when it came to the entry prowess, and that is it's been fun to see, right? Hext playing playing so aggressively and so loosely up against a team with the firepower that Voca has. That was very fun. And, even when it came to some of those clutches, felt like Wildcard could not be stopped in many of those situations. So top to bottom, Wildcard looking like they are improving with every game that they play.
Which is what you really want to see, what you expect from a team that hasn't really been together for that long. This new conglomerate of roster around Peeping recently announced, and we don't really know who the IGL is, but I think we have a little bit of an inkling of it now. And looking like they've learned on their past mistakes, even when it was like 3 hours ago, which is really good. It's good to have that knowledge to keep going through and learning as you go, and just going to see if that's going to be able to stick going into the next day, into tomorrow, where they only have one best of 3 to really make it count, to make it prove to Passion UA that, yeah, you knocked us down, but we came right back. We know that we can win this against you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that with that, it quite perfectly leads us to the end of our show today. It's been 3 fantastic best of 3s that we've had the privilege to cover. And it is going to be that final slot at IEM Atlanta up for grabs between Wildcard and Passion UA tomorrow. That one's starting late at 8 Eastern. So make sure that you're jumping in to stay tuned for that. For now, thank you so much for watching. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you next time.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis with it. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nobu!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
Whatever happened to make a fool out of me? I was lost in the idea of it all. Too many years of the suffer here, burning down right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be oblivion.